T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh my God, is this thing on?
I hope not.
Is this really happening right now?
This is all just a bad dream.
Oh, thank God. All right.
Sadly, it's the dream of the chat. We can't quit.
There was a long lag. Like, I didn't even see our countdown on the monitor. It was weird.
Oh, I heard it.
Are you getting brownie disease where he doesn't realize it's live, even though it's lit up as live and StreamYards? He's like, are we live? Is this live? Hello.
Real boomerang, folks. Real boomerang.
Hello.
Hello, 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 everyone joining us live in the chat, everyone lurking around, and everyone watching the replay if it hasn't been deleted from YouTube already.
Oh, man. It's going.
We very much appreciate you joining us. Jam is here. Hey, what's up? All of our favorite usual suspects are here. Skyfire, our new friend, is here. Hello, hello.
LR2, it's definitely a spectacle, if nothing else.
Spectacles, testicles, whips, chains, and whistles. Meelah is here. Hello. One of my favorite blonde savages. Who else is here? R2 is here. Hello, hello, hello. Do I sound muffled again this week? I don't know what it last
a
week.
bit.
That's weird. I didn't.
Perhaps if Barbara took the pillow off of your head.
Don't you dare. You promised.
Sweet, sweet surrender, and yet she just never delivers.
Hello, Eraserhead. Hello, Fuzz Francis. So great to have you guys here all the time. It's wonderful. It is spectacular, R2. Absolutely spectacular. And Jim is here. All right. Thanks for joining us. I think Mrs. Sassy Sasquatch is live right now. So
Yeah.
might be missing a couple of regulars, but hopefully they'll trickle in like a stream.
They'll stumble into a bad conversation midway and they'll go, what the hell is happening?
There'll be lawn jockeys. There will be red flags. There will be
everywhere.
Oh, we're turning our cameras on for this stream?
You're welcome to. Ever. I don't even have a camera on this computer. I legitimately do not have one. Well, Babs and Jay, thank you for showing up as always. Our first guest tonight is the amazing Jethrobot.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for keeping my seat warm.
Look at you. You're on the internet.
Yeah. I missed you guys so much last week.
Oh, well.
We were much better with the sound off.
But it did give me time to work on my new screenplay.
Oh, well, how was your show?
Show is pretty good. You don't want to hear about my screenplay?
No.
No, I'm sure we'll see it here soon enough.
I have my taste in movies is firmly entrenched. So, no,
Man.
what are you working on? What do you got?
Okay, it's about exotic dancers trapped in a shopping complex with grizzly bears.
I'm listening.
Yeah, it's called Strip Mall.
Oh.
So the show was great. We had a good time, fun performance, good show.
You didn't do any stand-up during that show, did you?
No.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Hello, Drew. Hello, Stu. Hello, anybody.
Because they're bears.
And they maul.
So it's BAREMAUL.
A
Is
strip.
that right?
Wow.
Strip
Yeah.
mall.
Strip mall.
Strip mall. Okay.
Strip
Try
mall.
Bear Mall.
Maul.
Try Bear Mall.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, on that note, let's get to our
I'll
resident.
workshop it.
Yeah. You have my people will get in contact with your people.
Maybe after the show, you could do that.
Yeah.
Let's consult our in-house wildlife expert. It is the inevitable Smylexx.
Well, hello. I'm more than happy to maul things. More than happy to. If you need
Wow.
any help with the mauling.
Looking dapper as always.
Thank you. Yeah. I did try to
Everybody
do
loves a
Witch
pit
Doctor.
helmet.
Very pithy.
My AI does not like you to do witch doctors.
Oh,
Neither
Comes
does
up with
YouTube.
witches or doctors, but not both. It will not combine those two
I
words.
wonder why.
Well, Jeff, you got your first donation there for cocaine in a hotel room.
Excellent.
Fantastic. God, it's been a rough week in YouTube, and it's been a rough week in reality. So let's just bitch about YouTube.
Let's start drowning our sorrows.
I'm
Oh,
going
wait,
to
I
guess
already
that
am.
this is the only time that Smylexx will have the opportunity to say "clever girl."
It will
Probably
definitely
not after this stream, Barbara.
Exactly. Yes. That's why get it out of the way now while you still can, sir.
might be the most appropriate time he said it. We haven't been shut down completely yet.
It's not for lack of trying.
It certainly isn't.
Jesus Christ. I am just going in bare knuckle tonight. I am so mad at YouTube. We lost our second application. We got denied again.
Yep.
So the YouTube.
Yeah. And then we had some roommate issues. We had some roommate.
Yeah.
That chemistry with us and the roommate just didn't end up working out very well, and now he's fucking gone. So
Needed more chemistry, or at least chemicals.
he needs something
You
because
need something, man.
Well, don't we all really?
the boy got no life skills to speak of.
But enough about
we
me.
And plus, we had our cat get. Well, he's been a little under the weather, but we finally ended up having to take him to a vet, and it was costly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, things were getting a little severe and drawn out with the cat, and which is heartbreaking under the best of
It's such
circumstances.
my little Ferb is my gentle giant. He's like a dwarf tiger. He's a huge cat, but he's such a sweet boy.
Yeah, he is a gentle giant for sure. I have no doubt that cat could kill a goat. There's no doubt in my mind.
Probably.
Take down a fucking goat and eat it.
No, you don't get any damn kibble. Get out there and get a goat, for God's sakes.
Oh, he's eaten
Well,
a live groundhog in the living room before.
yes.
Oh, sure.
Skinned it and ate it.
Yeah.
Well, and who hasn't really?
This crowd,
I don't want to be attacked by a goat, so yeah, I would really prefer
Yeah,
my cat take it out before that
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
Well,
If it gets to the perimeter, it's yours. Get
you
him.
and Ferb should exchange numbers because he's got your back, man. This cat is awesome. And he's got a little brother named Phineas, who is wonderful in his own sort of clueless way.
Oh
Yeah.
God, he's a turd.
Yeah, so Ferb had some tapeworm issues. He had
Yeah.
what else did he? He's got some very
He had
bad
a
things going on.
Yeah. A bad flea allergy came in.
What is he in Hollywood or something?
Well, no, he's not making any money.
Oh, well, he's doing the tapeworm thing to try and lose weight, kind of be in the in thing. They used to sell that stuff. They
Yeah,
used to sell tapeworms
Yeah.
to women to lose weight.
my R2, my
Well, I know how you can get them for free.
Yeah, so do I.
you could eat out of our fridge.
Yeah.
But that's just no problem.
Yeah.
I had a 22-pound calico was my lifetime cat, and she ended up having thyroid issues, but she was large. Like she was just big. And Ferb is like a big framed cat. He looks he's scaled like a tiger. He
is. He's like a big gray tiger.
Yeah, his skeleton is massive. So all right. Well, if anyone feels so inclined, we are going to put the link to Ferb's GoFundMe in the chat. And we would appreciate it greatly, and Ferb would appreciate it greatly. He is now resting comfortably and getting his personality back, and enjoying all the belly rubs.
Oh, is that all it takes? I'm gonna have to talk to my wife about getting my personality back.
I wish you would.
Yes, exactly.
Amelia. God.
Well, it's true. I mean, that movie convinced me that you can't trust any of those people.
Putting out fire.
Putting out the fire.
And no one owns a cat, as Bukowski famously said.
Yes.
They sort of come and go. All right, onwards and upwards. I will post the link in the chat shortly. Anybody else have anything this week that they want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, we do have some upcoming stuff with you and I and Cannoli.
Oh, that's right. Monday we're going to do Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
I was not aware you're going to be on the show, but I'm glad you are.
Yep.
One of my favorite movies of all fucking.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Smylexx
What
just
time is
pawning
that?
Game of Life.
Vex was like bouncing around, so excited. She was like, "This is the perfect panel
Oh, really?
for
Who else,
Blazing Saddles." Yeah.
who else is going to be
She
there?
just mentioned you and I, so that was
Oh,
that
well,
was
that's
all.
perfect enough, right?
Was all she needed. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be good. I'll definitely be watching that.
I will be watching it as well. It's one of my favorite movies. It's endlessly funny to me. It will never not be funny to me.
Well, and there's so much depth in so many of the scenes. I mean, the comedy is it's layered like a like a Shrek.
The sheriff is near.
Yes. Like to extend our hand and welcome our new. Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, Mr. Brown is here.
Oh my God!
Whoa.
Mr. Brown.
Oh,
He must
we
be.
are-
He must
Hello,
be in
Brownie.
bed.
we were
Nah.
just talking shit
Rude.
about you.
Post rave.
Yeah, yeah,
High as a
yeah,
kite.
yeah. He's waiting
Some
for the
water.
X to wear off. Yeah.
Drink some water. Fiona's here. Thank you for
Hey,
stopping by,
Fiona.
guys. Oh, it
Oh,
means
he's
a
done
lot.
yet. Oh,
Absolutely awesome.
Phrase I've heard many a time.
me too.
Brown. Brown. Brown.
Rude.
This is like the mini Brown fan club charter
It is.
alliance here. Oh, well, very honored to have you join us. The link is in the chat to help our beautiful ring boy, if anyone feels compelled. Yep, me too, Mr. Brown. Probably in the next 20 minutes of the next 6 hours. I will just be out. Okay. Well, if we don't have any other current events, we're doing Blazing Saddles on Monday, and then I think I have another one like a couple weeks after, and I can't remember what it was, but it's on my calendar somewhere. I do write things down occasionally, and then I lose them. Yeah, I have 2 MMMs with Cannoli, and everyone should go watch. Well, tonight, Blame Barbara.
That's right. This was my pick.
We are going to revisit Blonde Savage, which has been in the B-roll library for a number of years now, and is one of my favorite white savior films.
Oh
Oh
God.
boy.
No, on Cannoli's channel. You know, be over there. I don't know what else to say about it except, yeah, white savior, greedy mercenary pilots, and a lot of ooga booga shit going on in the background.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, R2, good call.
So this is Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah, ish. More of God, what was that knockoff?
Oh, the Golden Monkey
Uh,
or King Solomon's Mines.
That's the one I was thinking of.
I was thinking of King Solomon's Mines, I think. God, what was his name? Like Captain White Guy and
That's right. It was Captain White Guy.
I believe that's a new Marvel villain.
Alan Quartermain.
Quartermain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, Alan Quartermain and King
There was
Solomon.
another guy though. Was it the Golden Monkey guy?
Yeah, the Golden Monkey guy is the one who did the 1990 Captain America.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
the one that I remember seeing, like they had the cardboard cutout and the announcement of Captain America is coming, and then it never showed up.
Oh, I know who it was. It was Stephen Collins, and
Yeah.
he and he turned out to be like a weird kind of pedophile guy.
no.
Oh, how unusual!
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Anyone remember The Perils of Gwendolyn? It was this weird sort of Skinamax hard R.
Was it like the soft porn Romancing the Stone?
No, it was ish in the vein of Raiders ripoffs, but it was a lot of scantily clad, highly greased women being tied up in huts and things.
I'll just
I
make a
can't
note
remember.
of that.
Hi, yes. Let me go ahead and let's see.
Yeah, get your IMDb out.
The Gwendolyn.
Boy, that just writes itself.
Yeah. Notice we never get good stuff like that on B-sides.
Hey. I'm not paying the license for that.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Carl Weathers.
Yeah, I'm pretty upset about it. I'm a big fan, and I do plan on killing Dolph Lundgren in his memory.
Makes
So
sense.
I was actually wondering if anybody had checked on the whereabouts of Dolph Lundgren at the time of death.
Minecraft, right?
Yeah. So Dolph, if you're listening, I'm coming for you. There's no gentleman, fighting, and I'm going to kick you right in the balls. I'm coming for you. I'm going to kick you in the balls, Dolph.
Jeff, I mean, you're the best around.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever going to bring you down.
That's
Yeah.
true. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
If
At
he
a
dies,
at a
he
convention,
dies.
I met Carl Weathers, and he let me beat him at an arm wrestle. So I'm pretty sure I still have that photo somewhere. I'm gonna have to try and dig it out.
You reenacted the Predator handshake?
I did, and he was all for it. And he made he made a big thing about not. I asked him where his wooden hand was, and he said he kept it on his mantelpiece at home above the fireplace. He kept the wooden hand somewhere where he could see it every day.
Yes.
Close to fire.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know what Carry On Camping is, Drew, but I like the sound of it.
That's a British classic. It's a
It
brilliant
sounds
film.
like some British weird shit. All right, let's get into this. I have done a massive amount of editing in a very short amount of time, so we do have a dugout full of shorts warmed up in the bullhead pen here, earning copyright flags by the minute. But first, it's Blonde Savage, and it's 1947, I believe.
It's a different time. That's
It
for
was
sure.
a
understand.
time.
A very different time.
Yeah. So let's get it.
I expect authenticity.
Yes. Historical
On
accuracy.
This is
On
It is
location.
loaded.
On location filming.
Well, it was filmed
Loaded
on a
with,
location. I'll give you that. It was.
Wait, we have a very specific question in the chat. No, but I'll ask my wife if that's okay. That's
Don't
not
put me on the spot.
off air. I'll ask. That's not really my genre, Amelia. I'm much more of a Bela Lugosi sort of guy, but
Well, Bella would have been in Porky's if he would have been alive.
yeah,
He absolutely would have.
Oh,
because
yeah.
he would
I would have done a quick turn.
have been funny.
Yes,
Kim
wait.
Cattrall isn't in any of the Bela Lugosi films, though.
No, that's true.
She might be in the Perils of Gwendolyn. I can't remember who was in that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a porn film, but I have an idea what I'll be doing either way. Drinking, you guys. Weird.
Weird.
Weird. Blonde Sausage, actually, was our first choice.
Lots.
Just couldn't put enough mosaics on it to make it through the filter. All right.
Bicycles.
Pretty sure that's Captain Crunch, but whatever.
As timely as tomorrow's headlines, the thrilling story of fearless United Nations secret agents matching
Fearless
with
Nazis.
treacherous Nazi spies in Casablanca. Thrills,
Nazi.
suspense to chill your blood, with an imposing cast headed by Rod Cameron as Rex Bennett,
God
Joan
damn it.
Marsh as
Get
Janet
me
Blake,
Rex Kramer.
with Duncan Ronaldo, Lionel Royce, Kurt Kruger, and a host of others.
They're all
The
played
exotic,
by Rich
massive,
Little, the
scenic,
man of 100
spellbinding
faces.
story behind the scenes in the North African campaign.
Our first job is to locate the Axis agents here in Casablanca. Did you inform the Sultan I was coming? I'll tell him you're here.
Yes, I've freshly covered him in sheet pellets.
Get in there and don't make a sound.
That's Adam with us every night.
Into the closet.
Pierre!
Yeah.
Pierre!
Bitch, I told you not
He
to.
discovered it.
Hand over that dagger and
Oh,
scroll.
thank you kindly, Mr. Brown.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you for coming by.
Get off some speed.
Thank you.
Leif Erickson.
Mm-hmm.
Music by everybody. Good job, everybody.
Everybody did a good job there.
Grab an instrument, everybody.
Do not ask for whom Lionel tolls.
Close it.
Balls of
After this, he went back to making mattresses.
Yeah, man.
It's Sam Neill. Are there dinosaurs in here?
There are now.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Sorry to bust in. There was no girl out there.
She's out to lunch.
It's just as well.
You
No,
didn't
you'll
look
do.
sorry.
Yeah, bet.
Would you mind telling me what you want here?
He's about 100 feet
Blake,
tall.
Steve Blake. Well, you have got a good view of police headquarters from here.
I'm aware of that.
There's a possibility that you'll have to defend me on a murder charge.
Oh my God.
Possibility? You mean you've actually killed someone?
No, not yet.
I'm going to kill
Police
someone
let
for
him
making
go.
me sit in this tiny
Are
chair.
you quite sure you know what you're doing?
Across the street in the police station are two people. One of them is Mark Harper.
Mark
I'm pretty
Harper,
sure there's more than
the owner
two
of the
people
Harper
in that
Diamond Mine?
building.
Yeah. The other is a girl. She means a lot to me. I love her and I intend to marry her.
But first, I'm gonna kill
Right
her.
now, both she and Harper are being held for murder.
So I gotta get my gay thing out right now, barrister.
But I don't understand.
You will.
Why did you come here? Why did you select me as your attorney? You don't know me.
No. But that window's very handy, Mr. Bennett. I can get a perfect shot at Harper from it.
But, Mr. Blake, I cannot allow you to do this. You can't take the law into your own hands.
I might have to. And I might not. Depending on whether Harper or most of the street.
Mr. Blake, it's not a lawyer, but a doctor you need. You are out of your mind, you know.
Relax, Mr. Bennett. Maybe you better hear the whole story since you may have to defend me.
I will not
I'm not
defend
sure
you,
I'd
Mr. Blake.
go
Maybe the
insulting
story will
that
change your
guy
mind.
after what he just
You
said.
better listen. It all started when I had my first date with a girl named Clarissa.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh my God, flashbacks.
Listen knows all.
I was obliged.
2 minutes in and we're into a
She
flashback.
was getting less lonely every minute, but suddenly there was a knock on the door.
It was sitting in the child's seat. It caused him to remember his childhood.
Someone knocking?
Must be a woodpecker.
I'm gonna go kill him.
I'd be terrified of woodpeckers if I was as wooden as this guy.
You didn't learn to kiss like that.
Like in
man.
my nemesis.
I'm still trying to get over, well, there's dinosaurs in here now.
I played trombone in the school band. I was just giving you the first 32 bars of the William Tell overture.
We'll play the next 32, baby.
And now I know what made William tell.
And then my tongue tried to kill her tongue.
Exactly.
I could go on.
Can I get in on some of that?
Darling, I can almost hear the
Yeah,
angel.
no, it's close. So
What's the idea? Not answer the door. You
Skylight.
almost sound like a friend of mine.
Hey, buddy, my turn.
Finding a girl like you in Africa.
It's Andy Serkis.
We gotta go up to the Kenya country.
Do you really love me?
Honey, there just aren't any other women in the world. The
Look,
smell
buddy,
of
I'm
your
number
hair,
7,
those
and they
sweet
called number
lips.
7.
Exactly, yeah.
Your shoulders, so what?
15 minutes are up.
500. That's all, baby. Continued next week.
But I thought you loved me.
Hold everything, baby. We get back and then we'll make up for lost time. Hey, what's the deal? Where do we go and when do we collect?
Well, I don't know what the deal is, but we go to the Harper Diamond Mine up near the Koali Ranch. There's cash on the line when we deliver our bodies into prison.
This is a fine date.
Oh, don't be sore, babe. I'll bring you back a shrunken head from one of the cannibal tribes.
A shrunken head.
That's so you'll have somebody to talk to when Blake ain't around.
The next morning,
This is
Coastal
Raiders
Air
of the Lost
Transport
Ark.
Incorporated,
Yeah.
It is.
and myself was airborne.
You know what a cautious
We'd
fellow I
flown
am.
over plenty of strange places,
we had a
but this
map
was our maiden voyage into
Yeah.
the deep interior where the Koali Range.
Oh, it's a
shot
relief
us.
map.
The Congo's bad enough.
Anytime couples are
But the
having
reports were that
problems,
the
it's
koala
always good to
district
have
made it
someone
look
to
like a
crack
children's
wise
playground.
about it right in front
Yeah.
of
Way
them.
off the route of regular business traffic, and not many white men had ever penetrated that
I could
far.
see this as like a
I don't
side
think they
hustle
missed
for
much
myself.
either.
We know about this guy Harper.
A lot of things.
You know, Pam Grier
First
told me
is
the
he's
same
got $1 million
thing.
bucks.
That's enough. I don't have to know anymore. Hey, what are we supposed to do with this $2,500?
Since when are you particular?
Okay, forget it. Hey, where do we land?
On the plane near the mine. There'll be a car waiting to take us to Harper's house.
Yeah, guy looks like Andy Serkis.
Here it is.
A little bit.
This is going to be like a vacation. Maybe this job will keep your mind on your work for a while. There's a mine.
What?
And he's a bit sort of discount Chuck Heston.
Yeah, oh yeah. Very
Hold on to
discount.
your store teeth. Here we
Nice,
go.
dude. Thanks for stopping by.
Madame Tussauds version of Charlton Heston.
Night, Stu.
That's what I said. Pam Grier said that too. It's not a bird, and it's not Superman. It's just a plane.
Burbank.
The jungles of Burbank.
The deepest, darkest jungles of Burbank. Junkies and pimps and whores, oh my.
Here we are.
What's the idea of the armed guard? You got a war going on down here?
There's still plenty of wild natives back in the olds. We have to take precautions. Don't they like Harper and his mine? Look, if you like, you won't ask too many questions. Just do as you're told. Wait on the terrace.
The guards think I like my women
Friendly.
armless.
Well, the trip was nice.
Hello.
Say, how do you work a belt?
Like
I've
what you
never
see?
figured it out yet.
And it's on your nipples, right?
Wearing your rubber-soled shoes again, Mark?
That's a belt.
With the fanfare.
That is a belt. That's a sash.
Smart, huh?
That's a cummerbund.
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
smart enough to keep my eye on
that's
my
a
wife
girdle
and
is what that
handsome
is.
Stranger about.
Oh, I'd hate to be in your boots.
And in that
You can't
girdle-
trust anyone.
Douglas
You love me
Stumble.
and don't trust me.
He's been in a ton of like Charlie Chan movies.
I don't think Blake will be here long enough to worry me.
He is
It
great.
might be best if you'd leave us alone after you meet Blake.
It's usually the red herring
As you wish.
Yeah.
type of movies.
Well, same. It's black and white.
Don't mean to butt in, Harper. They're outside. Yes, I know. Send them in. All right. This way.
Anyway, we'll get back to belt talk later.
See you, darling. So good to see you again.
Hello, Connie.
Oh, no. Not out here in the middle of darkest Africa.
You old friends?
Oh, he's hiding in unwanted
years ago.
direction.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell
In
me that
that
you met
sash.
Blake?
You didn't ask me
But
that.
unwanted by whom?
How long has it been, Steve?
Anyone.
He's already
5 years,
spotted
I
the pearl
guess.
necklace.
That should make it all right then, dear. We've only
How do
been
you think it
married
got
4.
there?
I hope you don't mind, Harper, but I'd like to
At
get
least
down
they
to
were
business.
his.
We didn't come out here for the joyride.
That was a
Suits me
wanted
admirably.
direction.
I'm glad we see eye to eye.
Apparently, I must leave. We'll have a long talk about old times, Steve.
Oh, I don't think you'll be here that long, Mrs. Harper. Well, I'm certainly glad to have
We
met
don't
you.
want you here.
I wasn't
Yeah.
aware
We
that
make
we
that
had
clear.
met.
Us men are going to belt each other.
Well, funny goes to show you.
Where
Certainly a
men, we
small world,
wrestle.
huh?
I won't waste time on preliminaries, Blake.
Glad you
I have a
enjoyed
map here that shows about 200 square miles of the territory surrounding Koali
Best
Range.
movie of the year.
Most of it's dense jungle.
Best movie
It's too
ever.
dense. There's a native tribe in there. We can't locate them. They're giving you trouble? Oh, minor attacks, but they constitute a nuisance. They hamper our operations here.
Have you notified the district commissioner?
Yes, I've thought of that, but I don't want war with the natives. I feel that if I could locate them, I might make peace.
Looks
with
like
them.
uninspired.
I don't know what they've got against me. I've never done anything to them.
Natives get funny ideas sometimes.
Yeah.
You want us to locate the village for you, is that it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's actually a
Yes, we've tried and failed. I think you can do it from the air. It shouldn't take you more than a day or two.
Sounds all right to me, Steve. When do we get paid?
good look.
You get half now on the balance when you bring me the information that I want.
The deal?
Well, that's fine. You can start first thing in the morning.
Oh, what about gas?
We have plenty. One of the...
Come on, Hoppy.
Oh, man. You never got an answer about gas.
Looks like we're on the
They
right
had to
side
cut
of
it.
Berger.
I only hope Blake doesn't get too curious.
Well, why should he? You find the village, get his money, and leave.
What about your wife?
What about her?
She knows about
Well,
us.
they've looked everywhere
She
else,
seems to have been
Fiona.
pretty friendly.
It's always in the last
Don't
place
you
you
worry
look.
about Connie. She'd be afraid to tell Blake anything.
I hope so.
What about gas?
Ah, brother.
They keep stepping
What
on
I
a
mean.
cat?
The only thing missing was the finger bowl. But I don't
Well,
mind.
it's definitely not
I'm a
gas
lousy
related, I
bowler
assure you.
anyway. Hey, what's eating you?
Yes.
Did you lose a telephone number or something?
Oh, no. I was just
Tapeworms.
Yeah, you're thinking about that Mrs. Harper.
No thanks, I
You know,
already
she
ate.
paid more attention to you at dinner tonight than she did the food. And I don't think that Mr. Harper liked it for a minute.
Temper.
Stevie boy, please remember that 2,500 beautiful pieces of lettuce are almost ours.
Nobody knows that any better than I do.
That man loves salad.
Hoppy.
Oh boy.
And
He also
eggs.
loves-
Recall an incident where a white man didn't
He loves
report a
screaming
native
about
uprising
secret
to the district
plans.
commissioner.
Can't say that I did, but I don't get around much, you know.
Welcome to
Harper, with a
B-Side,
snap
so-
of his fingers, could have a whole contingent of colonials down here right away. He's senseless.
Oh, brother. Here we go again. Why don't you for Ingalls? You know, Harper might have wanted to look at an Arab. Maybe he just plain don't like the colonial.
Don't get excited, Junior. We'll both get a good night's sleep, and then tomorrow we'll be off about our business.
That's for me. I'm ready. Well, you coming?
Oh, yeah, I'll be up in a minute.
It's cute how he's like, I have no idea why they
I'm
would
going over to
like
the mine,
each
Connie.
other.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
I'm going to bed as soon as I can. Please don't make any noise if you get back late.
I have some questions I'd like to ask you, but I guess they'll keep. Pleasant dreams, dear.
Thank you.
You must tell me about all of your old friends sometime.
I don't know if I can remember them all.
Yeah. Taking a census?
They didn't write him down.
She married you for your looks, Douglas.
I like the wall art. That's pretty good.
Fucking doctor's office? Where are we?
17.
Oh my.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
2.
All right, Connie, what's the idea? Trying to get your husband jealous enough to blow my brains out?
He had to go over to the mine. He'll be gone for an hour. Well, it was
So you're
fun while it
looking to
lasted,
blow my
wasn't
brains out.
It always is.
it? Sure. It always is. I've often thought about us.
She is filling out that dress pretty nice.
You got those.
Married.
I like those in a
Not bad
woman.
either. He must be worth millions.
And not even a 5 and 10 cent store around to spend it in.
You know how much I'll be worth when he pays me the $2,500?
No.
$2,500 and 47 cents.
And $1 million worth of freedom. Oh, Steve, I want to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. I don't love him, and I hate this house and the mine and the jungle. Oh, Steve, get me out of here. You can do it.
You got me wrong, Connie. I'll do almost anything, but I won't take another man's wife. Forget it.
What are you, meatloaf?
I said forget it.
I was just thinking that.
Steve,
Yeah?
do you know why my husband wants you to find that village?
Those are great pockets, aren't they?
Why?
I wonder what
Hiding a
he
lot
can,
there right now.
You can hide a whole lot in those pockets.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Put the
married
whiskey.
now, and not bad either.
Bad attention.
Good night.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at a couple of other things in the scene. Oh,
The zebras.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have pockets. How nice.
Oh, when you said pockets, I thought that was British for
Bra.
never mind.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you? You haven't said a word all morning.
What do you
Yeah, you're
expect
right.
me to say?
They were great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're still holding an
There's money
uncomfortable
we haven't
erection.
got. There's women. Hey, that's it. Dames. You got that Connie on your mind.
I got nothing on my mind but collecting that dough, locating that village, and getting back to Sonobi. Whatever else.
And
is
also
going through
that
electric
dress.
brain of yours is...
Everything.
Hey, what cooks?
I don't know.
I haven't got that far in my acting lessons.
The Meg. Are you kidding? If I'd have known you were going to crack this crate up, I'd have worn my old clothes.
I can't reach that plateau we just passed. You better do some fast practicing on a
Ernest
hop.
Borg had a love child.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's something I don't want to see on porn.
From here on in, we're practically a glider.
Don't bother me. Just praying we don't go into a spin.
Two men going down.
You better pray a little
Oh,
harder,
no.
a little faster.
Pretty sure I've seen that.
It is gay. We're all gay here.
Boy, that was close.
Ah!
Yes.
Racial stereotypes.
There we go.
You thought the Greeks were good at shooting down planes.
No, I detect sabotage. Oh, we're just trapped here alone, the two of us. Oh, how'd that happen?
Guess we're out the gas.
Hey, Hoppy, look, there it is. There's only a few trees around.
You and I had the fish, but she had
Whatever you
the
had, Hoppy,
steak.
we're gonna try it.
Ah!
Perfect.
Not footage. The movie.
All the animals are, oh shit, there goes the neighborhood.
Well, if I'm dead, I don't feel any different than I did before.
They definitely looked like they were in distress, didn't they?
What's the matter? You break something?
No, I was feeling to see if I had wings.
Well, again, he hasn't gotten that far in the
I don't
acting
think I'd get
lessons.
wings in
It's
any
next
case.
week.
Come on, let's see what the damage is.
No, he's even higher. It's Dutch Stewart. Get it?
I will turn this live stream around right now.
What'd you find?
It's the mags, all right.
Did you make a yummy noise?
Have a bicarbonate?
What, is that the way you get rid of lions?
No, I...
Just don't make a noise like something to eat. They go away and leave us alone.
You may go away. Aren't you sure?
No, I guarantee just ran out. Look, you better get the rifle.
Please let this be like Monty Python. When the lion
Yeah,
jumps
yeah.
at them and then it turns into a dude in a suit.
Exactly. Eric Idle keeps looking down with the head.
I trust that guy.
Yeah.
Your scope's going to come in real handy when you have about 8 feet of visibility.
Well, I don't hear that lion anymore, Steve.
Oh, he probably found a meal somewhere else.
So here's hoping you don't come around here looking for dessert.
So anyway, Steve, don't tread on
I'm
me.
gonna put the gun down.
I'm definitely going to put the gun down.
Steve! That lion's back and he's throwing spears.
Hey, Hoppy, easy. That's just a jungle calling card.
Well, let's get out of here. I don't want to accept the invitation.
It wouldn't do any good to run. They're probably watching every move we make.
Yeah.
May as well stay
Nairobi
right here in the open.
85000.
Now I know how a dummy feels in a store window.
Stay close.
Don't worry.
Like I said, our first customer.
Is this Wakanda?
Forever.
No, these are the people that Wakanda keeps out.
Oh.
Drop the rifle.
I'm
going to feel awful undressed without it. We wouldn't have a chance. Maybe they won't get rough if we don't. Drop it. I don't think he likes us, Steve.
Obama, what?
These tribal languages, this is a new
Obama, come loudly.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Yes. Where's Barbara Billingsley when you need her?
They tied us up and pushed us around as if we were nothing more than cattle. It wouldn't have done any good to get sore. Those spears are plenty deadly when they're used right. Then they let us off into the jungle.
Hey, I know. I'm standing
dawn on me
right
until we
next to
reached
you.
the village.
Okay.
How much of a
I know
spot
what
we
they're
were in.
doing.
Who are you narrating this for, dude?
But this must be the place that Harper.
The guy from the very first scene.
Oh, the lawyer who thinks that he needs a doctor.
Might be snooping around. The natives looked like they meant business, but apparently they never did anything rash until they talked it over with the chief first. I knew that this must be his hut.
They asked the chief, should we be rash?
We waited for a minute that seemed like a year. And then the grass door of that big hut opened.
There she is.
Hello, chief.
That makes two of us. This is fantastic. What can a white girl be doing here?
It's amazing. No matter where you go, there's danger.
I don't know. Is there a white couch nearby?
Not anymore.
That's one word I know. It means kill.
There is, and don't...
Savage me, Chief. Savage me.
Come on, Meelah.
Calling me why?
Harper?
He thinks you're Harper.
I'm not Harper, bud. Jose.
Jose?
Mark Chicoma.
No, I'm not even half that size.
Yeah.
This isn't what you're thinking of, a Razorhead. Look,
The Chinese always say, one picture is worth 1,000 words. I doubt if the old boy ever got to China, but he had plenty of good common sense. Well, I was supposed to draw pictures showing who we were and where we came from.
But instead, I shot him.
Yeah, with my spear.
Yeah.
I seemed to have control over that blonde package of TNT, which was okay with me. Oh, that baby was dangerous.
When did he teach
In
them
the best way I
basketball?
could, I tried to explain that we had
Oh,
flown a
yes.
plane from a
Is
coast
that in this
town,
film?
Sonobe, and that we were on our way south when we had to land. Now, I couldn't take a chance on telling them that we were working for Harper. That'd probably mean our
I
neck.
knew I was in a shameful situation, so I took the only honorable way out.
Something tells me you should have gone to art school, Junior.
I blamed my friend.
To the barbecue spit.
Yay!
Good, good.
Drew a huge stick in the sand and said, "Up yours."
Yep.
And then Kong comes out.
And the Ewoks.
Oh, not the
Now?
Ewoks.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
shake what your mama gave you.
Hello, Phil.
and out comes Paul Simon with his guitar.
Yes, you can call him Al.
I don't like that fire, Steve.
I
Well,
feel
landed
you,
on the
buddy.
wrong end of a barbecue.
Buddy,
No, that's not for us. That's war paint on those men. What I'm trying to figure out, though, is that girl. Now, what's she doing here? Where'd she come from? What's she got to do with Harper?
Search me. You saw that locket she was wearing.
Yeah, that's another thing. The locket. Could have swiped it. No.
It's in Dragonfire.
Something strange going on here, Hoppy. Harper knows a lot when he toes.
You know, the irony is I've always wanted to try human flesh myself.
Just not my own.
I beg your pardon? Just because I wear an ascot, do not make assumptions about me, okay?
got a good beat. I can really dance to it. I give it an 84.
She's saying Vargas, as in Antonio Vargas. Is Huggy Bear in this?
That was the worst fake orgasm I've ever seen. And trust me, I've seen some.
Attack the mine.
Sure. You know, that could be the reason they said about us popping.
We've been cooped up in this rat hole for days. How long is it going to be before we get out of here? Don't give me any of that double talk.
Save your breath.
What this place needs is an information desk. Hey, that ain't bad. What is it?
Dirty fries.
Tender snake meat.
Well, there's one thing you got to give these natives credit for. They certainly know how to... Snake meat.
Well, no, tender snake meat. It's not a snake at all.
How do you know? Can you trust a snake?
Well, at any rate, Hoppy, look.
Can't believe we all got that drunk.
Figure out what had happened. The natives had attacked Harper and come off second best as usual. Only this time they'd taken a worse beating. Several of their men were very badly wounded.
Oh my God, the audio was
That gave
getting.
me an idea.
Yeah.
You see, we always carry a first aid kit in the plane. So with a few more pictures, we explained to Tonga that we could be of some help. So we got.
Oh no, one of the aliens from the previous movie is in the film.
And from then on, the natives were our friends.
Keeps showing up at the bottom.
Well, one day Tonga sent for Hoppy and me to come to his hut. So we went down there.
Oh, give it time, Waylon. Give it time.
Greetings, lunch. Gentlemen.
Dear diary.
I sure do want to eat these guys.
Sorry. What is it? Look at this. July 7, 1927.
I
All
think
that
I'm
Joe had
about to
hoped
be
for
eaten.
has come true. Just
Not
a little
in a good
more,
way.
and we'll be there, the place where the diamond mine will be. There will be a fortune someday for a leader. I should be happy, but something isn't right.
Signed,
I
Mr.
don't know
Ford.
what. Perhaps it's Joe's partner, Harper. Harper. I don't trust him.
Jim
Or maybe
Harper.
it's just as he says, a case of nerves.
John Smallberry.
Anyway,
John Smallberries.
Come on, Meelah, una mag. Meelah, una mag. I'm just guessing, Happy, but these people have something to do with Meelah. But how did Harper get... Harper!
The old boy's blown his tap.
He's trying to tell us something about Harper. I've got to find out what.
He was skinned alive.
No, not this time.
That he was
There's
delicious.
more than pictures
Yeah,
to explain
well.
this one.
Got any ideas?
Yeah. Now, the first thing you're going to do is get that plane fixed.
What are you going to be doing?
Trying to put two and two together.
I'll be
Tonga and Meelah
watching
here
you
doing
work.
the editing.
You know, math was never my strong
The
suit.
next 10 days were probably as exciting and exasperating as any I'd ever spent. I didn't see a great deal of Hoppy, but I don't think he was having much fun working his head off getting the plane into shape. But the job had to be done, and if there wasn't sufficient diversion for him, it was just too bad. Strangely enough, though, he didn't complain. Maybe that was because I was too engrossed in my own labors to take notice. My job also took a bit of doing. Teaching English to Meelah and Tonga could be a tough job for an expert, but for me, it was practically a career. I tried to think how my
It
fifth grade
involved a
teacher
lot
would
of
do,
groping.
and then went full steam ahead.
And the aliens are back.
Could hardly be
Harrison
considered
Ford School
work,
of Acting.
but within limitations,
A lot
I
of
really
touching
kept
of
my
the
mind on my
breast.
business. Looking at the English words for flower, beauty she was.
Oh,
What a weird combination.
More importantly,
of
the
circumstances must
native
have brought
word for
her here to this
deflower.
place. As a matter of fact, I wasn't here because I saw it
Clearly didn't need
advertised
to
in travel folder
give her
either.
the English word for shampoo and conditioner.
No,
Used to have those.
No, she clearly
He
could
grasped
have.
everything I tried to teach him pretty quick. He was still slightly wary of me, but that was probably shyness. As we proceeded with our work, I would teach him words of violence.
Look at him white-splaining a spear to this man.
Wound. because I thought that would make it easier for him to fill me in on the story of Harper and Meelah and the people in the locket. Only a few more lessons, and I figured Tonga would be ready to clear up the mystery. Well, I was with Meelah most of the time, and when she wasn't around, I began to miss her. That was a strange feeling for me. I'd never really missed any woman before. I'd search until I found her.
So many choices. Which one do I put?
Which of the stock footage do I use?
Meelah!
Honey badger.
Come over! Big snake!
Hey. Wrapped a dead snake around.
Yes, they did.
Animals were hurt in the making of this. Not in this one.
I think the snake is dead.
That snake is dead as fuck.
It hasn't been moving.
It's interesting.
Putting the cone of shoulder.
Come over! Vaga! Kill snake!
Just kidding. Psych.
Now play it in reverse. Tired of these motherfucking snakes on my motherfucking horns.
He's coming for us now.
What the hell is this?
More
Dead, not Vaga.
Not Vaga.
No.
Dead. Kill snake. Thank you.
Well, don't thank me, baby. We're just a good team. I'm not the hero type.
Hero?
No, not me. Look, heroes are born, not made. Me, I'm just an airplane driver.
Danger, death noodle.
Oh, Meelah, that's very pretty.
Yes. Pretty.
Oh, now, wait a minute, cutie pie. I don't even like to wear neckties.
Meelah light. Good. Blake good.
Oh, no, honey. Anybody from Tangier to Cape Town will tell you that I...
Honolulu Samoy. Blake good. Blake very good for Meelah.
Look, honey, I can't take it. I can see you. I can smell these
Meelah went to
flowers.
see Blake Snake.
Oh, Meelah, for the love of Mike.
I want the monkeys to watch.
They're like, we'll show you how it's done.
Well, that was it. Up to now, I'd been strictly a kiss-and-run character. But
It
here
was
I
hand
was,
job
falling in love
time.
with a girl who couldn't even tell me in English that she was crazy about me. It was as simple as that.
Use the
And then
international
Hoppy told me that
language.
he was getting near the end of his job in a plane, so I had to speed up my lessons.
You really taught those people English?
Well, just enough to find out what I wanted to know about Meelah and Harper.
So there was a connection.
Yeah, enough to make your hair stand on end. 20 years ago,
You're talking
Joe
to a bald
Comstock,
man.
that's Meelah's father, had staked a claim on the spot where the mine is now. Well, he needed an engineer. So Harper seemed to be the best man for the job. Well, that was a mistake. But he took him in as a partner.
Who was this Berger?
Berger?
I think Douglas
I don't think he knew
Dumbrille
anything
is
about
the right
engineering.
name for English.
But Harper knew that Berger could be tough in handling the native labor, so he brought him along as sort of a foreman.
But this girl, now, where does
I'm
she...
coming to that. Joe Comstock had decided to settle in the area near the mine.
I'm coming in that,
So
too.
he took his wife, Mary, and their year-old daughter with him on the trip to the mine site.
How are you feeling, dear?
Oh, I'll
Okay,
be all
now what's
right.
going on?
Another 4 hours and we'll be there.
Another flashback to a different time.
You've been
In the
looking.
flashback.
Oh my God,
I
I'm in
like
someone
that.
else's memories during this flashback.
Yeah.
Now we're in the chip's memory.
Is that Juan Valdez?
He zips through all these details, but then he goes on and on about the snake and the bull. And then the bull bucked around some more, and the snake wrapped around him.
For about another 20 minutes or so.
Sorry, not sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's
Shoot the
origin
baby.
story.
Into the brush before they surround us.
It's the Habito.
Is it still fresh?
Perhaps you could warn them, Dr. Jones.
If you know Habito.
If only you spoke Habito.
Well, into the pot.
Nuggets.
Suckling long pig.
And there it was. Murder. Plain murder. It didn't take much to figure out that Harper and Berger had killed the girl's parents so that Harper could get full possession of the diamond mine.
Well, why didn't you have the police bring him in?
Well, figure it out for yourself. It was the word of an old native against that of Harper, a millionaire with plenty of power. Now, that's why I needed more proof. When I told Hoppy we were going to get that proof, he was almost ready to resign from the firm.
Steve, for the love of Pete, have you lost all your marbles? How do you expect to pin a murder rap on Harper?
Oh, through Connie, maybe.
Yeah, but you told me you were in love with Blonde Dynamite.
I was hoping we'd take the law into our own hands.
I might be able to trade a little plane ride for a little information, see?
There's the thinking man's joke.
Is the crate ready?
Yeah, it's ready, but I still don't see what that's got
You
to do.
will. Come on. We've got to see a man about a murder. Let's get out of here.
Don't you worry about a thing, honey. We'll fix Harper once and for all, then I'll be back for you.
You come back?
Nothing could keep me away, baby.
Your back, your front, all of it.
All over your back.
Yeah. I'm gay. Leave me alone.
You come back.
What kind of a heel do you think I am? I love you, Meelah. This time it's for keeps. I'll be back, I promise. Goodbye, honey.
Just going out for cigarettes.
Yeah. It's milk.
Well, of course it's painted on. They shot this in a day or two.
I'm not pregnant.
Oh my God, he stuck it in the wrong one.
Yes, Waylon, I was just thinking that man was definitely pregnant. A very progressive film.
So get this, I told her I'd be back.
I meant that, Hoppy. I wasn't kidding.
You mean, quote, you
Wait till the
lost your
chief
heart
finds
in
out it's mine.
What I mean is, Hoppy, that I'm really in love with Meelah. Now, if you laugh, I'll
dream.
chop off your arm and hit you over the head with it.
Take me back to the department store, Mother, because now I believe in Santa Claus.
3 weeks gone. Valuable time. And all wasted. Those natives attacked again while you were away. I hired you men because I wanted quick action.
I'm sorry, Harper. We couldn't figure on engine trouble. It's a tough break.
Yes. I suppose so. You didn't see anything in the village at all, eh?
Nothing but a bunch of trees, Mr. Harper.
Of course, we didn't have much of a chance to look around, but we'll rest up a couple of days and we'll take another stab at
A
it.
couple of days.
Look, chum, we're tired. It ain't no fun sitting in the jungle for 3 weeks with nothing but wild animals around. Have you ever had snake meat for lunch?
Snake meat?
The snake attacked Hoppy. We killed it. That was all the food we had to eat that day.
Junking some snake meat.
Well, you don't look as though you hadn't eaten regularly. Okay, I'm going up to the mine for a couple of days. There's been some trouble up there. When I come back, you can make another search.
Just make sure that nothing happens to your plane this time. Snake meat. Yeah.
Are you guys liking it so far, or?
No.
It's not the worst thing to see.
It's top cinema.
He keeps saying that.
Wait till Iceman shows up. Sick of
I must say, you're acting almost human.
She
Is it
made
because
it to
Mark's
the
out of
rave.
mind?
Yeah, it's the evening gown. I haven't seen you in one in 5 years. Besides, I have to be nice to the boss's wife.
And let's see how nice you can be.
Oh, hello.
Thank you.
This is damning with faint praise. He's been to B-sides before.
And he came back.
You know what this movie needs is the Ritz Brothers.
Little soft shoe.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Kitty! Oh, everything. Steve, I've got to get away from here. I want to get back to the coast. This is the first time I've worn my party clothes since I came to live here. There's just no reason for
And I want a party.
Meaning, I suppose, that I'm a reason, huh?
Yes.
And just what do you think your husband would do if you cleared out?
I don't know. You'd have to
This
catch me
husband?
first.
This husband? That husband?
You'd give anything to get out of here, wouldn't you, Connie?
You're not going to bargain with me about money.
No. No, I'd like to get paid off in a little different way.
Oh, my.
What's that?
Information.
Am I supposed to know what that means?
Give me the
Like,
dope
where
want
can
when
I
we fly to
hide the
coast
salami?
together.
Steve, I don't know what you're
You know, I have
thinking
this erection.
about,
I
but
need
whatever
something
it
to
is,
deal
I
with
don't
it
know
some
a
way.
thing.
I need some
Jungle,
information.
baby. There's a lot of places to hide money.
Yeah.
I'll see you in the morning.
No, trust me, I know.
Just don't start kicking yourself when you realize that you're throwing away your only chance to get out of here.
Steve, wait.
It's a porno
I knew
without
it
the
was smart,
sex
Connie.
and less plot.
You never were a girl that had
Sometimes I wonder if you are a bargain.
Same, Jack. Same.
And there was enough evidence for me, Connie. There was the locket, the diary, and Tonga's word.
Emma pretends not to be
Still wasn't
female.
enough evidence for the courts.
And you think I can supply proof that Mark killed this jungle girl's parents?
That's about the size of it.
I'm sorry, I can't. The official story is that the Comstocks were killed by the natives.
You don't believe that, Connie.
Steve, you're out of your mind. This thing can't be proved. Mark's too smart not to burn his bridges behind him.
Then you admit there were bridges to burn. You know that Harper did kill the Comstocks.
Steve, for heaven's sake, stop questioning me. I tell you it can't be proved. Why stir up trouble? This jungle savage can't mean anything to you. Hey, wait a minute. You're doing this for her.
I made a deal with you, and I'll stick to it if you don't like it.
Oh, Steve, don't go. I can't stay here. I want to go with you.
Oh, shit.
God.
Oh, shit's gonna get
Here we
right.
go.
Hands off my man.
Cat fight, come on. Oh, who denies the cat fight?
Come here.
No good.
Fight.
Be
Cat
killed.
fight. Cat fight.
You don't love me.
Believe me, this is my fantasy, but no knives. No knives.
Did we get St. Elmo's fire out of his shot already?
Knocked the soul right out of him.
I wouldn't try it, boys. You wouldn't get very far. You can't get away with this, Blake. Will you bet?
What's going on here?
Meelah was here.
Right here, Waylon, right here.
Right here.
Meelah came all the way here?
It's over at Friday Night Tykes.
Brother, she must have a case on you.
That's the way I figure it, Steve. You were just stringing me along, trying to find out what I know. You don't like me now any more than you did 5 years
Became
ago.
married.
Should he, my dear?
Get indignant.
Don't move, Blake. All right, Berger, take his gun.
Dad bought Dumbrille's here.
I heard a shot. I just got back from the mine. What's happened? Jungle Girl was here.
Strange. Jim
I
never
want-
has a freaking girlfriend at
Blake
home.
helped her get away. Oh, so that's it.
I want cummerbunds
Take them both
on these
inside. I
men
want a word with
right
you.
now.
All right, hero, it's my turn now. Inside.
Heathens.
I heard what you said to
All right,
Blake.
let me go down to Joanne's.
You better
I'll be
make your
right back.
I'll get that.
Get about your business, you two. Anything you may say is going to sound rather stupid, Connie.
Oh, Mark, please, listen
You're
to
still in
me.
love with Blake.
No.
You love Blake and you married me.
Mark, please.
Because you had a diamond mine.
You moved the tombstones, but you left the bodies, didn't you?
I don't
Where's
love
Maury
you, Blake, but
Povich
I
when you
hate
need him?
Yeah,
I wanna
let's
get
do
away
it
from here,
then.
and I thought he'd take me.
Oh,
Yeah?
I've never
Well, maybe you'd
needed
like to
Maury
take this with you. Easy, Blake.
Whatever first attracted you to your multi-millionaire husband?
Cummerbund.
Well,
Nothing to eat but snake meat.
Number
I
one,
wouldn't get
cummerbund.
too
Yeah.
Number two,
Two murders
diamonds.
already on your hands. It seems to me you made rather good use of the 3 weeks you're away.
Yeah,
You're
we're
right.
going to see that you hang if it's the last thing we ever do.
Keep your mouth shut unless you want me to close it for you.
I can do it myself, bud. I've been doing it ever since the day I was born.
Hoppy's right. We got enough information of that village to have you tried for murder.
I don't feel
So,
comfortable watching
then
someone
perhaps the
else's
information in the
couples
village should be
therapy.
destroyed.
Yeah.
Hey, I get it. That's why they wanted us to find the place. They wanted to knock off the white girl. She might be evidence.
Sure. And that's why we're not going to tell them where the village is.
Ah,
I think you will.
because I
I'll keep them
have
covered,
this.
Berger. See if you can persuade our unwilling friends to talk. There's nothing I'd like better.
Oh no!
Oh, he's taking.
First, I'm gonna flex.
Yes.
Just wrestling.
I'll give you one more chance to talk before Berger goes to work. That gun doesn't give me much of a chance to
And let me tell you, he's quite the masseuse.
Yes.
It's going to be a
Death
very
by the
uneven
bula bula.
contest. I advise you not to resist.
You just
I'm
wait
really
till
quite a
I've
good
got my
shot.
sleeves rolled up.
At this distance, I could give you
Yeah.
numerous
My
painful
pants
wounds
down.
without actually killing
We
you.
had
Oh, now, wait a minute,
snoo.
Harper. For the love of Pete, you can't do this.
Stay
On
my
the
warm ups.
contrary,
They'll be
I
right
shall
with
enjoy
you.
it very much until Blake gets some sense. Berger? Don't be a sap, Owen.
Wow.
Now's a good time to change your mind, Blake. Berger's only getting
Nobody
warmed
gets
up.
stopped in the jaw in this film.
You're doing fine.
You're all done for the body shots.
Well, he knew that his nipples were very.
Oh, there's
tender.
one. Sorry, I spoke too soon. It's a Hollywood tradition.
Come on, laughing boy. Have fun.
Give him the old jaw, red box jaw. Here's some more jaw.
Wait a minute, that's enough. Leave him alone. I'll tell you
hoping
where the
for
village
one
is.
more
Just leave him
red
alone.
box, but
You
okay.
show better sense than your friend, Owens.
Now just shoot him.
Yeah.
All right. Draw the route to the village.
Well, I ain't much good at maps, but I'll try.
What are you
How do I
good
know
at,
you won't
Hoppy?
bump us off after I finish this?
You don't. But if you want to save your friend from further beating, start drawing.
Let's see. I'm going to make the balls first.
Finally, stakes. She's still waiting for you, isn't she? Do you guys want to hear some more of my complaining or what?
Yeah. At least she's not singing. What the hell is she doing?
I'm gonna plant this and it'll grow into a
Oh,
nice
it's a
tree.
full sword, yeah.
I think I'd rather hear more about this this strip mall screenplay.
Oh, when are you leaving?
I'm not. I've changed my mind.
I was hoping she would strip.
Love for me, I suppose.
No, just getting sensible, perhaps. Here I'm the boss's wife. In Sonobi with Blake or anyone else, I'd be nothing.
Yes, you don't like the idea of going back and being nothing.
That's right. Now you know how I feel. If you want me to stay on those terms, I'll stay.
I can always fall back on my
I
Avon
suppose
sales.
I'm a
Yes.
fool, but I want you even on those terms.
What about him?
He's my concern from here in. Better go now, Connie.
He's your replacement. Now you on the floor, put on this dress.
I don't trust her. She's been nothing but trouble since she arrived. She's my wife. If you don't like things the way they are, get out. Take it easy. I'm just telling you. You take care of your business. I'll take care of mine.
Apparently she's everybody's
Boy.
wife.
Well, it isn't much, but I guess it'll get you there.
Okay,
Heavy
Owen.
weighs the
I hope
cummerbund.
for your sake it's all right. Take him downstairs.
What do you mean downstairs? Where are you taking us?
In this part of the country, I'm the law. I'm prepared for all emergencies, such as rebellious workmen.
Oh, a jail, huh? You don't miss any bets, do you, Mr. Harper?
No, I try not to. You better give Blake a hand.
Come on, Blake. They're giving us a private room with a bar. In fact, lots of bars.
Wow, wow.
He is comedy relief. He is the Jar Jar of this film, isn't he?
Well, I've neither been relieved
Archie
nor
calls
have
him
I
Bob
seen
Note.
comedy.
They don't usually break the law again after having been here, if that's what you mean.
Break the law.
Hey, if we're
Something
going
like
to
asking for a
Africa,
raise, maybe.
I'm
You
going to
know, when
pretend
you
to be
talk too
Bob
much.
Hope the whole
That's
time
fine, that's the
because
only way I
I
can say
figure
anything.
they've never heard of him, right? So his shtick's bound to work, right? Right?
Bob
Special
Nope,
customer,
as
Stone.
R2 calls him.
Just see to it that they don't pull any fast ones. Don't worry, they won't try
Bob Hopeless.
He's sold millions of records in the
According
company.
to Owen's map,
I'm
the
just
ship
gonna
will take
pretend
2
I'm
days
in
going
Ishtar.
till he's coming. We got enough food for 6 days? Sufficient ammunition?
No one.
You're really going to do a thorough
How
job
bad
of it,
is a
aren't you,
movie
Mark?
when you say
Why
that?
not? I really like to protect my interests.
Yes. I suppose you'll feel
I'd
much
rather be
safer with that
Ishtar.
jungle.
I'd rather be watching Ishtar.
You're thinking too much, Connie.
Am I? Just celebrating our reunion.
My
The
other car is
millions
Ishtar.
may they rest easy on your conscience.
You be smart and watch your tongue.
I'd walk a camel for a mile.
You ready? Let's go.
This is Ishtar, but in Pig Latin.
Yes, it's getting storm.
Every July, daggers are grown here. in July.
There's no way to emphasize the Enigma's language. If there is, she'll go down on you.
Fiona with a hot take.
Steve, you ain't had a bit of sleep. Worrying about Meelah.
What do you think about Heaven's Gate, Fiona?
Warn her somehow, Hoppy. I can't just let Harper kill her.
Don't seem like there's much we can do
Have
about
it
it.
wait.
No, Heaven's Gate. And not the people who decided that they would wear their Nikes and go to the comic.
No, the Chibino follow-up to Deer Hunter.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Harper.
Yeah, Michael Cimino. Yeah.
Hi, Stoney.
Ruined his career. Well,
And rightfully so.
You ain't never said more than 10 words to me, Mrs. Harper.
But that doesn't mean I haven't noticed you, Stoney. As a matter of fact, I think you're cute. I've always thought you were cute. But you didn't even know I was around.
Holy smokes, you go for anybody.
Quiet, Hoppy, quiet.
It's a good question.
My two pals, how they doing, Stoney?
They pull it out of that lady. She's pretty chilly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a vicious circle, Stoney. My husband hits me, and I hit the bottle. Gotta get a little fun someplace, huh, Stoney?
careful now. He's known backstage as Bob Grope.
One sound and you're minus your head.
Don't kill me.
And I'll shrink it.
Connie.
Yeah.
I promise someone
You'll
back
see I
home.
get back to the coast, Steve.
And last summer we called him Bob Prescription Soap. So
Going back to the
don't
good old
do
USA
it.
where the only diamonds I want to see will be in the store windows.
Now you're
Need
talking.
to check his index card.
All right, you can let go of him. I got him covered.
I'll take care of this character, Hoppy. You warm up the plane. We've got to get to Meelah in a hurry.
Right.
A fourth person should come in
Come
now
along,
and
Connie.
take the gun from him.
Exactly. Here, you hold this
You
for
finish
me.
your job and come back for me.
I've got him now.
I'll be able to handle things.
No,
until
me.
then.
You're sure?
Yes.
Here, hold this gun on yourself while I get busy.
Blonde Savage is Amelia Bodelia. It's Meelah.
What is it, Connie?
Well, Mark and Berger have always been worried about what happened to the Comstock bodies. According to their story, they ran off after the natives attacked.
Something
But
you want
I've
to share with
overheard
the
many
rest of the
times
class,
discussing where the
Amelia?
bodies could be, and I know they've searched.
The body.
Exhibit Q.
Yeah. Yeah. So long, wonderful.
Oh, well, Connie, you sure you'll be all right here?
Sure. Stone can yell his head off and nobody will hear him.
Good. I'll see you later.
Good luck.
Great. Okay.
We're all good now.
I hope he does. I hope he does yell.
Maybe just a little hand stuff before you go.
What are we going to do when we get there, Steve?
That's the $2,500 question.
Yeah, you can bet it all that Meelah won't be waiting with open arms or a home-cooked meal. And after we get that little matter wrapped up, we're going to have to start planning a little entertainment for Harper and Company. They're expected, you know.
Everything is nicely arranged for them.
You know, we're going to have a rough time with that arsenal and Harper's got.
Strategy, Hoppy, strategy. Use your brains.
What good are our brains going to do with a couple of bullets in them?
Well, you just keep your brains out of the way.
I love that you can just crash a plane in the jungle and take back off.
No, it's totally easy.
Do you hear a plane?
Yeah. You don't suppose that's Blake? Stone's pretty handy with that gun. Might be Army plane.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Bales of cocaine falling from low-flying planes.
Square grouper, baby. Square grouper.
Blake,
Is this a date movie?
fuck.
Blake, talk. Say much.
I mean, if you want to break up, yeah.
Good. Maga, Kenome, Saloe.
Blake, oh, woman.
The natives
No
are
good.
excited by the plane because they're addicted to chemtrails.
We were only there 3 weeks. They've already established a cargo cult.
pictures, pal. They don't seem so glad to see us.
Meelah, I've got a lot to explain.
Blake, no good.
Now you gotta explain what explain means.
Tonga, much trouble. Harper, many men, guns. They come kill Meelah. Berger.
Harper. Kill. Blake. Come. Help.
Blake, help. I've got a few ideas.
Adenega. Please come.
We've got a lot to talk over, honey.
Why does he keep calling the chief honey? I guess that's why he got him pregnant.
You should know by now not to ask questions.
It's true. Why can't this movie be over?
Shaka, what walls fell?
Looks like it's deserted. Yeah, altogether too deserted.
That was just a
Well,
Fiona.
it could be a trap. What trap?
Tama,
What could they do against
Angela,
our guns?
that's an Agra.
Yeah, they should know better by this time. They've probably spotted us and taken to the hills. Let's take a look. This is giving me the creeps. Well, it certainly can't be here. Or we hear a kid cry or a dog bark or something.
The sound stage isn't big enough for the town.
There's no one there, not even their belongings. Same over here. Well, just as I thought, they've all cleared out.
I keep waiting for Blazing Saddles to break in through the sets.
You're completely surrounded, Harper. The first man who tries something gets it.
Now, don't be a
Columbo,
fool, Blake. You
Columbo,
can't do anything against our
Columbo.
guns.
Oh no,
Sorry that
James
happened.
Cagney.
Acting right out of
This is
him.
clean business. Now drop your guns. Hold on to your guns, men. You'll all be murdered if you don't.
I ain't going
Well, I'll
to fight
savage your
something I
butt,
can't see.
Amelia, but I'm not blonde.
I've got this gun aimed right at your head, Harper. I'll give you 3. 1, 2.
Bang,
That's better.
bang.
You boys can sit back and relax now. Our business is with Harper and Berger, not you. If you
Now
get ahead, nobody
dance.
will get hurt.
What? Me natives.
Nice seeing you at this end of a gun, Harper.
Do you mind telling me how you got out of that cell?
We played gin rummy with a guard and won the keys.
I'll find out sooner or later.
It'll have to be a lot later. I'm taking you two to Sonobi.
Sonobi.
I'm liking
What
the Luke's
The
monkey
murder of the
noises.
girl's
It's like
parents?
the.
I know. It's just, at times, I'm like, is Barbara laughing uncontrollably in the background, or
Not for me.
it's like a giggle going on? And then I'm like, no, that's the monkey.
It's his pager.
A lot of ambient.
You go on without me.
To switch the truth and have Meelah arrested for killing Berger.
I see. So you laid charges against Harper.
They should put the monkey noise in this scene as well.
Yes.
There's only one thing that'll get Meelah free, Mr. Bennett, and that's the proof of Harper's guilt.
I was hoping I could pay your lawyer's fees in monkeys.
They should be back in the interior by now. If they found what I sent them
It was
for,
actually the monkey that
Meelah
told me to
will
get a
go
second
free.
opinion on my
If they
plan.
don't, Harper will walk out of that door across the street.
And when he does, I'm going to throw a monkey at him.
That's right.
Don't try to stop me, Bennett.
Or a boa constrictor around his neck.
He's just running a rainforest cafe. This is just like the office in the back. Just,
I can't believe none of you guys have started farting again.
Oops. It was Luke Costello. My
You
bad.
didn't shoot.
No.
What's up with it?
I guess you're
Belloc.
both Inspector.
He knew he'd never beat a
David
trial.
Belloc.
No one's ever escaped this dish yet.
You're not
Someone
wrong.
should have told him.
No, you're
That
not
is a
wrong.
brave man wearing a white
We
suit.
found the graves at
Yeah,
Comstock.
there's a
with
guy
deep
that
blood
doesn't
in their
drop
skulls.
wine everywhere.
You were smart not to have opened those graves yourself. You'd have ruined the only evidence we have.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mr. Blake.
It's very
Yeah,
simple,
you're
Mr.
not
Bennett.
alone.
Harper claimed that the
tiny is
Comstocks
he?
were killed by the natives. Well, savages in the
I
jungle
get the
don't
impression
carry
that they're
38.
Like a
freakishly tall.
jockey.
Cry this die. Cry this die.
What, did
I'm
they
afraid
not
my
have a
wife will never
spare
believe it.
apple
Well,
crate for this
goodbye,
guy?
sir. Good luck.
That's
Well,
how Tom
isn't he
Cruise
just
looked
the
without all the
littlest
enhancements.
lawyer you ever saw?
Oh wow, she got the whole jungle thing going
Oh,
on under there.
Meelah, honey.
Please, let's say she has.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Hello.
Break it up, will you, Steve?
Ray
My arms
Skywalker.
are getting tired.
The Swamper's been involved in this movie.
You, pal.
Keep a sharp eye on him, honey.
Hi,
Steve
Ray.
may be okay. but no man should be trusted any further than to throw a diamond mine.
Me no trust.
This is our new polyamorous life in the jungle.
At your service, my lady. Honey, someday when you're a real lady, we'll visit Connie in Brooklyn.
You're a real lady?
Now.
Yes, Mrs. Blake. I guess you are.
Wow. That's a
Scene!
Scene!
Oh, Scene!
Scene.
How we have missed you.
My word.
God.
Well, that
feel like
just
someone
abruptly
just-
gets out, doesn't it?
Yeah, someone mercifully just killed that
Exactly.
movie.
They're like, fuck this shit.
They're like,
You
get
know,
out
now
of
I
here.
just wrap
Just get
this
the
shit
fuck
up.
out of here.
Fiend had enough of this shit.
I remember I actually had to splice that end title on there because it was missing.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, anytime you want, Amelia. Anytime.
Dean doesn't give a fuck. It just takes.
Oh
what it
no,
wants.
Amelia, this was my choice.
Yeah, we get to
That's
show.
right.
We get
You
to.
can blame me tonight.
We get to point at Barbara this week.
That's right.
Boo, Barbara.
Prolonged exposure to Adam Gray
Chubby
may
Schmaltz
cause
ready.
degradation of your taste.
I don't know though. When I thought it was Adam's movie, I was angrier. Now I'm.
Yeah, me too.
Now it's just stunning disappointment.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay,
Hey.
now I'm just disappointed, and that's worse.
Exactly. Oh,
It's
Barbara.
Blonde
Hang
Savage
passes.
will be.
The disappointment lingers, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
I was
Blonde
hoping
Savage
for
will
higher
be my
marks than
cats.
this.
Jesus. Well, it's not the worst white savior movie, jungle movie, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tropes in that thing.
Yeah, there was a whole spate of these films. There's at least a dozen floating around that are all basically exactly the same. I can't remember the title of the one that MST did. Maybe Jeff, you remember? They did one of those like white savior.
Mr. T,
gods
did you
or
say?
something. Yeah, I can't remember. I thought it was this one, but it's not. It's the one where she's
No,
like,
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it continues on because I mean, even in like music, there's the "Stranded in the Jungle" song from the
Jungle
50s.
Goddess. R2 got it. Yeah,
The
that's
cadets.
Yep.
A crash. in the jungle while trying to get away.
and that's the one where she's like some French fried potatoes and hamburger sandwiches. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, everybody.
Who said that?
I like that little lawyer guy. He was like from the Lollipop Guild.
Mhm.
That was nice.
Well, I think everybody else is like 6'4" or better. He was like normal Hollywood actor sized, and then everybody else was just of my tribe.
Normal
He was-
British size.
He was tall at the start, but his essence was sapped from that terrible story.
Yes, as the story kept going, he kept shriveling.
Me too.
He also looked much taller when people had to sit in children's chairs.
And then some of the snake was on top of the bull's head, and he bucked and he bucked. And then the snake wrapped more around his neck a little bit.
They
and he
zipped
bucked and he
Round
bucked.
one of the horns, but not the other one. Then there was a little bit more.
The lawyer is busy hanging a noose from his lamp to see if it'll hold his weight while the story's going on.
If I remember correctly, it was the left horn.
This is the left horn. Yes. But
Waylon,
that was from my point of view. See, from the bull's point of view, it was actually
75%
bull's
of
right.
it.
The bull's right horn. My left. Bull's
my
right.
left. Yeah, my left. Yeah,
It's
his
all-
right.
Stage right.
Yeah.
We have so much Charlie Chan and Mr. Moto shit. Oh God.
Well, we know who done it. Adam.
Hey. Sumeru, yes.
Yes.
But not
Yeah,
Sumeru.
I also prefer that one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones in that.
Well, there were some ones in this one.
Yeah, and maybe even a 2.
Yeah, definitely 2.
The jumping rubber Italian dudes. That's the title.
That is it.
Those are the Supermen's.
I tried to tell her that my rubber jumped, and she didn't believe me.
No. It's the first
giddy
time it's ever
bouncy
happened, I
boys.
assure you.
Postman,
Hi, Husband.
thanks for your continued faith. Gosh.
Sure, get that trending. Get that trending.
I love that this was my pick and you still blame him.
Damn right we do. Somehow this is still his fault.
Yeah, I mean, he had to encode it. He saw it. He was like, "No, this is it."
Hell's a Poppin' was fucking quality.
Yes.
He probably introduced you to this film. That's the thing.
I can't believe I'd never heard or seen it. That was amazing.
That was good. Yeah, Hell's a Poppin' was good.
And that shit will get stuck in your ear like, oh my god. Yeah.
It's the first time a cab's gone exactly where I told him to go.
Every line is a quote. Every
that thing is a machine gun.
Yeah, it really is. And I don't know why we can't make movies like that anymore. It doesn't even have to be a comedy, but like we can't get dialogue like The Thin Man,
right?
Hell's a Poppin' anymore. Like it ain't that hard. Just draft it, work on it.
I mean, it is
just
hard.
Not popping.
It requires competence.
Yeah,
Seems
or
to
at
be in
least,
short
or
supply.
maybe even more than one draft. I mean that. You get the
or to
impression
write
there's a
it
great deal of
before
talent
you
that
film
this
it, right? Yeah.
An outline, please.
Yeah,
Something.
yeah.
Jesus, you're doing a trilogy and you're not even gonna outline it. Okay.
Oh God! Don't even.
Oh, did anybody else watch the EFAP on the guy? So they were basically talking about Bethesda games and how the head story writer Emil, Italian last name, he's been getting a lot of hate, and there's a guy named Never Knows Best who did this 2-hour video about how all of this hate has been manufactured, and he calls out two people who EFAP then had on to discuss this, and it's a long one. It's like 12 hours. It was on Saturday, I think.
Jesus.
But the thing that kept jumping out at me was that Emil, the head story guy and essentially in charge of Bethesda games since I believe Fallout 4. He's explaining to a bunch of developers that they essentially stopped working with design docs because they kept changing things so much. And his final explanation is the game is the design doc. At which point I screamed very loudly and threw things because this is not how anything works. And also begins to explain why Bethesda games have been shit since he took over this thing. And so there just kept being this discussion about design docs and all that. And his explanation of them were totally wrong. It was like, okay, if that's what you think a design is, well, then okay, I can see how you would iterate on that. But that's not it at all. And to say the result is the process is to totally upend everything, right? And so I started thinking, I was like, no, this is actually how they do movies now. The movie is the script, because we didn't have one going in. And why would we write anything down? Because we're just constantly going to change it with rewrites or whatever. And so the movie, any script or design or anything like that, that's like ex post facto, the post hoc, the actual thing.
Well, at least part of the problem is that they think so much of themselves that they think they can just do it on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all
worked.
of the recent Marvel films have had that problem. I mean, things like Doctor Strange. In fact, EFAP did that one as well, where they were basically saying that they didn't have a third act by the time they were pretty much in the middle of shooting the second act.
Right.
And they were just completely changing stuff. And they had sets built for scenes which they hadn't actually written into the scripts as yet.
That was Multiverse of Madness.
It was, yeah. But that was the same, I think, with the Black Widow film as well. They had an idea for a train fight or something like that, or whatever it was, whatever the action sequence was. And that train fight could have been for any film. They were just they had the cinematic ready for it. And
right.
And
then we just need to make a story that kind of sort of incorporates
we're just linking
that somehow.
These things that we've already finished the effects for. It's
right.
Like,
so Amelia, Amelia, that's part of why these budgets have blown up to
Without a doubt,
absurd
yeah.
amounts, right? When you don't write a script, when you don't storyboard and know what the hell the shots is, we don't stick to them.
I've
And it's just
understood
make it
this.
up
I've
as you
never
go
understood-
along. Well, you're going to do shit. If everything is rough draft, first draft improv, you're going to have to do it over and over again, and you're just going to waste a ton of money.
And the shining example here is Fury Road, which doesn't have a script. It
Right.
only has storyboards. There is no script for Fury Road.
Right.
It's only storyboards because it's meticulously planned out.
I had heard that they didn't write a script for Sin City either. That they just used the comics.
Yeah, I don't think you'd need to.
Yeah, you've already got pre-made storyboard and story. So
I'd imagine the same
good.
is probably true of 300 as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, well, then again, that's why Snyder. If you look at the movies that don't totally suck that Snyder was involved with, they already had pre-storyboard because they were already comics first.
Because people do. There's a lot of people that don't like the Watchmen film. I think it's pretty faithful. I mean, it's not. I mean, it is pretty accurately done. I mean, okay, the ending's a little different, but to be fair, he has pretty much stuck to how it looks in the comic.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Captain Falcon? Is that
that's
the Gay Films Falcon? Because I used to work in a video store, and
Tom of Finn was storyboarded.
there's a lot of chapters to Falcon.
Wow, no one got that reference.
Okay,
look at my video shop.
I would challenge you to find a better opening credit scene than Watchmen.
I think that's a great. Yeah, I agree. I think that's brilliant.
Fantastic.
With
So
Bowie just hanging out in the background and.
Oh my God!
But if you watch that or 300 in particular, if you got out the comic book, they are literally shot for shot.
Well, that's it exactly.
He frames it exactly as the panel is in the comic.
Totally. When you're watching the opening sequence of the comedian getting thrown out of the window and the badge falling to the floor, it's pretty much exactly as it's shown in the comic. I mean, this is true though. I mean, I've never understood this. Why when the cheapest part of the process of making a film is pen and paper, why is it always necessary to have a budget of 300 million or 200 million? It's just ridiculous. You just get it planned. Why are you not planning?
Well, so it's the least expensive, but it's the area that requires the most competence.
Sure, yeah, true.
And since competence seems to be in short supply,
but the formula used to be. You pick a screenwriter, even if he's not the only screenwriter. You put him in a hotel for 2 months. You give him whatever he wants, and you just let him type.
Right.
And then you draft it.
There's no shortage of writers out there. I mean, it's not like you have to use the same ones each time, which is probably part of the reason that Disney films are all sucking, because they do exactly that. They keep the same people around. But there's no shortage of talented writers. It's just
there's no shortage of
very far outside the pool of people they've already got.
Right, but the thing is that they very much embraced postmodern critical theory, where you have a competent writer, but he happens to be an old white guy. Old white guys can't write women.
Well, yeah.
Old white guys can't write anybody that's not white and old and white.
Yeah,
right. And so you have to get people that represent.
Well, we know this
the
is
characters
true, because they've been putting it in recently with that you are literally now checking a box.
Right.
They are actually asking you to tick a box, and more than one box if possible. It's not enough to be gay.
I don't know what you're referring to, R2, but I would love to see it. So.
Film Thread has been putting story. They have a writer within the WGA who's been leaking documents and some of their website stuff where you literally have to go in and say, what are your multiple check boxes and fill them out. Now, hilariously, there's an option on the website that says select all. I know exactly what I would be clicking on everything.
Yeah, I had to tune out from Film Thread just for the sake of my sanity. But I do respect.
If you actually go on their website, they have a lot of the docs and stuff like that that Alan Ng has put together. So
I like Alan. I like Chris. It's just that the material they put out online is just it's so hard. It's
go on the actual Film Threat website and they have a lot of it in written form. And
what's that, Barbara?
I was just gonna say it's kind of weird too, because I can't really get into their YouTube videos either, But when Chris is on somebody else's channel,
Yeah,
he's great.
Yeah,
He's
when
like
when he
super
turns
articulate
it
and
down like
wonderful.
15%, he's
Yeah.
he's a lot more easy to listen to, isn't he? I think he goes for a little bit of the hyperbolic stuff, which he probably doesn't need to do, given the fact that he's built that reputation up on actually going out there and editing a magazine and being around that business for quite some time. He doesn't really need to do the whole YouTuber, sort of the clickbait stuff. But
I think the problem with, especially on the film threat stuff, Alan Ing is very dry.
Mm-hmm.
He can be
is.
humorous, but it's very dry. And so Chris, as like a natural entertainer, has to he feels the need to balance that out by being over the top. So that it's same like Brown Stream on Wednesday was a good example where everybody got to like lay back because Ian had enough. He was going full Howard Beale, where he's mad as hell. He's not going to take this anymore, right? And so we were able to just lay back and like play off of that.
Yeah.
But if Ian was being sedate, then someone else would have had to step up and bring that energy, right? And so in the case of when it's just Chris and Alan is not bringing that energy.
True.
He'll bring some good insights.
The problem is sometimes the balance is a little off, isn't it?
Right.
Because sometimes it just feels like Chris isn't really listening to him, and he's just throwing a load of crap at the screen to sort of keep the audience engaged. But sometimes it just feels like he's getting him. He just kind of cuts him off. He's making a point, and he just has to throw in a quick cutaway gag or something. He's like, "No, come on, just let him finish the point."
Yeah, well, and I think it's because Alan himself is uneven. There's plenty of things where Alan just doesn't give a shit, right? And he tells you, he's like, I couldn't care less.
Alan's mostly an everyman. He's a father.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I agree.
A regular dude.
Right,
Alan's
but
dry,
Alan. So for things that Alan does get passionate about, he does pick up the energy. But if you've been used to carrying that water on 90% of the time, Alan has no fucks to give.
Sure.
Then it's hard to recognize.
I get it.
That,
no, I get why sometimes.
Yeah, but yeah, it definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can definitely tell that dynamic is
they're both interesting to listen to.
Yeah. And I do like listening to Chris, but just like Barbara pointed out, I think he's way more interesting when he's focused and someone else is asking.
I agree with that
questions.
as well.
He's not a great host.
Yeah, I don't think he's a good lead. I think he's a good reactor.
Yeah,
and answering questions and things like that. And that's the problem is that Alan doesn't serve that role well enough. To put Chris into his best.
I was playing Film Threat back in the zine days in the 80s. Like I remember it from way back when he was writing about transgressive VHS cinema and fucking Nick Zed and Lydia Lunch and Richard what's his fucking name? Not Gore, whatever.
Hell.
Richard Hell. Yeah. And all that Sonic Youth shit and all that stuff being passed around on tapes. And Chris Gore's been there. He's done the work. And he knows his shit. But he's just not cut out for a host.
Right.
And I will throw myself right into that category. I am not cut out for management, but here we are.
Picking movies.
But here we are.
And yet, here we are.
Wayland's been bringing up some comic books I'd like to see adapted. I think Batman Year One I think the Batman Begins is about as close as we're ever going to get to Batman Year One being adapted.
Right.
It has some of those elements in there, but you're absolutely right about that previous point you were making about why aren't they just adapting the comic books pretty much exactly as they are in the actual original format?
Think they know better.
Well, they do, and for whatever reason, they with 80 years worth of comics to choose from, they choose titles which didn't do very well in comic book form. I don't understand that one.
Well,
there's so many great Spider-Man and so many great Fantastic Four, and so many.
Asking myself, why would a man like George Lucas, having attained everything that he has attained through the brilliance,
still have that haircut,
believe that his work isn't good enough? And go back and fucking alter it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it made you $50 billion, dude. Like
it's little.
No, you need the special editions. You need the special.
And wonderful from the get-go. You do not need to stop tinkering with it. It was already
feels like
good.
Insecurity to me. It just feels like insecurity.
Well, and with good reason.
My friends are doing more, and they've got more things attached to their name than just that one film. And
right, but think about George, the results. So when it wasn't Star Wars or him and Spielberg, his results weren't so hot, right? You know, and Lucasfilm in general didn't put out such good work, right? Howard the Duck was a huge flop.
You leave Howard the Duck alone.
Willow was pretty fucking disappointing from a revenue standpoint, right? And so the idea was is that
I don't like Willow.
I didn't like Willow.
I don't either.
I don't like Willow.
Yeah, I just it was piss. But the thing is that he's looking and he keeps seeing Spielberg being more successful in multiple. You know, Spielberg isn't just going back and milking the same thing over and over again. But when George tried to step out of Star Wars and do other things, it doesn't end very well.
I think Lucas
and so
has a
he goes
more
back
about,
to his thing to get people excited.
I think Lucas tries to come across as being a little bit more intellectual, and he's probably a tiny bit pretentious as well. And I think he likes to see himself more as an author. And at the time, Spielberg basically just had the natural talent. He didn't need to prove anything to anybody because his work did all the work for him. He did it for him. You know, he was doing every genre and pretty much knocking it out of the park every time he put something out. Well, except for 1941. But
which is a hell of a good movie, by the way.
It's better on a rewatch with a bit of distance from when it came out, I think.
Yeah.
I just get the impression that there's always been a tiny bit of rivalry there. Even when you watch that documentary about the making of Phantom Menace, you can still see that Lucas is still trying to prove I've got all the best toys and look at how great my everything is and this is all my vision.
I think that's one other thing.
Kind of going, great, yeah, good.
You can see that he's super off balance even while he's doing it. And one thing that I like to point out is that, you know, he latched on to all of this hero's journey and Joseph Campbell stuff after.
Yes, that's an explanation after the fact.
Yeah, the narrative has changed with Lucas. I mean, anybody that has followed this guy's career, and anyone who's a bit of a nerd and remembers details, like sadly I do, and probably some of the others, some of the rest of us here, we all know that the story has changed over the years. He never had 9 stories written out. He never even had treatments for 9 stories written out. That is the myth that he's trying to sell over the years, and I think he's changed that to be the default story since about the time that Phantom Menace was coming out. This was the middle trilogy, and I've already got this end trilogy and a previous one. Blah blah blah. That's not true. I mean, he's very good at keeping ideas. He's very good at writing things down and reusing them later. I mean, some of the character names and planet names that he uses in the prequel trilogy, he had written out back in the 70s. He had them all written down in little books, but he never had any story treatments. He had a few.
No, you have like a story Bible, right? So you're referencing certain things and the Clone Wars and what does that generally mean?
Yeah,
and all that, right? Because that's what you fucking do when you're writing a good story. Is you build, you know, the background and so that you're consistent in your dialogue and all that. You put that down. That is not writing movies and long form stories of the prequels. That's just the background Bible that you kind of operate off of. But I think the other thing that George suffers from, which I can absolutely sympathize with, he's a geek. He's a nerd who loves tech.
Yeah,
right.
He's a nerd with a huge ego, and he's rewriting his own history. And
but he's looking at because he shot a Jabba scene. Now what he shot in the original movie was shit, and you cut it. But he's like, but if only I had the technology to do it. And he was hoping to do all CG in 97, and he couldn't get there yet. So he does the special editions to drum up excitement and hope that the tech gets a little further, right? So that he can do all CG because he wants to do that. But he wants to be groundbreaking in a way that Spielberg did little stuff.
You can go back and revise your movies until the day you fucking drop dead. I don't care. But when you say these are the definitive editions,
that's the problem, isn't it?
No one else gets to look at the original versions that made me $1 billion.
Right. I destroyed the originals.
That
Fuck
is the
you.
problem.
Fuck you, George.
Because at some point along the way, the artwork doesn't just belong to the artist at some point, especially when it becomes pop culture, when it's so referenced that you can't go a day without somebody mentioning it on TV. If you watch any channel for 24 hours, you'll probably get a Star Wars reference on it, regardless of whether it's the shopping channel.
Right.
It's so ingrained.
Wars.
Yeah.
I think Lucas is rewriting his own history. I think there's some. I do believe he, as of the last sort of 10 years, I do think he has settled into the fact that he knows that when he dies, he will just be Mr. Star Wars. But I think it took him a very long time to come to terms with that idea.
Yeah,
I think Fiona's got that pretty much right there. He's a great idea, man, but he needs to be saddled and ridden by a co-optive effort.
Right. You need to be surrounded by people who are good at their jobs and have the power to go to you and go, no, that's a bad idea. And by the time he gets to the prequels, all those people are gone.
Right. Yeah. No. And you can see it in the behind the scenes footage. Everyone is terrified of him in the room.
Well, that is they're busy slobbering on his dick, right? Oh, that's the best idea ever. Oh, yeah, that's absolutely right. Right.
Yes,
you get idiots like Filoni, right, who are just grifters who latch on to person and then oh yeah, you're genius, you're great, hoping that they can make money and get some clout by hanging around.
I would argue that he's not the greatest editor. I think that probably would belong to his wife.
Yeah,
his
Marsha.
Wife.
I think
she's a better storyteller.
And that's why he is editing his own passages, because he's
it's not working.
I think he's a talented editor. I just don't think he's a very good. I just don't think he's a very good storyteller. And I think she understands what the audience wants more than he does in terms of telling the story and editing it in a way which makes sense to an audience more than he does. They're both good editors. I mean, if you look at his early stuff, particularly the student-y versions of THX, the one he put out before the official version.
Right.
It's brilliant. It's really fast-paced and it's got lots of cool stuff with the sound. He's doing a lot of different things there, and that's pretty much all him. So he is good. He's talented. I just don't think he's a natural storyteller.
I think George is a great technical editor.
Fiona just nailed it. She said he is a good editor. Marsha is a great one.
Yeah, no, I think for things on the technical side, right? So the editing of the shots for the effects, the him working with the guys at ILM and inventing motion, the actual stop motion effect work where you're using stepper motors and it's all computer controlled, right? Which allows you to get really accurate matting that did not exist before. Right. These are all things that he is good at.
He funded it, but he had no hand in it.
Well, he did. He would come back. He spent so there's time on when they were shooting that he was gone for a couple of weeks, and it's basically like, here, someone else direct this shit while I'm gone, because he goes back to ILM to work with them on how he wants the shot to look, how he's going to edit it, right? The actual implementation is definitely on ILM, but he's the one who had the idea about it and integrating things together and the visual idea of how he wants it shot, right?
He was the one that spliced together World War II dogfight stuff and said, I want spaceships to look like this. And right. Knew how to do it, and then he funded it.
Yeah, he's a visionary. He is without a doubt a visionary.
Yeah.
And if you just stand back a second and watch your toes, I'm going to just name drop again. I did have a conversation once with Gary Kurtz. I had about a 10-minute chat with him, and he basically said the same as a lot of people have kind of mentioned, in that he left after Empire because, in his words, George was much more interested in toy sales and advertising than he was in the actual storytelling at that point. I know Mega Geek likes to say that he left because of religious reasons or some ridiculous thing, but that's totally not true.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, and me either. I mean, he may have found religion, but it had nothing to do with why he left working with George. The two of them didn't leave on terrible terms, but they just went in different directions in terms of where they were as artists. He just didn't see the this was a time when George was absolutely making sure that each character changed their outfits 3 times in the film so that they could sell 3 action figures.
Yeah. No, it definitely he lost his original fire, his original vision over that course. But
well, I think that so he very much had a desire to do Star Wars, and then when it is the huge blockbuster that it is, the thing that he sees about the sequels is this can make him independent of the studio system entirely,
which was really his true passion,
right? Which was absolutely right. but you also, this is the same time that Coppola had already established American Zoetrope, right? He had his own.
Which Lucas had watched fail, basically.
Right.
He'd seen that come and go, mainly actually because of Lucas. It's funny enough, because I actually think that in some way Coppola is kind of responsible for George actually making Star Wars, because if it wasn't for the failure of THX, Coppola would have had enough money to be independent, but that pretty much just wiped them out. That wiped out their bank balance. So he was forced to make a nice cheapie with American Graffiti, which he did in about 2 months.
Right.
That got them back into the black almost. And it was only the success of that film that kind of got George into the boardrooms again with big producers. Because otherwise, he would have probably just
them back into the papers. Certainly,
he would have probably just languished in director hell for a little.
Well,
bit.
it got the studios to pay attention, because it was, how much did you spend to make this? And we made how much?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're very interested in that.
And then he also had what's his name? Whatever that other studio exec's name is, and I'm
Alan Ladd.
Yes, he also had him in his.
Alan Ladd, man, give him a handshake for some of the best science fiction to come out, because
he did not
the
understand Blade Runner, but he said, "Go ahead and make it."
Yeah, but he trusted the vision, and he kept going, and he was like, "Oh my God, what the hell is going on with this?" And they saw the dailies, and he's just shaking his head, and he's got his own execs that are like, "You've lost your mind," and he's like, "No, I trust these guys. I trust this guy. It'll."
Yeah, Alan Ladd having Alan Ladd on his side was really key as well. I don't think he would have. I don't think he would have landed as much as he did.
Yeah, we all know Alan Ladd a fucking drink.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, whenever you saw the Ladd Company
logo
come up, you're like, all right, I'm in for something. Yep, this is not going to suck.
Totally. Absolutely. Yes, Waylon, I agree. It is more space fantasy. It's not hard sci-fi at all. It's
but that's the thing, is that the reason Ladd making the success out of Star Wars is what allows the studios, and himself, by the way, to start backing science fiction movies that we get in the late 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, things like Blade Runner could only advance after Star Wars. Yeah, absolutely agreed. Speaking of cringy racism,
yay! Back to racism.
Just when you thought it was safe,
let's all stop.
It's back.
Howard the Duck does racism really well.
Stepenza is doing Howard the Duck this weekend.
Really?
Really?
I just saw.
Yeah.
That's Rosette.
I mean, that image of the duck
Leah
getting
Thompson.
in bed with Leah Thompson, that is ingrained in my brain.
Leah Thompson.
It's a happy thought in my head.
Oh yes.
Hot duck action.
Oh, thank you, Waylon. We try to do a little substance in between the shock and horror.
It's a coping mechanism.
Kinda.
They're just trying to put off the next short.
Exactly.
Keep it talking long
Somebody
enough.
bring up something interesting so we can avoid Adam's next choice.
Adam gets too drunk to keep on going, and it's
Dylan, man.
Be my friends.
As long as Barbara keeps paying us, yes, we are.
Okay, so I
Check
did
is in the mail.
Oh, okay.
a lot of last minute editing. A lot. Jethro sent me something that I had actually been meaning to dig up for a long time, which was
an ex-wife, isn't it?
Oh, Jesus. Which is
I'll get the shovel.
The Little Rascals episode, which is officially titled Kid from Borneo, but I always knew as Uncle George. And I don't know if you guys remember what I'm talking about, but it's when the witch doctor from the circus starts terrorizing the Little Rascals.
Oh, yeah.
It is unbelievable. It is absolutely amazing. And oddly enough, it is fully copyrighted from 01 to the end of the fucking episode by a nameless corporation. That must be YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah. So it is definitely YouTube.
It is verboten.
Yeah. So we will save that for a little bit longer. What I have done is cut out a clip from another movie in our B-roll library, which is Whispering Ghosts with Uncle Milty and a stereotype African-American sidekick.
Rochester.
And this will give you the exact flavor of what's going on in that Little Rascals episode. So.
It's Rochester.
Oh, okay.
Boss,
What's the matter?
I just seen a ghost of one of them slaves
Where?
on the ship.
Cut the clowning.
Don't say that. I seen him, so help me.
Okay, Euclid, I believe you.
Wow, it's like racism terrorizing racism.
Yes.
Will you stop?
The ghost of
bothering,
racism
please?
past has come
back
to face
again.
me.
Layers upon layers of racism.
Like an onion.
Don't tell me a man of your intelligence believes in ghosts.
Makes me cry.
Euclid, everybody has someone.
It's
I have you.
reception.
Yes.
So that's just
More spooks than ghost, I would say.
an amuse.
Oh,
Sorry.
Whoa.
Oh my god!
Black History Month, ladies and gentlemen.
Leave the spook jokes now.
Way to kick off Black History Month.
Have to go.
Here we are.
All right,
Oh my god!
Just kidding. You can come back.
Woo.
Smylexx thought he had found a way out. No.
No.
Every time I try and get
If it
out,
was,
I try
trust
and
me,
get
if it was that easy, I'd have been out long ago.
Phil, there's a very good chance we get shut down tonight.
Oh, absolutely. There's a very good chance every week.
I made a very quick clip video of the Little Rascals episode. It passed the first hurdles, so
Which means we're fucked.
which means we're gonna get fucked. So what else we have tonight? And I'm kind of upset that our mystery guest hasn't shown up tonight because
It is disappointing.
not just for credibility, but I really
I very much
want an
wanted to
honest
have this
take
guest,
on a lot
yes.
of the stuff that we have.
Yes.
So what we're
And I just want to make sure he sounds like Liberace because that's exactly the
Yes,
yes.
if my Uncle George were here.
My brother Lee.
I just wanted to see Smylexx out racist.
Yes.
The other night, Barbara and I watched this Japanese Bride in America featurette produced by the U.S. Army, which is unfucking comfortable. It is weird. So let's do that first, and then I have a sort of anti-Semitism short, and then we'll close out the show with the Little Rascals because I'm pretty sure that's the one that's going to get us shut off. There's going to be a couple gaps in this that I had to edit out because there's some bullshit copyright claim on it from France that thinks that they own 30 seconds of this fucking U.S. Army film from France. Which is obviously a lie, but so there'll be a couple jumps, but here we go. Yeah, Hosty,
We're never monetized.
We are. They can't demonetize us. We haven't been monetized.
2 years later, we married and left Japan for the United States.
This is Gary Beekler's wife.
On the day our plane landed in Cleveland, Walter's hometown,
I like it.
I was nervous and worried about meeting his family.
He assured me that would never happen.
Yes. He said he was an orphan.
So just remember, everyone watching, if suddenly the stream blacks out, we'll be back in 30 seconds.
That's just us celebrating Black History Month.
We're making that salute right now, all of us.
God, that's right. It's Black History Month.
Did we really freeze on this salute symbol? You wonder why we don't get monetized.
I'm sorry. They're returning from Japan. You said. I think it was a different Axis country they were returning from.
It's a Roman salute.
What if?
Oh my god!
Happy Black History Month, everyone.
Walter's mother was friendly, but I wondered if she was wishing that Walter had married an American girl. The others were nice to me, too.
I assumed that because they kept saying it aloud to my face.
But my English wasn't very good.
English.
Yeah.
English.
Ernest does look like him. Would be
Then,
so I edited this with YouTube's editor to take out the offending parts. So apparently the beginning credits are missing. This is made by the U.S. Army.
I had my
Is
first
YouTube's
look at
editor
Cleveland,
Marshall
Ohio,
Lucas?
a city
They can't pay her enough.
which was to be my new home.
Oh, and
Man,
then
even
Aaron-
back then,
Because I
Cleveland
had
looks.
been living alone.
yeah, I was just gonna say, this is Cleveland, Ohio. Like, welcome, honey.
Since Walter's father died.
Can I go back to my
We are
bombed out
going
country?
to stay with her until
No,
we
not to
get a
Detroit.
home of our own.
Anything
We
but
stay in
Detroit.
this bombed out country now.
I was just thinking that. She is gonna be
We'll see
very
if she breaks
lonely
out into song
here.
about being lonely. Yes.
No, this is where I'll be staying. You,
As I
you're
looked
going to be
around
staying
me,
out back.
I was frightened. In this
All of a
house,
sudden,
I
I've been
would have to
anxious
face
for
a
like,
new life,
2
very
hours
different
now.
from the one we had known in Japan.
Thank God we don't have wallpaper like this in Japan.
You keep your shoes on?
What the hell? Heathens. I'll give you a titty twister later.
So messing around as he straight upstairs. That was a long flight, darling.
Straight upstairs.
Here's the bedroom.
No, this woman isn't nearly old enough for uninspired. Unless you mean the mother.
The next evening, Walter invited his family to come to the house and see the pictures he had taken in Japan.
This is when I
was
chopped
still
little boy.
uneasy because I wasn't sure these people
Show me
were
your fat man.
That's it. Okay, everybody.
And here are the people that sold her to me.
Yes. Barbara Stanwyck will be here later.
Something unpleasant happened to me that night.
I was
Walter
born and
cut
raised in
interesting,
Iowa, but
and
he
Mrs.
insists I
Rax
speak
wanted
in this
me to
ridiculous
introduce
accent.
Exactly. He said I would fit in better.
English was
This is
hard for
Bernard
me,
Herrmann's score.
especially on the telephone.
It's got a very
My
sinister soundtrack.
refrigerator running?
I
No,
couldn't understand
my
a word.
refrigerator does not run. I don't.
I knew
Prince
there was
Albert.
no
Wait, what?
reason to be upset, but I felt stupid and ashamed.
As you should.
All right. Patronized.
It's all right, honey. You didn't pick out these films that Adam did.
Fortunately, these white people saved me.
I took this picture of Miwako on our wedding day.
And
Really,
these
this is
on our
Miwako.
honeymoon.
Really?
Yes.
We met.
I'm sure all of you have seen
This
those
is her
pictures.
mother.
When his spides
Miwako
somebody
took
perks
this
up.
picture of me near Mount Fuji.
I shot it.
One thing that especially intrigued me was bamboo.
Oh boy.
Here is Godzilla.
This is Miwako and I just after we became engaged. And this is a picture of Miwako's family.
They were just as disappointed in me as you are in her.
But they're all dead now, so... It's...
The picture show was almost like introducing Miwako's family to my own.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what she thought, too.
Everybody's excited about the whole situation.
We all had a good laugh at her family, and then we went to bed.
You smell funny.
More than anything else, I wanted my mother to accept Miwako and to like her.
Fun fact, she never
Especially
will.
because the two would often be alone together while I was away on business.
Judging, always
One thing was
judging.
sure.
Well, it's a little late for you to start caring, Waylon.
We're your family now.
And you've disappointed the hell out of us, too.
She was confused and ate the marbles. Okay, here are the adult slides.
Here's my stag slides, yeah.
Pick
I
these
could
up in
see
Japan
Miwako
as well.
was relaxed and happy.
Here's one with the donkey and
Now
the
she was
chambermaid.
teaching the kids a Japanese game.
What kind of Oriental magic is this?
Uncle Jeff gets to sit at the kids' table, doesn't he? You don't get to hang out with the adults, damn it. You know your place.
For her sake, because
Can I touch your
I
mustache?
knew that an American with a Japanese wife would attract attention in the street.
Jeff, still my default name.
Through this whole film, there's one tiny little moment where somebody looks at her sideways. In Cleveland, Ohio, after
The day
the war.
came, 2 weeks later, when Walter had to go away on business.
For the record, you sit at the kids' table, you learn about bugs. You sit at the adults' table, you learn about Trump.
Yeah, true enough. I prefer to sit with the kids, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I'll go with the boogers and spiders, thanks.
I'm going to be honest. Nobody asks what my favorite dinosaur is anymore. I'm really disappointed by it.
But
Well,
my
everybody
first
knows your
image
answer.
made it hard for us to talk.
I still
And
have
we
a
did
favorite
not
dinosaur.
know
Come
each
on,
other yet.
everyone's got a favorite dinosaur. It's Triceratops.
Yeah, but they don't ask it at the adult table.
Yeah, but they should.
That's because they all presume that they are your favorite dinosaur.
We're here with my mother-in-law until you get back.
How does she eat with such tiny arms?
Then he showed me the back door where I was to go in and out of at all times.
I thought you were going
I
somewhere.
was saying, I thought it was where he went in and out of several times.
Then I saw his back door.
Wink.
Pokemon Hunter.
All right, back in the crawl space.
And that's how I learned English, watching Judge Judy.
I will sit in one position until he returns.
Yes. Oh
It's a
God.
noose.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that OT.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
I've gotten enough trans bashing in my life.
We need Zach's.
Dear, don't you think you're flipping that magazine a little too loudly?
It's called a book. Book.
I became homesick for Japan and my own mother. I remembered our house, the voices of my brothers and sisters. I remembered
She
home.
doesn't actually sound all that Japanese.
I don't think this is actually her voice. Concentrate.
Yeah, hello?
Whoa.
Great, if we ever have a hamster.
Good night.
I failed to show interest in their stupid knitting.
Yes.
Prehistoric lizard, the patent by how hometown.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, she sure is uppity, isn't she?
Yes.
I think she touched my good silver.
Yeah.
I better go count it.
Definitely counting the silver.
Yep, 30 pieces.
This looks like the house that's in the Gravity video.
It does.
I wonder if Walter, 300 miles away in another city.
Tom never show me
was lonely
Ringaringus.
as I was.
I never get Wingus at home.
I'm picturing great grandma in the next room.
Yeah. And she didn't put on her mask.
I'm just going to sit here and wring my hands until he comes home. That's all I'm good for.
That's when I started smack.
When my trip was over and I came home, I could hardly wait to see Miwako.
But I inexplicably did anyway.
Her job was strong.
And once I saw her, I left again.
Now, let's go upstairs and make my mother uncomfortable.
Although
Louder.
Miwako tried to conceal it, I could see that she had been desperately lonely while I was away. More than anything else, I wanted her.
Oh, hey!
Whoa.
Well, I mean, she had been lonely, so he's just trying to fix that
I
for
would
her.
have to have a different job. One that would not take me away from Miwako.
Different job.
But what job?
We know what type.
We know what type of job.
Import, export. Or slave labor. A pimp.
That's when I realized she had terrible taste.
We should sell flutes at Grateful Dead shows.
First thing in the morning, we're going to IKEA.
Carvings seem so simple. Maybe we could even make
Then
them
I
ourselves.
invented Yahtzee.
Miwako thought it would be fun to try.
But she was
Certainly look
wrong.
more fun than knitting.
Her fingers were
Remember, he was obsessed by bamboo.
It is lovely.
It is.
That night, Miwako wrote to her brother asking him to send us some raw bamboo.
I hope there's footage of her riding for a really long time.
Oh.
Right.
Wait till you get to see her brother sending bamboo.
He has to figure out that wire recorder first.
Does it go straight to sending, or do we see him reading the letter?
Oh, we're gonna select it, chop it down, grade
Yeah, grade it. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh, here it
Weekends
is.
and evenings, Miwako and I experimented.
I bet there were evenings where you
And
experimented.
so we invented Lincoln logs.
Lincoln Logs.
Lincoln logs.
Jenga.
Waylon is not having Your book is available at the box office now.
Come on, at least we're not doing spaceships for 16 hours, Waylon.
Or Dr. fucking
Little by little, we improved on our first crude attempts.
Okay. He's building Ewok traps.
He's building a tiny pallet.
We can keep Mogwai in this.
I think the dirt is going to spill out of the sides.
She eventually pointed out what I was doing was insulting.
Both became so interested in what we were doing that we lost all track of time and often worked late into the night.
Mother still won't sleep.
Mother still won't die.
1947. Jesus, woman, go to
Another
bed.
day, another cup of tea.
Her disappointment kept her up at night.
5 minutes alone together.
Finally, we were so
minutes.
pleased with our work that I decided it might be saleable. A friend of ours...
Oh, I don't think that's going to sail with the shit. I think the water's going to leak right in the sides.
selling the things
Yeah.
for us.
It's just a pallet.
Yeah. What are you? You walking a beach or something?
Spoilers, this is the beginning of the Pier 1 upwards
Get that thing out of my fucking store.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, is that bamboo?
You must have had him.
The objects sold so quickly that we could hardly make them fast enough.
Uh-huh.
So we hired some children.
He looks like a cool 50s Chris Gore. This is like the Chris Gore film threat origin story. Use the money to finance a legacy.
TV's Frank.
I married Alan Ing and brought him back to my family in Cleveland.
Not long
Mother
after,
is still disappointed.
I was to go on another
It
business.
took a while, but it was worth
I
it.
always dreaded these separations as much as Miwako.
Y'all are horrible.
Just before I left, my mother handed me a letter.
It said, "Fuck you."
It was an
I'm
eviction
very
notice.
disappointed in
My
you.
friend who owned the store. And inside was another check
Got the
for a
letters out of
sizable
various
amount and
magazines.
a request for many more orders.
Still
More than
going.
Miwako and I could fill, working only evenings. and
Oh,
weekends.
good.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still.
So I worked my wife extra hard.
Yes.
If
I
you know
never
what I
went
mean.
on that trip. But then and there, I made up my mind to quit my job and go into the bamboo business.
The Army got so bored of
I
this
had some
movie, they
savings.
decided to start another
So
war.
we decided to open a store.
This time with Korea.
Yeah. We heard they had bamboo as well. Same, Fiona. Same.
I was
Oh,
so
so you
happy
tweet me?
about the store that little by little,
Why
I
you
was
tweet me
feeling
so
less
bad?
like a stranger in a
Yeah,
foreign
tweet when it's
country
over.
and more at home.
The house that bamboo built.
Are they suggesting everyone in the Army with an Asian wife do
And then
this?
Yes.
the telephone
Yes.
rang.
Yes.
I knew the
All
others were
60
busy,
of them.
and I should have answered it myself. But I just couldn't.
Oh, she just couldn't.
I haven't looked at how to use the phone yet.
And there's no other people there to answer the phone. Oh no. Whatever should we do?
White. Answer the white phone.
I'm sorry, I thought this was white courtesy phone.
Really, she's ahead of her time because nowadays no one answers.
That's true. Yes. Well, at least when you're calling.
Well, joke's on you because I don't have anyone to call.
I couldn't blame Walter
My
for
day's
being
getting better and
annoyed
better.
with me, and I was ashamed.
Then I realized I was watching this shit.
Oh no.
Oh my God,
wait,
this is still going.
At YWCA.
Can we
where
get
I could
Waylon some
improve
apple
my
juice and
English.
graham crackers?
Elizabeth then?
Son of a bitch. Bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Ass fucker.
There she was, just a walking down the street.
Singing. Do-a, diddy-diddy-dum, diddy-do.
Yep. Oh, no.
God, I'm wishing they would have dropped the bomb on me.
Crazy about this, short to me,
As time
Waylon,
went on, my English
is not
improved so
the
much
content of it,
that
but the
I was
intention
able
of it.
to wait on
What is
customers.
really, really fucking strange is that it's trying to normalize the acceptance of war crimes.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
really, really weird.
Yeah.
And it should be perfectly
But
acceptable.
I was still afraid of the telephone.
Army would produce this.
That is odd. Yeah.
Comfort people in Cleveland about this kind of thing happening. But
Walter
it must have been
understood
so bad.
and always
It must have just
answered
been like
for me.
a few hundred guys.
I was grateful.
Out of
Well,
and yet,
so,
each time the phone
um,
rang, I felt
Here, pause it
that I
because
had
the
failed him.
this bitch is loud. So
How
the
can
question.
how can I get a
With all due
Can I get-
respect,
The first time that's
War
ever
crimes.
been said about this woman.
that's because no one else messed with her audio levels except Adam. The question. I mean, yeah, it is disguised as War Bride, but
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that this was a lot more about trying to tell the American people, you remember that whole racist shit we've been doing for the last 4 years about how the Japanese are terrible. Well, they're defeated now, and we're going to have both refugees and war brides, and we need to normalize our relationship with Japan again, right? They're defeated, no longer an enemy. They're now normal people. So trying to put that out. I think that's the point of this propaganda for the most part.
no, I get the point of it. I just find it really bizarre.
It
That-
is really
that
weird.
This is like a niche that the Army gave a shit about. Like, why would they care? Why
Well,
would-
because I mean, hey, you have an entire administration that's trying to the new boogeyman is Soviet Russia, and countries that you have been at war with are now going to be allies for you. You need to get your people behind that effort, even though you've been spending the last 4 or 5 years telling them that they're the devil incarnate.
So yeah, this is basically a backtrack from spending 5 years saying that Toho was the fucking devil.
Right.
That's right. And you're gonna buy that purse.
Well, Toho could be the devil too. I've seen some of the Godzilla movies that were really bad.
No.
So it's just like,
Well, it's not. It was not a Freudian slip.
Save the earth.
Gamera is a friend to all children. This is such a weird slice of post-war sort of mentality and like sort of psyops, really. Like this is just cultural manipulation now. We spent 5 years teaching you that these people were inhuman and they were the devil. But if a white man, decides to bring one back as a supplicant, basically, as a sort of second position human being, it's fine. Like it's a very strange moment in history to me.
well, I don't know. Again, I think the war bride thing is the excuse for the larger message that they're trying to convey, which is much more about the Japanese people in total.
So you think this actually is like more economically motivated? Like we're going to occupy Japan for 10 years and we're going to exploit the shit out of them?
Well, it's propaganda about you've spent 4 or 5 years demonizing Japan. Japan has been defeated. They are going to be not only, I mean, the economics of this time are basically we're rebuilding Japan, which, oh, by the way, is already a crusty thing with the American populace. It's like, well, they were the enemy. We defeated them. Yeah, but we have to rebuild them, and they will be an ally. We have to message the reason we're doing that, and that these are people, even though we spent the last 4 years telling you, no, they're not. Yes, they are now. Right,
yeah, because they're going to manufacture those Batman toys in about 10 years
the
time,
bat, you know, it's the same reason that we went around post World War II, talking about how, well, it was only the Nazis and specific Nazis that were bad, when it was all of the German people that were involved in that shit, right? But oh no, it's only these leaders, and those were the bad ones. But everybody else, they didn't know. It was undefeated. You know, it was just a confusion, and they were desperate. They were led astray by their leadership or whatever, because we were much more interested in getting Germany back on its feet, because our concern now was the Soviet Union.
Okay, well, the next short is going to be a little bit of weird anti-Semitic sort of stuff. So
yay!
That'll lead right in.
Oh, thank goodness. Finally, the Germans are represented.
But again, regular people will be portrayed as bad.
Right.
What do I like to wear around the office? A trench coat. Why?
Nothing else.
No reason.
And Walter was
It's really
anxious
3
for us
kids
to get
under
home.
there.
Yeah.
We had
Pretending
been
to operate the
working
first
very
year.
Yeah,
hard
it's the little
ever
rascals.
since the opening of the
Mr.
store.
Businessman.
Okay, we got our mail order bride.
The
What
next
do we do
day
with
was
her?
a Sunday, and we were going to go on a
He's
picnic.
just doing Humphrey Bogart impressions.
We thought
Meet the
a day in
Ukrainian
the
singles
country
in your
would do us
area.
both good.
After work, we would flash people in the park together.
Business at the store had been slow at first.
Miwako
But
didn't have
now
much to
we
flash,
could
but
look
she
around
sure put in the
and
energy.
pride in
Yeah.
what we had done.
Well, she made up for it by being exotic.
All right, well, Waylon, maybe stop being a little bitch. Look, and I'm saying this for everyone, and those of us who
We
are
were
regulars here know
together,
this.
and our future
We
seemed
aren't
good.
watching these sort of just out of hand. Like, we watch this kind of material because we actually do want to take things in context and understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it is very interesting to see the government pivot on its messaging to the
Oh
people.
yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't believe
It
in
was
hiding
fun
history.
being along
These
with
are things
Walter,
that existed. And they
just
still
like
exist.
our first days in Japan.
This is important stuff.
That's because you ate all of your peas.
In July. Yeah, Gemma, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it is a little weird.
Yeah. Her jawline is just abnormally harsh for a Japanese woman.
Yeah, his audio is a bit low.
All right. Changing.
Take the pillow off your face.
He refuses to do that.
I know.
1, 2.
Oh no, the plutonium.
This is the origin story of Godzilla.
My levels are peaking now.
Your hormonal levels?
No, that has
Oh, I
happened in
needed a
decades.
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
right,
And somehow I had
Yeah,
to do
I've
one.
done the whole, like, please help me rub my leg cramp move.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I know that one.
Actually, Marilyn, that doesn't surprise
And yeah,
me.
those are the results. That's what
I
happens.
had no choice now. At that moment, the telephone became my friend instead of my enemy.
So this is a story of her learning to
Use a phone.
love the telephone.
Yes.
Brought to you by AT&T.
Marbell.
Yeah, I think there might be something to that. They may not have wanted her to be too alluring.
It took
When
a
Walter
real
was
emergency,
better,
like
we
a
decided
bad
to give us
hamstring.
Kiaki parties.
Do they eat off her for the main course? I've seen that.
She's gonna lay down naked with some sushi.
Actually went to one of those things when I was a kid. I didn't eat any of it, but I watched people do it. It was pretty good.
I no longer wondered whether I was right.
Yeah. Thus was born Lo Choi.
All the empty Lo Choi cans in the
Dragon fire.
I watched my husband feed it to the dog.
Joke's on him. It was the dog I was feeding to everyone else.
Jam your booty.
Hey, Gooch.
Das Gooch.
What's up? Just in time for racism.
Jay, take over for me. Tag.
No. You stay right here.
Damn. I thought we all looked alike to you
I
people.
was going to have a baby.
And then after breakfast, I plan to go shopping.
I will actually cut out.
But that was just a beginning. We have 2 of them now. 2 little girls.
I have a mockumentary period
I
piece
wish
about
my mother could
Japanese
see them.
prostitutes during the occupation. I've been waiting to put online. So yeah,
Meanwhile,
this
there
stuff
is a
very
picture.
much interesting.
Yeah, just stay away from the prostitution of the Japanese occupation. That's not so good. Fiend, thank God.
Take care, Fiona. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh my God.
Bye, Fiona.
Night, third of a Maybury.
Quick, someone tweet Fiona that it's over.
It's over.
It's not over.
Doing it now.
You fucking wish this was over.
I could have used the instructions earlier in life. You know, a little late for me now.
Oh Lord.
Oh, rip Sassy.
Yeah,
Aw.
and her liver.
I'll have
And
to
her
check that
liver.
out tomorrow.
You gotta pace yourself, Sassy. She said as she pours herself another drink.
Exactly.
It did.
Yeah.
It just happened to be a fast pace.
Yeah. It was a sprint.
Oh, this would all be much funnier if we have a black person on the panel.
You don't know. You're just assuming that all of us aren't black. Barbara could be black for all you know.
How
That's true.
dare you assume?
Sir.
Well, I mean, Jethro's got a white duck.
Uh-huh.
You've got kind of a beige otter going on, so that's a maybe.
Mainly brown.
I mean, tell me I'm not a person of color.
Yeah.
Well, you're colorful. I will give you that.
I have all the
You've never
colors.
actually seen Barbara.
I may have seen it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm not
thanks.
convinced. And there you have it. Brown representation right on cue.
Oh man, if I had
No,
Eric
Brownie was
last
here
night-
earlier. We already had
Yeah,
him.
that's true. Yeah.
Man, I would definitely call up Eric. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble right now, so I'm not gonna mess with that. No, Vex, it's not queer tonight. It's just racist. It's
Yes.
a lot of blackface and posturing and
And then there's also the films.
and then there's movies that we show.
Yeah.
In between our racist rants.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Oh my God, somebody's threatening us with William F. Buckley. Woo.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Mr. Private Property, William F. Buckley. I do enjoy watching William F. Buckley interviews.
Mm. When he's getting ready to say a particularly interesting word, you can see him like rolling it around in his mouth, and he gets that slight
If I
grin
may.
before it comes out, and the lugubrious.
A couple of quid pro quos.
Yes.
Vex, of course, if you want to join, you're always welcome.
Absolutely.
We had somebody not show up tonight.
I always think that
Yeah.
Little Platoon actually grew up watching William F. Buckley. That's how he developed his speaking.
He used to, the interviews.
Accurate.
He was the nemesis of Gore Vidal. Is that right? Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching those interviews as well. They were brilliant.
Gemma says, Vex, you need to shave yourself for tomorrow.
Oh, is that what he said?
And if you could do
In a
that
Scottish accent, he was doing Sean Connery.
Yes.
You need to shave yourself.
Gotta shave yourself for tomorrow.
Yeah. Clip it.
You're all the man now, dog.
Where are we? We're 2.5 hours in. Oh, we got plenty of time for all this great stuff I've curated for you. So shut up. Listen.
The good news is next week he has to cut it short because we're on Tuhos. Where I am anyway.
That's true.
You're on Tuhos. I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll be
You're
cutting it
staying
short.
up forever.
You could just deal with a couple of coffees. And
I will embrace my inner moil.
it's going to be all I can do to pull it together for Monday for fucking cannoli. Holy crap.
Yes.
Barbara will attest that doing this show on a Friday night wipes me out for Saturday. I just do not have the energy anymore.
It wipes us both out because I've
Well,
worked
you
all
worked a
week and
job
yeah.
all week.
And Saturday's coming. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
Well, think about us.
I can
Who has
relate.
to watch this shit?
Oh, boo, fucking who?
I can relate. I'm sort of
Yeah.
fuzzy until about sort of 7 p.m. on Saturday, and then I sort of start to come around again.
I don't remember Buckley and Hefner, but I would love to watch that.
I don't know if I feel more wiped out than I would otherwise. I mean, I feel wiped out all the time. So
Well, wipe yourself, okay? It just all right, so this may not be like, crash bang boom car chases and radar secret service, but I did find this to be a really interesting educational film. Also very much of the period.
Yeah.
Just post-war, and it deals with casual anti-Semitism. I don't know exactly who funded this or where it comes from. Maybe we'll see it in the credits, but it is interesting for the time. It's an interesting lens. So let's check it out. Oh, it's from Dearborn. That explains a lot.
Oh, good. Audio and visual. I'm excited now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a division between audio and visual.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Just a minute, Mother. 1 minute.
Oh,
Exciting. The Young Frank story.
All the secrets away.
Is that loud enough for everyone?
Mrs. Walsh just called.
I hope so.
You should turn all of them much down, a lot lower. Oh, it would make it more enjoyable.
And the visual's a bit bright. If you could just darken that corner.
Well, I can darken all of you.
Don't threaten me with blackface.
That's as loud as it gets. I didn't have time to balance everything.
Teenagers and decency.
These are not the words that I associate, certainly not with my teenage years. I was in decency.
American Girl.
Dynamic.
Oh, are they going to sell us dolls?
Is this going to be a pop-up book?
Oh, I hope so. Scratch and sniff, maybe?
Oh, yeah. All right. Take it easy, baby. Make it last all night.
I am petty, everyone.
No more gin for you, Jethrobot.
I don't know what to tell you. Vodka mumbles, but gin sings.
That's accurate. Let's hear it for fitted jeans.
Jethro's got more songs than a
The
bottle.
whole world is changing. Well, last year there were woods in Dutton's Park. And now it's all houses, and there's hardly a tree left.
Professor R2's doing a running joke now.
I love it.
Penthouse letters would explain a lot.
Yeah. Clam diggers, or culottes is what they call them in the Midwest.
Is she the young Deb
Lucille
in
says
this?
I was very embarrassing to her the way
Let's
I
hope
looked
so.
at everything.
Good night, OT. Take care of our running joke.
Thursday.
There's more limping
Spent
now,
the
but
afternoon with Jack Ryan. Drank many cups of
Agreed.
hot chocolate.
Gary
Jack
Larson.
Ryan? This is a Tom Clancy movie?
John called Jack.
Yeah.
So anyway, I saved the president.
Yeah.
Again.
Get off my plane.
They are. drank
Then
as
I was
much
in
hot
this
chocolate as I
refrigerator
could,
during an atom
but
bomb.
everything
Yeah,
was
it
to
was
an
pretty
end.
rough. My alleged
No.
son was acting like a monkey in the trees.
Giant,
Oh God.
Had
Giving
to
me
go on a
giant
run.
boulder.
People thought I'd murdered my wife.
Then he got crazy and he will not divide us or some shit. He picked a fight with 4chan.
Shop is
Oh, and Frank.
It is the Anne Frank story. I guessed this. This is incredible.
All
You know,
the
I've been,
kids are
I've been to Amsterdam so many times. I've never been to the Anne Frank house.
That's not what you do in Amsterdam.
No, I know. People ask, have you been here? Have you been to the museums? Have you been to... No, none of those things.
You should take a date.
I was a terrible tourist in Amsterdam.
Thanks, Jack.
It's okay.
Please don't wear that hat.
It's the worst yarmulke I've ever seen.
You like rain?
I don't know what this water is falling from the sky. Freaking me out.
Me too. Sometimes it's real nice.
Uh-huh.
Do I look like Annette Funicello?
He used to work at his small talk game, doesn't he?
Yeah. Ah.
I regretted wearing white.
He did not.
I
I
regretted.
should have
he
worn
wore
my
white.
white pants.
All right, Sleeping Beauty, wake up. Supper's on.
Hello.
I'm not sleeping, I'm reading.
Also, how does gravity work?
We can't see the rest of her body, so we assume.
Jack, stop doing that and take off those wingtips.
She's got a weird little landlord, doesn't she?
Yeah.
It's Rose.
It's
Where's
Pearl.
the rent?
Where
It's Pearl.
You pay now.
You pay now.
I need to get my drink on.
Give me a beer.
Bitch, bitch, bitch.
That's something new.
You finished with your soup, Norma?
Yoink.
I was just
You
wondering
know,
how it would take to
ladies
get that
don't
much of your
read.
attention.
Have you read
Not
it?
very
Bob?
becoming.
No, but
Ned
I've
Flanders
heard of it.
there.
It's supposed to be true. It's about this little girl, Anne Frank, and her family.
Everything's
and,
supposed
they
to
live
be
in
true,
Holland.
honey.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
Jews, and
Just
they have
isn't.
to go into hiding into this attic because the Nazis want to find them and put them in
Oh, hello, Melvin.
concentration camp.
Hey,
Just
Melvin.
because they're Jewish, they didn't do anything. Is that really true?
Oh, Melvin, watch a little longer. You'll see all kinds of things wrong with us people.
Scroll back.
Like that,
Adam
why
in
wouldn't
particular.
they do something?
We did.
All the people in
I
Trenton
decided to
talking
do
us.
more research on a website called
What's that
X.
supposed to mean?
Nothing, just repeating chit-chat.
It kept referring me to Stormfront.
And Reddit.
4chan.
Daddy, can I have my book back?
After supper.
It's my understanding the pool is closed.
Oh, Vance Miller may buy a whole new heating system. He was in the store this morning trying to get me to talk him out of it. It's going to be a big job if it comes through.
Can I have some more, please? Okay.
Norma, for what it's worth, the war's over. The Nazis are finished.
Look, we don't stop until Iceman shows up, and that's the rules.
The best thing to do is forget about it.
So someone, please.
Start
Get
a
Iceman.
account.
I think his fiance finally found out he was watching this shit and
Yeah, it's over for him.
used to verboten.
I don't see why not. You want me to shop with you? Oh, would you?
Yes, but is it strictly promoted?
Marriage, love and marriage, love and marriage. Oh, come on, cut it out, will you?
Back to normal.
She's the best in this. I like her.
Suddenly, I understand child murder.
Yes.
It
Just
always
a
seemed
reminder, children are the #1 cause of child abuse in America today.
He's no gravity girl.
Oh, it's dreamy.
Glasses by Gary Larson again.
Well, there's only one.
Cat's eyes for everyone.
Yeah.
Out. Out this minute. Your time is yet to come.
That man taught me a great deal about American society. I take a lot of inspiration from Gary Larson.
Yes.
Look, if we're going to talk about glasses, we're going to go back to the Cape Canaveral monsters.
Oh, God.
Dang.
I thought we might bring up Dave Berg.
Catholic high school girls in trouble.
I think Mrs. Draper is
That
swell.
wallpaper's in trouble.
Next to my own mother,
A lot of bullet
Mrs.
holes.
Draper is my idea of the kind of mother to have.
Perhaps using Doom textures as our wallpaper wasn't the best idea.
I wish she was my mother, so I killed my own mother. It didn't work out the way I
The
planned, though.
inseparable three. Oh, I feel so wonderful. Friendship is the best thing in the world.
Uh-huh.
Will they be my friends when I'm 50?
Nope.
No.
Only 11 more days to my birthday.
Statistically, one of them will be dead by then.
Thanks, Jeff.
This is the best birthday of all in the whole world. A pearl necklace from Mother and Daddy.
Oh.
I need to check on Barbara. Hang on.
Mostly from Daddy.
Gusto, where did you get it?
Adam, I think you may have been fired.
Fortune, where'd you get the money?
And I went into the store on Henry Street where they sell all those
All
watches.
right.
And he had this bracelet. Somebody left it there to have it cleaned. And he gave it to me for what it cost to have it cleaned. It cost me $1.50. I got this pin for myself.
Oh. What's the writing on this charm? Is it Arabic?
Well, I don't know.
No.
He said he'd have another one to go with it. If you'd drop in, he'd give it to you.
She was 6 feet of black dynamite.
It may be Arabic.
He was an Hasidic Jew who studied the Talmud. I hope this is in the Cleopatra Schwartz cinematic universe.
So I want to see that film.
Samuel L. Brockwitz presents.
The Schwartz is with her.
A Jewish star. I thought you said it was Arabic. I thought it was Arabic. Is it Jewish?
It's a Jewish bracelet. The star is for good luck. This is a mezuzah. The words mean that thou shalt love the
I
Lord
mean, the
thy
star
God with all
didn't
thy
bring
heart and with all thy
a few
soul.
million people good luck,
Words here
but
explain that there's one God and he is God.
Is Mezuzah?
Oh, actually, I read that wrong. It's Pazuzu.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Is that the demon in The Exorcist?
Are you crazy?
Oh my God, this is the Exorcist cinematic universe. Are we actually watching that prequel movie that's coming out?
Yeah.
Sure.
The patriarchy they're all complaining about.
Would you like something else instead?
No, thank you.
If you change your mind, I'd be glad to give you something else.
Thank you. This is what I want. Bye.
Bye.
Are you actually going to wear that thing? Sure I am. Well, you couldn't get me to wear it. Well, you're not me. Look here, no one thought there was anything wrong with this bracelet before when we thought it was Arabic or something. That's different. You wear that Spanish coin bracelet all the time. Why shouldn't I wear this one? I don't care, Norma.
Because you're
Don't
not
think I
Jewish.
care. It's just that people are going to think it's very peculiar, that's all. Spanish isn't Jewish. If somebody who was Jewish wanted to wear
They're
it,
gonna
it would be
ask you for
fine.
loans.
The Jews are going to object. It doesn't have anything to do with the Jews. Will you please tell me what it does have to do with? Because I don't understand what you're talking about.
Norma, nobody has to explain things like that. You just know them. Everybody knows.
Norma.
I'm not going to stand here arguing about it in front of him.
Jaime.
It's my bracelet, and I don't care who thinks what about it. It's so stupid and prejudiced. And it makes me mad to think that the only thing my very best friends care about is what other people are going to think.
Yeah.
You can't let other people think for you.
Absolutely, Gemma. You're absolutely right. They should be
Right,
thinking ahead.
Otherwise, you might just as well be in prison. My
For
bracelet
sure.
has become very celebrated.
Okay,
Jack and
so
I
just like in the last one that we watched, which was normalizing war brides,
Mhm.
if this is normalizing Jewish culture after we liberated what was left of the Jews from Germany, was this a thing that needed to be said back then?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that you're entirely aware of the immigration policies of the U.S. and England leading up to the war.
Down to me, Jay.
It seems more like this would be it seems like this would be a message more for the Europeans than for the Americans.
If you exist.
Yeah. Well, I can't help it. You're short.
No, I'm serious. I'm asking an open question.
Yeah. So there has been a certainly England and also in America, there's a pretty strong anti-Semitic feeling, and we closed our borders to Jewish immigrants.
Yeah, historically they've been vilified. I mean, I've seen the political cartoons. And
Right. But also leading up to what was going on in Germany at the time. None of the Anglosphere opened up their borders to accept refugees from what was going on, and then post-war had a bit of a guilt about that, and decided maybe we should be a little different in the way that we handle these things.
Okay, all right, that's fair. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I want to tease all this stuff out. We're not just here for the laughs, because God knows he won't get enough of them.
skating, and Lucille was pretending to be a good friend. She went to Jack and told him I was making a fool of myself. So Jack told me, I will not take it off. Hi.
And again, I'm not 100% sure where the funding for this came from, so this could be privately funded. I don't know.
Anybody for soda?
I have to go to the library.
Again, this is just a white girl wearing a Jewish bracelet. She's not actually Jewish.
No, but that's the subtext. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the symbolism or whatever you want.
Right. She really connected with Anne Frank, and here we are.
She's a real white girl. It just happens that she's wearing a Jewish bracelet.
That she's not wearing right now.
Then I read a book by some fellow named Marx. No one wanted to hear about that one either.
I read Mein Kampf to see the other side of the story.
I think that's actually fair. I actually do. And I did when I was in high school. I read all sides of everything just to try and understand it.
No, I meant the other side to the Anne Frank diary.
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah. I know what you meant, but I did too. I read Gandhi and I read fucking Hitler.
Yep.
I really did.
And there was a certain amount of rhyme between those two for a bit.
Hi, Jack.
It's like poetry.
Mm-hmm. It was shit.
It's shit. Thank you, Melvin. Thank you very much.
I guess I should have minded my own business.
I shouldn't have lost my temper.
But it was fun.
I wasn't trying to tell you what to do, just...
I mean, you are a woman.
Well, you know, you can say what you want.
I didn't lose mine. I've always had it.
Say it out loud, that's all. I was just worried about you.
They say that attitude is everything, so I brought mine today.
Exactly.
Why? Why should you have to keep anything to yourself?
I don't know why. Everybody...
Oh, there she goes again.
Oh my God, thinking out loud. That's terrible.
That made me look cheap or something, but it's just a break.
I didn't mean to lose my temper. It's just that you're an asshole.
I've been miserable.
I didn't lose my temper. I still have it right with me. Go ahead. Say something else stupid.
How long has this been going on?
Since I got the bracelet.
As a side note, I really like her top.
I don't know what to do.
No.
Is that code word for tits?
Not this time.
Okay.
Not this time.
I'm into that Bobby socks thing going on there.
Well,
You're not
socks are
really
different.
studying.
I mean,
I was talking to your mother.
true.
I noticed it myself.
Why does he look like a rocket scientist? Like,
That's what I ought to talk to.
is he particularly German?
actually,
in this?
he looks like someone who should wear a trench coat in the park.
Yeah.
There's a lot of code word for tits. I mean, most.
You know, I thought it was my internet, but Jethro's lag is really noticeable these days.
It's the gin lag.
Well,
let's talk about this.
I just want to point out most words are code words for tits.
Well, they certainly are among men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the Eskimos have 100 different words for snow. Americans have
amateurs
at least 100.
About 27,000, I believe, at last count for tits that we would use in one way or another.
And we're all going to hell.
I'm not trying to pry, honey.
But I'm going
to. Unhappy. I don't want you to get the idea you're alone.
Next week, Adam, can we have your other brother on instead?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll get Jeremy's info.
Excellent. Just please refer to him only as Jack Reacher for me. That's all I ever see when I look at him.
Instead, all we get now is Jack a reach around.
I hadn't seen him in 30 years, but then when I saw his bass player fucking scraggly haired teenager walk into the room while he was broadcasting, I kind of lost a half a point there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
By anybody.
All right.
Those kids are all like lanky
I don't
mops.
tell anyone else what to
Yeah,
do.
they're very moppy.
You think
I
it's
love
worth
Jeremy,
being
though. I'm
left
just
out of things?
fucking around.
I can't help it.
All right, now, hon, listen.
Look, if you think you're tired of talking about it,
Fathers and
R2,
mothers try
you should
and
see my wife.
Troubles away from their kids. If there are harsh things in the world, they try to guard them from the harsh things.
Jay, I kind of imagine your wife as just this like silver, immaculate Pandora's box of patience is really what like
I like to think that she so her heritage is she's a Volga Russian German, right? The Catherine the Great invited Germans to come in and settle along the Volga River, and so they kind of set up these communities. And so I like to think that in the past she was both a Nazi and a prison guard and some sort of guard for the Gulag, and that I'm her karmic debt that she has to pay off.
well, what I'm taking away from all of that is vulgar.
Me too.
Yeah.
Volga. I'm the
No
vulgar.
one can do that for anyone else.
I just picture a woman crying.
I mean, to be fair, that's not just my wife. All the women in my life do that.
I can give you that are going to solve your problem.
I try not to picture your daughters for obvious reasons.
Obviously.
Exactly.
The fact is, you could make things a lot easier for yourself if you gave in, went along with the crowd. You could put that bracelet away.
You know, go ahead, get on this whole anti-Jewish train.
Oh God!
Next stop.
There's always room in the cattle car.
Hold on. Whoa. If B-Sides has a line,
Yeah. Easy there, Ubergruppenführer Jethro.
somebody just stepped on it.
I said Ducker because of the picture.
Yeah. How was the Dachau?
Belson was a gas.
Oh my god!
Auschwitz.
Oh shit!
I'm not going to tell you what to do. I want to. I'm not going to. You figure things out for yourself. Whichever way you figure it.
Okay, so that father definitely has like a Teutonic sort of accent going on, which is weird.
Mother and I are behind you.
Oh, that word's going to come up in your next stream together, isn't it? It's my favorite use of the word in Blazing Saddles.
Willow.
Is this a stepfather?
Cleaning woman.
Hi, Namaka.
Yes, Norma. Is Lucille home yet?
Jesus, Jethro, you killed it there.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
So you're saying we're having problems with monetization?
That's weird.
And who is it that controls all of the money?
That's his
I think we know.
As Ian would say, yeah.
Mama, I told
Will said.
Lucille she's not to invite you to this house ever again. And she's not to go to your house. I told her to tell you, but I guess she's too embarrassed. I don't think she realizes that not telling you is far.
Okay, so in all sincerity, this is where it starts to get weird, where the parents start saying, you can't come over because you wore a Jewish bracelet and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think
Again, not Jewish.
Yeah, and she's not, but
she's showing tendencies.
Right, she might be sympathizing.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's Jew curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but actually, in the 40s, the largest segments of the Klan were in the Midwest, not in the South.
Oh, I believe that 100%. I was born in the Midwest.
Yeah,
Totally
I mean,
believe that.
the whole time I was growing up in Columbus, Ohio, they were still allowed to, like, you know.
Oh yeah, they had
gather
rallies all the time.
Yeah, they would just rally right there on the state courthouse lawn.
Yeah, I remember begging people not to go to counter protest them. I'm like, just
Right,
don't
yeah.
show up. Yeah.
I have
That
an
became
amusing
a
story
thing where you just threw a party like elsewhere. You know.
So there was only one Klan rally that I recall, and it was my sophomore year in college. I mean, the Klan was essentially irrelevant in this area by that point, but you know, it's, we're going to make some noise. We're going to get some attention. Well, I was one of like 3 white guys on my floor. I was in an athletic norm. And so all these guys we're going to go, we're going to bust ass. And I was like, no, we're going. I'm down with that. But you need to follow my lead, right, on what we're going to do. And so we're driving down and I'm kind of explaining what we're going to do. So we get down there and we spread out across an entire block, right, both sides. And the first like 4 blocks, you can hear people, you know, yelling shit at them and cursing them out, and they're just puffed up like banty roosters and all that stuff or whatever. And when they get to our block, they then follow the plan that I do, which is to point and laugh at them as much as possible. Like this is the most hilarious joke you ever saw. And you could just see as they march down the block, they're just like shrinking and getting shorter and shorter, right? As all of the air is puffed out where they're a fucking joke. I think they made it 1 block past us and then turned off early, went back to their cars and just fucking left.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
because they didn't get the reaction. And it was just, you know, you're clowns. Point and laugh at stupidity. It's the one thing that deflates that ego more than anything else.
They only exist for provocation. And if they don't receive like the proper anger and whatever,
right, they feed off of that reaction because then it makes them feel important that you're so outraged when you're laughing at them. And again, it's the reason that comedy has kind of disappeared for a while, right? It's the reason that so many important people lose their shit when somebody takes the piss out of them.
Much
because
like the internet,
right? You know, there's nothing quite so humiliating as being so full of yourself and then somebody just laughs at you. Right. And for those who think that they're powerful or those who think that they're elite or geniuses or whatever, being laughed at is the worst thing ever, which is why they try very hard to ban it or to censor that kind of reaction.
Yeah, agreed. And I have more than a few closed-minded people in my family lineage, some of which are police officers and servicemen, and yeah, I agree.
Wait, I was thinking about
What did I do?
Stuff I grew up around. My grandmother came from Arkansas, and she had a lawn jockey. She had a lot of stuff. I just never really thought about it until I was an adult.
Oh, me neither. I grew up in that casual culture, very much. Very.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, I did too.
Yeah, we were talking about this Little Rascals short.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being in a public space.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Barbara. I didn't mean to talk over.
No, you're fine. It's the same thing. I grew up in the same kind of era of culture where I didn't realize that was that was not an appropriate.
Okay.
That was not okay. And honestly, I will just be flat out honest. It was not until like the Black Lives Matter movement where I actually had to confront the fact that I still had some racist views, even though I didn't realize that they could be considered racist. And so when you start opening your mind up to that kind of thinking, it's like what Eraserhead and I were talking about. It's like cultural appropriation. No, it is not going to be cultural appropriation. Culture is meant to be shared. It's meant to open up conversations. It's meant to be learned from.
Well, I think, the difference between shared culture and exploitation of a culture.
Yes.
Like there's
a huge difference. But when you start confronting your own I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for?
Biases.
Well,
bias.
I mean, yeah, but
Bias is a good word.
Yeah, bias. Yeah, when you start confronting your own biases and you start self-correcting, it just makes things. You're creating a better world space, if not for everybody else, it's especially for you.
I think the word you're using there, you're considering yourself to say you're using the word racism there, and I think it might be more ignorance than racism, because I think that's the thing.
Yes,
because it's the same here in the UK. I mean, I grew up in a town with only 2 black families in the entire place. There were just 2 black families. There were literally nobody was seeing anybody other than white folks pretty much everywhere you went. So their exposure to that is very limited. And I don't categorize the people in the town and the local ones around me as being particularly racist, but I do think they're probably quite closed-minded, and I think they're probably a little bit ignorant of it, only because they just don't get exposed to it.
I think that's ignorance is probably a better word for it, but yes, because you don't, but it can still be perceived.
Oh, sure, it can. Yeah, without a doubt. But I think there's quite a difference, because I mean, racism is based on an actual belief of being better or superior, whereas I think it's more about the other, the different, the whatever, that often. That's the ignorant part of it. It's just not knowing enough or not exposing yourself enough to that world of a different viewpoint that can that can give you those biases. And I think there is a world of difference there. I think you're perhaps being too hard on yourself if you're using the word racism. You know what I mean? Because I think it just seems like, I mean, it's weird that this came up, because I was having this conversation only yesterday about the fact that I was best friends with the only black kid in my year at school. And to me, he was never any different to any of my other friends. When we played in the playground at school, he was Han Solo and I was Luke Skywalker, and no one ever batted an eyelid about this.
Well, a lot of us had that experience.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely my experience. I mean, we had some black families in the small town that I grew up in, but it's Chuck, it's Sarah, it's, there was the color was not seen other than
pointed out,
darker than me. And if you're gonna say, if you're telling a complete stranger Well, Chuck is the heavy black kid because it's the most, like somebody would say, well, he's the tall white guy over there.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that it's not that ignorance of different people and what they do isn't confined to race. I assure you that if you grew up in a fairly isolated community, right, people in the next town you viewed as different in some way. Well, you know,
you're absolutely right.
They
You're
are
absolutely
right.
right. The
In
town
Europe,
in which
I
I'm
think
living
so.
in now has a sort of slightly inferiority complex to the one in which I was born in, which is only about 3 miles away. You know?
Right, but there's I mean so it was 7 miles to the next town, proper town nearest to me, and we viewed them as like alien and outside of our sphere, right? They did things different. They're always fighting all the time. There's having problems. The rivalry in school was always really harsh and all that stuff, right? It's just you have a distance that does that. But I think the other thing is we often mistake stereotypes for being racist.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is the same thing.
Right. It's not the same at all.
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
But there's so many people that are hustlers who are trying to equate that in your mind, right? It's that humans have to operate on incomplete information all the time, right? And so you could be a doctor, a neurosurgeon, but if you're dressing like you're from Boys in the Hood, an extra from Boys in the Hood, then it is wise for anybody to look at you and go, I might want to keep my eye out. Yes. Because you may not be a thug, but you're wearing the uniform.
Well,
right?
That's where the term racial profiling comes in and becomes problematic. Whereas because something is suspicious, suddenly you can't be suspicious of it because that might be, assuming things. And that's a perfectly legitimate thing to do. It doesn't mean that every dark-skinned person getting on an airplane has a bomb.
Right.
But it does mean that every 17-year-old kid in a hoodie that is following me home might be a problem.
Right. And when the All Points comes out and says the suspect is a young black male wearing a hoodie, if you're a young black male wearing a hoodie, yes, you're going to get jerked over. It's not because of anything you did. It is the description that was given, right? If the description was white kid in hoodie, then white kids in hoodies are going to get yanked the fuck over, right? Because the description is what are the easiest to identify things. I know the guy was over 6'4". Well, they're busting my happy ass, right? What is the tone of your skin? Because it's the thing that people can glance at, and it's an immediate identifier.
Well, I think it's important to state that the law enforcement in general is not particularly fair. So in that context, if you want to dress like a hood, you're going to have to follow the rules.
Right. You're wearing the uniform. You may not be, but you are wearing the uniform. Yes. Don't be surprised when you get the attention.
Don't be indignant.
Yes. If I walk around in a white robe with a big pointy white hat.
Exactly.
Don't be surprised when people go, well, you're a racist. No, I thought this was a great ghost costume, right? From South Park, right? Yeah, I'm Gandalf. Yeah, I'm Gandalf the White. What are you talking about? You look like you're the Grand Wizard, not a...
Yeah, it's not a fair playing field, but you have to... This falls into the bigger conversation about, like, I want to be able to be whoever I want to be in public, and I want to be able to dress however I want to dress, and I want to be able to portray myself in public however. But that doesn't exist in a vacuum.
Right. Again, it should be perfectly reasonable for me to walk around with $100 bills hanging out of my pocket in anything. And if we are talking about the word should, you are correct. However, we have to deal with what is. And what is you're probably going to get your ass kicked and robbed.
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, you can't you can't dress a particular way. I mean, you can't sound a particular way without people judging you, and you should with the package. If you want to use Ebonics, if you want to use slang, and you don't want to better yourself, or you don't want to improve that your diction, and you don't want to, if you want to be judged like how society you want to be judged not fairly in society. You are not giving yourself a head start if you are portraying yourself a certain way. I mean, I think that's true of all kids, and that's not just black kids. That's not any particular white kids are just as guilty of using speech patterns and so on to
as a former punk, I set myself back by dressing a certain way, looking a certain way, acting a certain way, going to certain places, doing certain things. I set myself back in order to try and prove to the world that I was not what they thought I was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a fucking pitfall. That's just a trap. And I'm not
saying if it's you against the world, you're going to lose because the world outnumbers you by a lot.
Oh, I lost. Believe me,
I'll take the L's. Got all the scars. That's why I don't do that shit anymore.
Yeah, you don't have a right to be treated equally if you set those pitfalls up for yourself.
Right. You have the right to do whatever you want. Other people have the right to judge you as they wish.
Absolutely.
Have a nice day.
And certain states like Ohio, it's perfectly legal for women to walk around topless. But if you think you're going to walk around as a topless woman in a Midwestern state and not catch shit,
right,
you're fucking full of it.
Again, it's the same as me walking around with $100 bills hanging out of my, pockets. If somebody does something, is that wrong? You're damn right. The minute that they lay hands on you, that is you have violated the law. We're rolling, right?
But reality.
But if somebody is sitting and saying things about you, you can't be shocked by this. Well, how dare you? Look, you knew what you were getting, and if you didn't, well, then you were just dumb.
Yeah. If you didn't realize the storm that you were setting up for yourself, and you just want to be indignant about it, I have no sympathy for you.
Right.
None.
Well,
Just
again,
none.
if you want to cause a reaction, don't be whining about the reaction that was logically going to follow.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
And
Some of us are shit posters. Some of us actually do want that reaction, and we're absolutely feeding off of it.
I keep going back to, there was one thing that I saw, this is the one thing that kind of meant, oh my God, because I never had to have this, but it was a black woman talking to her son about the talk, and not the sex talk, the talk of don't wear your hoodie up, keep your hands out of your pockets, things like that.
How to speak to police officers.
Right.
Yeah.
How to
drive at the
defer.
speed limit.
Right.
How to defer to them.
Yeah. And that was the thing that I never had. I was like, oh God, I've never had to deal with that. Holy shit. I've never had to give my son that talk.
Right. So the reason that you didn't have to give your son that talk is that most of us had dads who told us that shit. Right.
Nope.
Because as a male.
But her son didn't, and her son's father is Mexican.
Right. Yeah. But again, the fact is that I had that talk where my dad was like, look, you don't do certain shit. Right. When the cops, if you get pulled over or the cops question you or whatever, you don't do certain things. For one thing, you are large and physically intimidating. They have guns. So they're going to respond in that way. Right. I taught my children to not have certain responses. Keep your big fucking mouth shut. Yes, sir. No, sir.
I mean, as a white kid, I never had that talk, but it was understood. And my hands are at 10 and 2 on the wheel every single time I'm pulled over.
Right. Right. I don't reach for my ID. I don't get in the glove box to get my insurance. No. My hands are on the wheel until they are there looking in and ask me for that. And I announce where I'm going to reach.
My wallet is on the dashboard if they haven't left the car yet. And my hands are at 10 and 2.
Yep.
And that's it. And it's yes, sir, no, sir. Yes,
but
ma'am.
It's not just.
Yeah, I've had guns pulled on me by cops.
Go ahead, Barbara.
It's not just when you're dealing with cops. It's dealing with anybody. It's like it's going into the 7-Eleven to buy a pack of Skittles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, true enough. And working in retail on the other side of that, it was kind of assumed that you would spend more time looking at customers who were black than the ones who were white.
Exactly.
Oh, my first job at a pizza shop, I was told very succinctly who not to take checks from.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I went through that in retail too when I worked
Yep.
at a toy store in Santa Monica, where the rule was you put the marker on any $100 bill. It wasn't you put the marker on the $100 bill because they're brown. And when I did do it, and the customer was brown, I caught hell.
Yeah,
every single time. Oh, you don't trust me because no, I don't trust this $100 bill.
Right, because it's the one thing that people will put forth the effort to actually counterfeit, because making a bunch of ones is a waste of time. You lose money in the process.
Funnily enough, that reminds me of the years later. Another friend of mine, somebody who became a very good friend of mine, when I was running a video shop. I obviously, when you take over a business, you don't know any of the loyal customers that have been coming there previously. So whenever people are turning up with their old video cards or without their video cards, they would just assume that you would, know who they were and know all the stuff about them. So I had one customer who was black, and he got really shirty with me because I had to ask him questions like what his name was, where he lived, what his zip code would be, that kind of thing. Simply because I had no idea who he was, and therefore needed to get bring up some account somewhere. And he gave me so much crap for it, and even years later we still joked about it because it was his prejudice as well as coming out there, not mine. I was just doing exactly what I was yeah,
that's another thing. I have a like a default behavior of I will give you the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. I have eaten ass on any number of people who have been in a restaurant with me where like the wait staff or I can tell that they're busy as hell, or the cooks are I just look around and be like, these guys must be running ragged, right? And stuff is getting to them late, or the order's wrong, and they're throwing a fit, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Right. First of all, don't pick a fight with people who bring you your food. You'll get a little surprise. So that's always one. But the other thing, have a certain amount of just, assume that, give them the benefit of the doubt. They're trying, and circumstances are messing with them. Right. Every time I go to buy cigarettes, I get some noob who is like, I need to see your ID. And I'm looking at him like, I don't look at me. Do I look
60.
like I'm underage?
Yeah.
And if so, you need your prescription fixed, right? But I'd be like, okay, whatever, right? And hilarious. I'll get the older ones where it's like a store policy, and they'll just look and they'll be like, I'm sorry, I have to do this. I was like, no, I understand. Here you go.
The smart ones type in their own fucking date of birth. And
right. Yeah. So yeah, you get the pros who are like, they just look and go like, yeah, whatever, and it's good, right?
I had that experience just yesterday in a supermarket buying alcohol, and they said, "Oh, the machine has just asked me to verify your age." I said, "Well, it's probably because I don't look anything older than 18," and of which I got zero response back.
Yeah, where they just look at you like, "Are you serious?"
So of course, being Britain, I just tutted, and that shamed.
It's a lot like being on B-sides, isn't it?
Well, if they give that look, then I lean into it. What, you don't think? You think I look older than 18? Really?
Yeah. Look at
I always ham it up. Like, anytime I get asked for my ID, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't trust someone this handsome.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
I got carded at a beer tree one line at a fair once, and I turned around and shouted, "Hey, everybody, I got carded."
Yeah. I got so when we moved to California, I had to turn in my old ID, and they give you this bullshit thermal printer paper replacement until the real one gets mailed to you, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm used to
no one wants it. No one likes
it. I'm used to being in Kansas where I go in, they hand me my new driver's license after they've taken the picture. Here we go. And here it is, right?
Yeah.
No, I get this thermal print bullshit and they'll send it. Well, so we, as a company, we went out to a bar. Now, at the time, I'm 27 years old with a full beard, already showing gray in the hair, and got a couple of streaks of gray in my beard, right? And they go to they're doing the ID checks, and I was like, all I've got is this bullshit. They would not let me in.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, look at me. How in the hell do you think that I'm not of age? And he was like, well, we can't, policy,
Yeah,
this or
my
whatever.
job and
I had to leave.
No, it's happened to me before too. It's not their fault. They're just they're doing their best to try and hold on.
Yeah, I'm more like, what kind of bullshit policy is this where you don't give, the trust to the people, but then you understand, well, then they'll let anybody in, or girl offers a blowjob and so she gets in because she's underage, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're let's see, I wonder if I can find just the appropriate little snippet here. What would it be?
Oh no, too soon.
We're too close. Stay on target. Loosen up.
Time. Oh.
Yeah, Adam, loosen up.
Yeah, I've never been loosened up.
No, I didn't say lucid. I said loosen.
Oh.
No.
And I don't want Lucille to be friends with someone who pretends to be something they aren't.
What am I?
I wish you wouldn't try to embarrass me this way.
I don't know what you mean. I just don't know. Really, I don't know.
I'm talking about the fact that you're Jewish.
I'm not Jewish.
Norma, I like you very much, but you're behaving very badly now. And you're far too
Like a
intelligent
Jew.
to know what you're doing. Now, I understand your reasons. You and your family were here alone in this town a long time. You felt isolated. But now that Dutton's Park is built up, you have enough of your own kind.
Mrs. Draper,
You don't feel isolated anymore. And you don't feel you have to hide anymore.
But why?
And you think because you and Lucille are friends that it won't make so much of a difference if we know now. And it does make a difference, dear. Now, I don't want to be cruel, no.
Because you deny the one true Savior.
You must make friends among your own kind. Do you understand me now, dear?
The hotties.
The better looking ones.
Yeah.
I want you to
That's how
understand.
this
It's
works.
time that my daughter realizes she's ugly, like
It's very
me.
difficult for me.
It's very difficult for me to tell you that I don't like you because you're Jewish.
It hurts me more than it hurts you.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, hang on. I missed a second. What is a floor burger?
It's a burger that's been
Oh,
pushed
we were
around the
talking-
floor, right?
The one that's sent back.
The
Yeah.
5-second rule?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
If someone complains about the
No.
food.
Oh, I don't like it. Oh,
Yeah.
really? Plop. Here we go. Yeah, send it back.
No, there's
Let
the
me
dog
fix
care for
that
you.
for you. Yeah.
I was told that's what goes into Wendy's chili.
That's true.
The floor
I'm
burgers.
not going to tell you what to do. I want to.
I hate to derail, but okay. So my cousin worked at Wendy's.
You do not hate to derail.
Hear me
It's
out.
your favorite
this guy?
thing.
I will note for the record, only one of us has the stay on target option.
And I have the only pause button, motherfucker.
Uh-huh.
Jethro already did the rail joke anyway.
Yeah.
So my cousin worked at Wendy's, and
Is your cousin Jewish?
None of your business.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to tie it back to this somehow.
Well, he wasn't trying to save money in this anecdote. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
In the 70s, it was procedure that the griddles were sloped and they were slanted so that all of the small bits of meat and all of the
Why are
grease-
you being so racist?
Because I hate you. And it would all funnel down into a little trough, and all of that would get scraped over into a little chute and go into a 5-gallon bucket and be mixed in with the chili mix. That's where the
delicious.
meat came from.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, caring about racism.
I'm not going to. You figure things out for yourself. Whichever way you figure it, your mother and I are behind you.
And just like Anne Frank in the snows of Amsterdam.
That's not snow, that's ash.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. I'm glad you said it though.
You know what?
You thought it. I had the balls to say it.
You know what ruined Anne Frank's whole deal was just
Yep.
A young lady who was brought to me by
Those
a
gas
teacher.
deposits.
Yep.
This young lady brought with her a diary, and she allowed me to read certain portions of it. And I must say, I was.
I have
shocked
actually been
by
to
what I
Dachau,
read
by
there.
the way.
Have you? What
Yeah.
did you do there?
Great importance.
We concentrated.
No, yeah.
My friend
Corporate
bought
outing, was it?
My friend's had a coat ruined by pigeons while he was there, and bought himself a brand new one. He bought himself a brand new one. Like,
was it brand new, or was it something that they had in storage from
this was
prior
just before
occupants?
we got to the
Something
train
they dug
takeovers
out for you.
Yeah.
This happened in
And we
Munich.
notice your hair is a little mussed. We have some extra. Would you like it?
So this incident happened in Munich, right before we boarded the train to Dachau. A phrase I thought I'd never say. Anyway,
Yeah.
but he had to get a new coat. So he bought himself a brand new coat, and he liked this very nice, particularly long black one from Hugo Boss, which he bought. And then
That's appropriate.
He proceeded to go to the camp.
Fitted by
And,
Albert Sphere.
At one point on the tour, I just turned to him and said, "You enjoying your inspection, Commandant?"
Wow.
And everyone just looked at him. He was like, yeah. This
The
could have gone
balls
better.
on this otter.
I still think the best story that Monty Python ever talked about was Graham Chapman when they were doing the German version of Flying Circus, and the German TV people wanted to take him to Dachau, and they showed up and it was closed, and they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry, it's closed." And Graham Chapman yells out, "Tell them we're Jews."
Well, the one very sobering thing I found about Dachau. Well, obviously there's a lot of very sobering things about.
Yeah,
Dachau.
really, just one.
It's not exactly known for its theme park, right?
Yeah.
And it was in the gift shop.
They do actually have a gift shop, surprisingly.
Why they were selling "Whistle While You Work" was.
I bought a little trade.
What I found was a bit weird is just it's the proximity of the town next to it. I mean, it is just there.
That's the. I think it was Dachau where they actually got the townspeople and made them go through the camp to help dispose of the bodies.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no way in which anybody could have any deniability about what the hell was going on there, because it's right there.
Yeah, we didn't know. I mean, the snow. Well, it was awfully gray, and it washed away awfully quick.
It smelled.
And there was a funny smell going on the whole time.
I haven't seen it yet, but I think that's what Zone of Interest is all about, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I think Zone of Interest is about the people living within the camp, isn't it?
There was another weird one. Is
I think they're on the other side of the wall. I think that's the thing, is that they're on the other side.
Oh, I thought they were like family with the workers and kind of just visually separated from from what's going on, but I think they're part of the camp.
I don't know.
Well, I'll report back when I see it. I do plan on seeing it.
Yes.
In Cologne, I went to an SS museum because I
as
do
one
all
does
the fun hotspots.
Yeah.
And they
turns out those two S's aren't what I hoped they stood for at all.
Yeah.
And they were. It was basically set in what used to be a working SS office and small interrogation area, and they were regularly killing people to the point where they had their own refuge collection that was taking people away. And after about a year of shooting people, the people in the town of living nearby would complain about the noise, so they started hanging them instead. Not because it was not because it was particularly better for the prisoners. It just used to upset the locals.
Yeah.
Could you keep it down over there?
Yeah, if you're just gonna kill people, you can just
find the screaming. The screaming is getting a little excessive. Oh, you do not like the noise?
Man, I would much rather be shot than hung. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I think we'd all like to be hung, but hanged is a different thing.
I don't know about being hung. I can't speak to it.
Exactly. I mean, we'd like to, but yeah,
I'm
hanged.
white. And
boy, if I was hung, I would speak to it.
Exactly. I'd speak a lot about it.
I would check in.
You couldn't shut me the fuck up about it.
I check in with it all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Hey, ladies.
Yeah.
Just wear short shorts.
He's wearing runner silk about 3 sizes too small.
If I was hung, you'd know by now.
Yeah, trust
I
me.
hadn't mentioned it.
I'd be on camera.
Considering where I've tattooed you, yeah, I probably would.
What conversation did I just come back into?
Sorry.
Nothing.
God, I
just-
went to go pour
nothing.
myself one drink.
Holiday hotspots.
You should afford 2.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Gonna need a bigger drink.
The only 2 people who ever saw my diary before are my teacher, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Clark, the principal.
Welcome back, Mr. Carter.
Welcome
but I thought that I
back.
should read some of it to you because
I actually do think
Things
this
have
is a
happened
nice
to
little
me.
monologue.
and the best way to tell them is the way I have them put down for myself. If anyone had ever told me that these things could happen to me, really, I wouldn't have believed them. So I don't know if you'll believe me. But I think this is important to think about. Because you don't get rid of things just by not thinking about them. You have to do something about them. The main thing is that
You have to
young
tweet them.
people like myself are growing up very fast. And pretty soon we'll be grown up and this will be our world and it'll be what we make it. And
We'll be
whatever
lousy.
we'll be is whatever shape we're made into by our parents. And so we have to worry about the world and our parents have to worry about us. And, well, I don't know, maybe when you hear what's written in my diary, maybe you'll think it's fine and that's the way things ought to be. But I think it's not fine. Oh, I ask everybody, and really, I'm not that important. But I just have to hope that I'm right. And that whatever happened, nobody really thought about it. Anyhow, you have to make up your own mind.
Yeah, miss, you're supposed to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
People don't normally make a speech.
This is the best birthday of all.
It was the birthday I hung myself.
Hanged.
I'm sorry. Hanged
And it
myself.
makes me mad to think that the only thing my very best friends care about is what other people are going to think. You can't let other people think for you.
I can.
What is she reading the whole diary?
I've outsourced the hell out of that
shit.
Welcome to B-Sense.
Please think for me.
Yeah.
We don't fight or anything, but
Thinking is hard. Let's go shopping.
Yeah.
and it's not just my imagination. It's real.
See, okay,
Why don't I
so
just
so
throw
this
this
film
bracelet away?
is right, pretty much on all accounts. It's correct.
It's not far right.
In terms of like social
Pages are just
behavior.
personal things.
But like, who made this? Why was
Yeah.
it funded?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
What's going on?
Jack had to stay
Absolutely.
late for football
Who was the
practice,
audience made for this?
and I was
Mhm.
alone.
Ohio.
Tried to find someone.
Just Ohio.
Just Ohio.
Nobody would even
Yeah, well, it worked
Specifically
like
Ohio.
gangbusters, let me tell
We're
you.
gonna have to work hard on Cleveland.
everybody.
Well, they've got all those Japanese brides walking around.
That's true, yeah.
Oh, we're
Well, that's
lousy-
fine.
Lousy with them.
She must have
All
said
doing
it.
the monologue.
I
all,
don't see how she
all doing
could have,
voiceover at the same
because
time.
She just went right on with her
Just don't call them on the
I'd
phone.
never said a word. And
Maybe
when I
before
left,
World
she
War
told me
II,
that
there
it was
really wasn't.
very
It
difficult
wasn't
for her.
unusual for people to just publicly express
I really think she
anti-Semitism.
expects me to
So
feel sorry
No,
for her. I
obviously
can't
Well,
not.
funny enough, it's coming back, isn't it?
you know,
In
and
quite a
I
big
think
way at the
yeah,
moment.
It's
Everything
very
old
hip.
is new again.
more than I
It's
can
very
figure
hip at the
out.
moment.
yeah. I'd rather be Jenkos, but I guess it's
It's all
anti-Semitism.
arranged. I have to read your diary.
We
but
all
I'm
wish it
sorry.
could be Jenkos.
I hope I don't hurt Mother and Daddy. Or embarrass them. Or make them ashamed.
Too late.
Mm.
Dad's got a cold sore.
I don't mean to be defiant or anything,
Fuck that, I do.
but I would like everybody to know that
I used to. I don't have the
I'm
energy.
going to keep on wearing my bracelet. Always.
My form of defiance is complaining.
Yeah. I like to roll my eyes occasionally.
All right, Karen.
Well, to myself.
Oh, just to yourself?
Yeah.
You know, if I had to give a shit, I would actually say this out loud, but I'm just doing it with my internal monologue.
That's right. I could care less. I could care
less, yes.
If you have an internal monologue, you're ahead of half of America.
Yeah.
That freaked me out when I found out that some people don't have like inner monologues.
I can't stop thinking.
What?
I heard about it like maybe a year or two ago, and I have not stopped thinking about it since.
My inner monologue is just nonstop.
Well, people don't have the monologue is a bad term for it, but like I think an internal dialogue, where your thoughts are formed in words and sentences, and you discuss with yourself in your head.
Yeah, self-awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, they speak without a design doc. The words that they say are the product, and then they like back work backwards from that to justify what they said.
If all your interactions with the outside world are just based on feelings, purely on feelings and motivations, rather than logical discourse inside of your own head, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I can't imagine living my life as a stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
I mean, what do these people think about in the shower?
Everybody. Which is the
They don't.
Jane's addiction?
Must put soap in armpit. Rub vigorously. Right. The action is the first thing.
After the bottle?
No, it's the action is the first thing. Then they go back and like justify it later if questioned.
Well, these are the people that the instructions on the soap bottle are for.
Yeah, do not insert rectally. Well, but again, you would have to have an internal monologue to go, should I insert this rectally? I don't know.
I talk to myself so much, I get irritable.
Yeah, I get sick of my shit. I definitely get sick of my shit.
Of course, I hate myself already.
Yeah.
If
you say that to yourself one more time, mister, I'm taking you outside and I'm kicking my ass.
We're going to have words.
Yeah.
Like, what's the matter? Something wrong, Jeff? Yeah, he's back on his bullshit again.
Yeah, you know, that's motherfucker.
Me!
Climbed up on his high horse again. Yeah.
I say
who? I.
heard anyone's pride.
Well, I think it's the same thing. So like it was like maybe a decade or two ago, I read that a lot of people who read books don't actually see what's going on, right? The scenery doesn't build in their mind.
Okay. I believe that.
And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I can't conceive of that. And then I started meeting people and I was asking them questions about that. They'd be like, no, I just read the words and I understand. It was like, you don't like paint a mental picture? You don't see it in your mind's eye?
You don't think
I do not.
You're not casting every character in your head as to who they are.
Right.
No, I don't, and I actually get it's a little irritating if I've already seen the movie.
Oh yeah,
because then it's difficult to like turn that off.
You almost got a spit take out of me,
but like I remember like reading George R.R. Martin and being like, dude, I'm not making a mental note of what everyone's wearing, and I don't even know what a doublet is. You know, like I don't know. I'm not like making a mental note of everything you're describing. So
well, that's because it's a doublet,
enormous,
but
you know. All right.
No, I mean the.
Well, then I doubled.
Exactly. Yes, you doubly doubled, Miss Scott.
I think that's the crux of every. Well, the book was better because inevitably you're building something far more grander in your head.
Right.
Oh,
It's
you-
why.
you
It's
cast-
why.
you cast it perfectly for you, haven't you? You are the casting director. You are the cinematographer. Of course, it's going to be better.
That's why I hate that statement more than any other in media critique. Is the book was better?
I mean, in some cases, definitely true. Jaws is not a good book.
Of course, the book was better because it was in your head. It was in your
Yeah,
imagination, and you filled in the gaps. Game of Thrones is just like pornography. It's just like explicit sort of.
What I can't get over with Game of Thrones, because I did read a few of the books, and like, despite the fact that they're like 700 pages, they don't take very long to read. And especially since I'm kind of mentally fast forwarding through all these descriptions of turkey legs and wine and shit. But
and boobs.
Yeah, and boobs. But what I couldn't get over is that HBO added sex to this thing. I'm like, are you kidding me?
It's
all
HBO.
all the fucking in these books, and you added like a lot of fucking. Like, wow.
George, I like your works, but there's not enough fucking in your works. Have you read my?
Way to go, HBO.
No, I just assume any book, there's not enough fucking in it, and then the people actually had to go up and go, all right, somehow we have to add more fucking to this already constant wall to wall fucking.
As a panel member with a Howard the Duck avatar, I suggest you place yourself. All right.
It's clearly, if anyone has any doubt that this is a fact that people don't have in a monologue, explain to me how people can go to the cinema and take their phones out and start talking on them, or start start doodling on their iPad or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
they're
where
doing,
did
or
that
having a
come
massive
from?
conversation.
I cannot remember where I saw it, but I was watching somebody's stream and they showed footage of a dude legitimately taking out his laptop and working on it for half an hour in the middle of a theater.
Yeah.
And I wish to God I could remember.
Well, I know Rich Evans brought that up.
That was no dude.
And
that was ridiculous.
And I was. He kept saying, he was like, I asked him. I was like, you need to stop asking and start telling.
Yeah.
Right. Please shut the fuck up. Put your thing away. And all that. Right. And if that doesn't work, it was like, motherfucker, shut that shit, or I'm going to shut it, and that it is never going to work again.
Well,
so
like last
you
year,
have a choice.
okay, so Barbara and I gave up our occasional visit to the Revival Theater here in town, which is one of the few saving graces of this hellhole that we live in.
God, yes.
And we would go there and watch like Teenagers from Outer Space and like all the stuff that we really love. And the last time that we were there, a kid behind us legitimately answered a phone call and was just shouting into his phone.
Yeah.
And I turned around and was like, you need to fucking leave. Like, you need to stop. And I can't understand how this lack of empathy is just pervasive right now.
It's not just, it's decorum.
Well, so the thing is that first of all, they're addicts.
It's manners.
No, they're addicts. Okay,
that doesn't explain the two people.
These are people who've been trained. Every fucking time their giant fucking handheld Tamagotchi makes a noise.
Yeah, but
it is so important. You have to check it.
Even precedes the phone thing. I mean, people have been crappy in cinemas for years. I mean, I went to go see Ferrari in.
Well, it's not new.
Year, and there were two people just talking to each other as loudly as we're talking now. Just sitting right near the front, and there was no way you couldn't hear them. They didn't get their phones out. They were just very rude, very unaware of anybody else around them. Didn't care. It's like they were in their front room just watching it on DVD.
Yeah.
That's when I pull my Revenge of the Sith moment. I went to go see it on opening night because some coworkers dragged me to it, and people kept fucking clapping every time R2-D2 did shit or whatever, and I was getting more and more tired of it. And eventually they clapped and it got quiet, and I said in my very loud voice, if you don't stop that, the next sound of clapping you'll hear will be my balls against your forehead.
That's a good one.
I thought when you said you had a Revenge of the Sith moment, I thought you were going to shout from the back of the cinema, I have the high ground!
No, I was going to have the high ground.
Well,
balls
clearly,
have
And
high
you were going to
tech.
get my balls in CinemaScope coming right at your fucking forehead if you didn't shut the fuck up. And guess what? The guy behind me starts busting out, and then he goes, "Dude, did you just say you were going to slap your balls against people's forehead?" And I was like, "Yes, I did." And he
I
goes,
did,
"Yeah,"
and I meant it.
and yeah, and he looked at me, and he was like, "Oh, he does mean that." And there was no more clapping in this fucking cinema until the end of the movie.
Well, Jay, I am not a terribly high T sort of fellow, but I have done that multiple times in the theater. Like when it's just kids, and I know it's just kids, fuck you. I will absolutely get up in your shit. I have no patience for it. I paid $20 to sit here.
Yeah.
And not for you to fucking be texting and whatever and talking crap. I think one of the last times that Barbara and I went to a feature cinema, which was years ago, we got comped free tickets because there were like 3 phony ghetto kids just yelling through the whole fucking movie. I don't even remember what it was.
It
but
was
they're
Deadpool.
like suburban fucking wannabes. And
Yeah, I think there's always a certain. Go
It was
ahead.
either Deadpool 2 or Solo. I can't remember.
Either one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always a certain like
Oh,
I think
no, it wasn't. It
instinctual.
was Venom.
Oh God!
We
Oh,
went
well,
to
let
see
them
Venom?
talk. Let them talk. That's fine. You're better off with that.
It was
I am
Venom.
so
I
sorry,
remember
honey.
that.
I am so sorry to
Yeah.
take you on that date.
But there's I think the benefit that I have, if I stand up, then it's twice as scary. But if I'm just
Yeah.
sitting there and you hear this low rumbling, very strong from the diaphragm statement about shut the fuck up, and when I'm that angry, my voice like hits this flat note that I'm very mad, right? And it's this like disharmonious sound, and I think it causes many stupid people to have their fight or flight response, and flight is definitely the option that they're choosing.
Well,
So
their balls should properly clench up.
yeah, there's everything crawls up, the sphincter, the only dogs can hear if they fart. It's very much, oh shit, doom has come upon us. We might want to shut the fuck up and hope that it passes over us.
Yeah, and I try and affect that, and obviously I have a pretty high nasally voice, but I'm not a man of small stature, and I'm not unremarkable. I'm fucking tattooed from head to toe, so it was a lot more impressive in the 90s than it is now. But
That's when you share something like, I fucked better guys than you in prison.
Yeah.
With all the tattoos and all that, and they're like, I might want to worry about that guy.
Yeah. And it usually works, and I try and hold it. I really do. I try and hold it as long as I can, but 99 times out of 100, it just keeps going and it keeps going, and it's like, okay, child, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You need to shut the
I'm sorry, your parents didn't beat you enough. I will not make that mistake.
Yeah. And
if your parents have a problem, I'll beat them too.
I don't like pulling it out. And one of these days I will pull it out against the wrong person. I will pull it out against a 16-year-old who's holding a fucking, 9mm. I don't even care.
Yeah, I'm going down on my principles.
You need to place yourself.
Yeah.
You absolutely need to fucking stop this bullshit. I didn't pay $20 to listen to your fucking phone conversation. It's just fucking ridiculous.
You need a draft house, like it's too bad.
We
you don't have
do,
one.
and we will never get one in Fallbrook here.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. We are like the Levittown of fucking Southern California.
Well, we don't have proper ushers anymore.
No, we have little children that are fucking terrified of.
Right. He's 15 years old or whatever, and I was like, no, I need like the bouncer usher to come out and be like, bitches, leave.
Yeah,
I feel like it's varied theater to theater because I still go to non-Alamo theaters, and sometimes it seems like it's just kind of like whatever, and then other times I feel like I do see like ushers come in, look at the crowd, see what's going on,
But you are, I'm not going to use the word privilege, but you are in sort of an upscale area when it comes to like watching movies and whatever. We're in the ghetto. right now. And I don't mean ghetto by means of color. I mean ghetto by means of economics.
Yeah.
And
if you're poor in Austin, you don't live in Austin. You live somewhere else and you commute.
Well, no, that's not even what I mean. But I mean, there's a cultural sort of understanding maybe where Jeff lives that doesn't exist where Barbara and I live, which is everyone is just sort of out for themselves and nobody gives a fuck, as opposed to a certain amount of decorum that might exist.
Oh no. I think you'll very much find that in upper class as well. In fact, you tend to find it worse because you're much less likely to take a beating in upper class areas than you
fair.
are.
I can understand that. I can get that. And
I do the greatest theater experience of my life, and this was one where I loved the fact that the audience was making noise, is I went to go see The People Under the Stairs.
Oh,
and I was the only white guy in that audience. And that was an audience participation movie. The audience is telling him, "Oh, hell no. No, you don't. You go. Oh, see, I told that motherfucker. He go in there, he get, yeah. See that? And that movie was shit. The audience participation made that movie. If I could see a movie with that audience anytime, I would be down.
That's a different experience, though.
Oh, my God.
When I saw the Blob remake, where I grew up in New York, one of my finest moments as a human being was when the fucking blob shot out of the boyfriend and out of the girlfriend and attacked the guy in the car when they were making out, and I yelled, "Nice booby trap!" Like, and it was on point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a different experience.
Right.
That's not the same as opening your laptop and fucking,
No.
Yeah, but this was like going to a movie at a Pentecostal church.
You can almost sense it, can't you, sometimes with the crowd? I mean, I went to go see Commando, about 5 years ago. They were doing a screening of this a piece of 80s cheese, and the audience were they're clearly in the right mood just to sort of watch it and take it for what it is, not a particularly good film. So they were laughing almost immediately, in the opening montage of him bonding with his daughter and carrying massive lumps of wood.
Yeah, carrying an entire fucking tree on his shoulder. Okay, yeah.
We just knew that this is the right audience because they're just going to have a great time with this.
There is a certain element when you're in a live theater and the crowd, the energy around you is just
right.
It's catching, right?
Yeah, right. It's reading the room, right?
Yeah.
You know that everybody is like either taking the piss out of this movie or really.
I mean, it's the same thing with like, I mean, to an extent, it would be like watching the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You are expected to have audience participation in that.
Yeah.
But like, and I'm just going to use this as an example because this was probably the last, up until -1, this was the last film I saw in a cinema, and that was Endgame. And it was opening night. It was a packed house. The energy around you was incredible. And it was the same one for the first Avengers. The energy around you was incredible. So audience participation was loud. It was cheering.
It's great when that happens. It's great. Yeah, really great.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a separate issue when you've got the jerk behind you taking out a cell phone to take a call,
right?
Or opening up a laptop to do a little.
I do remember getting the giggles during Mission to Mars. Me and a friend, we just got the giggles. I don't know what it was, but it's not a great film. In fact, we think it's pretty terrible. But I know some people like it. I'm not gonna tell you otherwise. But I think it may have been the product placement. It may have been some of the sort of cheesy acting. There was definitely a moment in which somebody had gone too far out into space, and there was a literal bit counter that they were looking at that said the point of no return on it. And when it passed the point of no return, they announced that they've gone past the point of no return. And we were just in stitches. I mean, we were just absolutely crying. We were in pain by the time we left. And the giggling started with just the two of us. And then it spread to the few people around us. And because it wasn't a packed theater. There's maybe about 40 people in there, but we had about 3 rows just laughing like hyenas by the end of it. Because I think more probably just because they were laughing at us being dicks, but
that's a proper moment.
But that's a moment. That's a proper moment. That's reading a room that you're getting you're getting the take on it.
I had a wonderful experience like this when Oh Brother Where Art Thou first came out. I went to see it at the First Run Theater, Art House Theater. You know, it was not really a packed house. And, you know, I had like kind of middling opinion of the movie, you know. Mm-hmm. And when it came out, the dollar movies, where I lived in San Antonio, I went to the dollar movies a lot, which was kind of like a lawless land.
Oh,
If I was there to see like a movie that was not very popular, people would pop in and change a kid's diaper, you know. I went to see Oh Brother Where Art Thou at that movie theater in the evening, and I didn't really think anything of it. I just remember thinking like, I want to see this movie again, you know, like see if I can like figure it out or whatever. And this place was packed, and the crowd fucking loved every moment of this movie and was like cheering after songs and shit and really going nuts. And it's still like one of my favorite, you know, movie going experiences, just like sharing Oh Brother Where Art Thou with like this very wild live crowd. And I had the sense that some folks there had like already seen this movie, you know. It's a dollar movie, you know. So like we saw it again, you know.
Yeah.
I remember that's when I saw Memento, and you know, it wasn't unusual for people to come in and out, and someone like just in general at this theater, but while I was watching Memento, someone left like 15 minutes before the ending. I was like, how could you watch this whole movie and then left before the ending? Like you watch almost the entire thing. I still think about that.
There have been plenty of movies where I have wanted to, because it was like, I've already figured you out. You're bullying me. I want to go.
Yeah, I guess you could have that experience.
But I'll give you the option of trying to surprise me. Nope, you didn't. Bob.
I'm not judging. If you want to leave before the end of a film, fine, get out.
There's been one movie that I got up and walked out of, and it was UHF.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. It just, for some reason, it landed flat with me. I think it just kept going on, and I was like, these are bits that are amusing, like, of themselves.
Well, it's like
but there's a
TV in a theater,
right?
So it's a better movie on cable for sure.
Yeah, right. Because again, I can tune in and be like, all right, I'm going to ignore some of this shit because it's just stupid, and then I'll get back to it or whatever. But it just kept grating on me because the humor. I mean, it's like a cumulative effect with that one. You might get like a good burst of laughter out of me early on, and then in the middle, I just kind of die a bit, and then just by accumulation of constant shit, I'll start to laugh again as it goes. Well, I hadn't got to that second part of the starting to laugh again, and the audience, when I was in there, was dead. Nobody was laughing at this, right? It's a reason this thing bombed, right? And I got up and announced, I have had enough, I'm out. And got a round of applause.
I think UHF is definitely a sitting in bed sort of cable movie.
Yes.
If you're going to do it. In the theater, no. I could not have tolerated it.
Oh, it was rough.
Smylexx, I'm so sorry you watched Ghost in the Shell in the theater.
Oh God, that remake. Oh Jesus.
Oh God.
Oh.
It was worse because I was sitting next to somebody who was clearly just coming out of a bad cold or something. She was just coughing her lungs up like she was about to die at any second, and that was happening about 2 seats away from me, as well as the film being awful. So yeah, I was out. I was really out. I can't say this.
More of an economy flight than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It may have been the cancer from the movie that had gotten to her.
All right. I am losing focus. What else did we want to show here tonight, folks? We have so many great things. Just for a little bit of a palate cleanser. Before we get to the really red flag.
Oh, let's get all into the racism.
Well,
he bite me in my vagina when I'm walking, and he sees on the dog.
I'm going to pretend I'm not listening to you, Jethro, but I think
Meow, meow, meow.
this definitely came from you.
No, let's not do that.
Uh-oh.
It is...
oh, no, this is one of Jethro's?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. We're going to look forward to the totally racist film. This is terrible.
Brace yourself.
He gets so crazy.
Looking for it here. Oh.
Can we not watch it and just have Jethro reenact it?
Like, we could not do any of this. We could just not get on the internet.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
There's no reason we have to do any of this. But for a bit of a palate cleanser from the racism, our quickly gaining stature patron saint of B-sides here, Candy Candido. Woo! Thank you, Jeff. Is going to tell us the Pussycat song.
Is this 2 hours of
Like Pussycat.
Hey.
I like to listen to them talk. Oh, yeah, they talk. Didn't you ever hear a little boy Pussycat romance a little girl Pussycat in the moonlight? Sure. The little boy Pussycat always says to the little girl Pussycat, he says,
Come yout, come yout, come yout, my pretty kitten. We will serenade the moon. Oh, come yout, come yout, come yout, my pretty kitten. We will sing a little tune.
When the folks got home tonight, at 12 or thereabout, they locked the door and they forgot to put me out.
Oh, come on, yout, come yout, come yout, my pretty kitten. Now.
Jimmy?
Yes, my Fräulein, Fräulein.
What are you planning?
Well, I plan we get married and have a little alley all our own. And then one day, perhaps, settle down on a lovely picket fence with a house all around it.
But I'm afraid that's not enough. I want a large ball of yarn all my own that I can unravel all day. And I know you'll never be able to afford that.
Then I suppose it's goodbye, kitten.
No, I was only fooling. I think you're the cat's pajamas.
It's too late for flattery. I have a lovely Maltese up the street who scratches her window each time I pass.
Jimmy!
Yes.
Can I come out? Come out. Come out, my pretty Jimmy. We will serenade the moon.
Not now.
Oh, forgive. Let's live. One little kiss, please give me. And with the words of love.
Not now.
Jethro, I am absolutely entranced with this man.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's amazing.
Thank you for bringing this into the to the theater, because I knew nothing about him, and obviously his vocal talent is unbelievable, but he's charming as fuck.
Yeah, and when you look into his history, you've heard his voice in Disney films.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's the and like one instance is he is the low-voiced Indian in Peter Pan.
Okay.
The Indian chief.
All right.
I will let you stroke my hair. My hair is soft as silk.
Stay up there, 'cause I won't share my saucer of milk.
Can I come out? Come out. Come out, my pretty Jimmy.
Coax me.
Meow.
I'm Whitman. You got me.
Meow.
Yes, now.
Oh, Jimmy. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Absolutely.
He's pretty amazing, isn't he?
Absolutely.
I like the little.
Yep.
That's a nice.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Wow, I am so impressed, and I am not easy to impress.
I wish there's more Candy Candido out there.
Yeah. Jeff sent me another link, which was a little bit of a different affair, where he was just doing a character work, and it was not nearly as enjoyable.
No, it stinks actually. Like he's doing like an Italian accent the whole time. He doesn't sing once. Yeah, it's and the whole it's like 18 minutes long. It's like the short, length.
I think you said it was
the
least funny Hal Roach production you'd ever seen.
Yeah.
And I agree 100%. So we will not be watching that. But
it was a Hal Roach hotel.
Yeah. Subscribers go in, but they don't come out. But Candy Candido, I am absolutely just awestruck by. I'm charmed, and actually, honestly, I probably kiss him on the lips. I think.
I kind of get a sense he probably wouldn't mind that too.
No, he does.
No,
he has a sense
not.
that he swings a certain way.
Yeah,
or every way.
That's
or
that's
both
what I'm
ways.
thinking.
Yeah,
I think
Every
he'd be
way.
happy with any kind of attention.
Yes.
On the Pussycat train, something I've been wanting to show for a while.
Oh my,
Harry Roy, no pun intended, and he's singing about his girl's pussy.
Oh,
I love this one. Sorry.
Oh,
but I'm going to interrupt. Robert Crumb's, what is it? The Cheap Suit Serenaders, his band. They do a version of this song, actually, which I don't think is as good. But
No.
Do they also have the Henry Cavill CG mustache that's off? Because this guy looks like the same CG team worked with him.
No, that's full blown upper lip. That's
I've heard it many times. It never gets old to me. I love it so much.
There's 1,000 versions of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has to be like an old vaudeville song that was on the circuit.
But
yeah,
but it continued to be recorded. I think up until like all the way. I mean, well, I'm sure it probably continued to be recorded long past what I know of, but I know it got continued to be recorded all the way through the 40s.
Well, Robert Crumb did it in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
But what I want to point out is that there is a whole genre of party music like this that has always existed outside the mainstream.
You know about Tom Lehrer, right?
Yeah. Tom Lehrer, Red Fox.
Tom Lehrer, if I have a Tom Lehrer record, it says right on there, like, oh, the record store folks won't sell this, so if you want it, you have to come see me.
There's a Red
Cabaret.
Fox. There's a Red Fox album that starts out with "Speaking of big pussy."
Yeah,
there are some amazing party albums, especially in the 60s and the 70s, and I love this stuff.
And I think also that this was it's a kind of thing that musicians will do in the same way that like comedians do with the aristocrats. It's
an in joke,
right? But we can get away with it with the double entendre. But everybody is in on it, and we're working blue. But no, we have plausible deniability,
absolutely,
or whatever. And it's the kind of thing that okay, do you have a crowd that isn't really getting into things, or is a bit too uptight, or something like that? You know damn well that musicians like, dude, do the song. That'll break the ice.
Hidden on B-sides, it's hidden on in double entendres, and I mean, this stuff, it really speaks to me. I mean, I really appreciate this sort of subversion of polite culture. Like, I think this is amazing.
Right, with that veneer of respectability because of the double entendre.
Yeah, and a real orchestra, real musicians, and a real
right. It's why, I mean, if it was just 15-year-old being dirty with the aristocrats, it's not funny. When it's Bob Saget doing it, you are fucking dying, right? Because it is so hilarious.
Because he has a little bit of stature, and it's produced.
Right, or Gilbert Gottfried when he bombs with an audience on a 9/11 joke, and it is too soon or whatever. And he's like, oh, okay. Right, and goes into the aristocrats.
Yeah,
fuck it. If I'm gonna bomb, I'm going out on my terms. Let's
gutter.
Yeah.
There's so much great, just classic jazz, and I don't know how else to say it, but just stuff like this. That
I wonder if Monty Python heard something like this, which is the reason they have the penis song and the meaning of life.
I think they're very aware of this type of humor.
Yeah,
very
definitely.
aware.
That's coming from like Noel Coward and things like that as well, isn't it?
Oh, so.
Yeah.
I don't know what the British equivalent of this would be, but I imagine there's plenty of it to mine.
Definitely. I mean, my friends and all we would start singing the penis song and recite it word for word. Isn't it awfully nice to have a penis? Bing, bing. Isn't it frightfully good to have a dong? Bing, bing. It's well to have a stiffy. It's divine to own a dick from the tiniest little tangent to the world's biggest prick. So 3 cheers for you, Willie, on John Thomas. Oh yeah, we would just
in
roll
America. The one that really stuck was "Every Sperm is Sacred."
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the one I remember.
I don't know an American that doesn't know that fucking song.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be Catholic to know that one.
Every sperm is needed in your neighborhood.
Yeah, and no pun intended. It is spot on.
If a sperm gets wasted, God gets quite irate.
He does. I like the fact that it starts with the title card of The North, and it's just really.
It just has another one plop out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's right after the Protestant couple talking about the contraception.
Absolutely. I could put one of those on my John Thomas right now.
Oh, why don't you?
Would you?
But I won't.
I want a condom. In fact, today I think I'll take a French tickler.
Yeah.
Because I am a Protestant.
Okay.
It has special meaning because obviously I grew up in the North. So
the North.
It makes me very happy when I see myself represented.
I always love the death scene.
Oh, I love the death scene as well.
Because he is fucking with everybody. You Americans, you talk, and I just want to say something, and let me tell you something. Well, you're dead now, so shut up.
There's a little line that's like a throwaway as he's leaving with them, and one of them just says, "Should we take our cars?"
Yeah. Well, the other was, I didn't eat the salmon.
Yeah. And
throwaway lines are my favorite.
and then he's skipping. Death is skipping.
Yeah.
The moose. The salmon moose.
I think it was Hostman. Hostman, are you still here? Hostman sent us a German Sour Patch Kids commercial.
Oh, whoa.
That has somehow evaded copyright. So I don't know what this is, but let's jump in.
First, they're sour.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Well, there's a bit of a theme tonight.
Oh my god!
I didn't see this coming. Gotta say, did not see this coming from Small Gummy Sweets.
Then they're sweet. Sour, sweet, gone.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Let me see that again.
What?
What?
Hostman.
Oh my
That was just
god!
wonderful.
I believe the children were the future, and then you said this. What the balls?
Teach them well and send them to B-sides.
I do really like that.
First, they're sour. Then they're sweet.
Holy shit.
Those are my two favorites too, red and blue. They're the
Sour,
best.
sweet, gone.
This shit? Really?
Oh my god.
You know, sour really has a different meaning when it has
hilarious.
umlauts.
Oh my god. Guys.
Yep. You do have the Operation Paperclip.
Yes,
That was a
Operation
B2
Paperclip
rocket.
reference. Yes,
Yep,
that was
absolutely.
a deep cut.
Well done, host.
Yeah.
Well done. All right, let's see. What else have we got? We are 4 hours in. All right, well, let's bring out the Walking Dead. Let's see what we have left tonight. Oh, we haven't done the Little Rascals yet, have we? Okay.
The one that you said was totally copyright and was utterly unshowable?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, all right. Say goodnight, everyone. Actually, no, I want to short stop and play this one because this is some Smylexx.
She's wearing Tramp, a fragrance created for her by Longstreet. Tramp, today's kind of fragrance for today's kind of girl. Tramp, free and friendly, bold and exciting. Tramp, a fragrance that's warm and winning, rather independent and maybe just a little wild. She's wearing Tramp and everybody loves her. Tramp by Lonteric. Shouldn't you wear it too?
Is it Tramp?
No.
It's my girl's pussy.
I don't think I will. All right. So here is a very fast cut up of the Kid from Borneo Little Rascals episode. If anyone does not know that, raise your hand right now.
Me?
Oh, you don't.
I am a Little Rascals aficionado.
Okay.
I grew up with that shit.
Smylexx, you don't know this one?
No, I do not.
With the witch doctor?
Oh boy.
Nope.
Okay, so
hold on to your butts.
Settling in.
The basic premise is there's a mix-up in the mail, and I don't know, Spanky's parents or somebody gets a letter that their Uncle George is coming back to visit, and they get him confused with the witch doctor from the freak show in the circus, the local carnival.
Their uncle owns the sideshow.
Okay, all right.
And their father hates this guy.
Yes.
And so they assume the witch doctor is their uncle, who their father hates.
Right. Because he must be racist or something.
Yeah. And they have a letter from the uncle that lets him go like right backstage to see the witch doctor. And no one knows anything, but they're just convinced the witch doctor's their uncle.
Yeah, there's a comedy of misunderstanding, and all of these little adorable children end up getting chased by this witch doctor freak show actor, whatever.
Okay.
And all he really wants is candy.
Yeah,
and that's what they feed him.
He likes candy. This part was played by a boxer, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, who both fought and then later befriended and trained with Jack Dempsey.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, cool. Thank you for the info. Yeah, I grew up in Columbus as a young lad, going occasionally to visit a wonderful little pizza parlor with my mom's best friend and her son. And they had a 16 millimeter projector in the middle of the darkened dining room, and the place was filthy and the pizza was shit and whatever. It was my first exposure to a pachinko machine in the back room with a pinball machine and another video game or something. But we used to just lose our minds when we watched this. It was absolutely amazing. So it is fully copyrighted by YouTube. I've cut this up into like 5-second segments just so you can get the gist of it. And here we go.
George is my brother, and he's the children's uncle. He's not coming to this house, and if he does, I'll punch his head.
Will you take a look at our uncle? Why don't Daddy like Uncle George?
Well, your Uncle George is the black sheep of the family, and he and your father didn't get along.
He sure do look wild. What makes him so black? What's that bone in his nose for? Maybe he likes to smell him. What do you mean my Uncle George is a sissy cannibal? 'Cause he wears earrings.
Does he ever get out of control? Oh, once in a while he kind of gets nervous and excited, but we always calm him down by giving him candy. Yum, yum. Eat him up. Eat him up. Calls candy yum, yum. Eat him up. Yum, yum. Eat him up.
He's the children's uncle.
The expression on the face is amazing.
I think the Little Rascals are kind of underrated because of all these little kids have such amazing screen presence.
Oh yeah.
I've got to say, I mean, this did not translate over to the UK. This did not travel, so we didn't
really?
get this at all. Yeah.
Oh God, no! The Little Rascals are great. And,
I think the closest we got to it was we got the film version of it, which came out I think in the 90s. We got that.
Oh no, that was
we
shit.
didn't have any context because it never been shown.
No, the Little Rascals.
I made it clear.
Are
Earlier, I walked out of that.
Oh yeah, that
it was at the Dollar Theater, but all the same.
No, the Little Rascals. So for the time that it's made, it is remarkably non-racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Buckwheat is just part of the gang, and he's even like, why has he got a bone in his nose? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Right?
That's Stymie. That's not.
That's
Buckwheat.
Stymie.
Oh, was that Stymie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So because it's Stymie's older. Yeah. The relationships with all of them are just, we're kids. We do kid things, and then react to as kids. We misunderstand what's going on with the adults. Mm-hmm. And kind of take the piss out of the things. I mean, the fact that she says, well, he's the black sheep of the family, right? Mm-hmm. They are taking it literally because they see the picture and go, oh, okay. But what the hell's wrong with Uncle George? Why in the hell has he got this bone in his nose? You know, and all of, and then notice even Stymie has the what the fuck look on his face when the guy looks at him all right, when they're all like, oh my God, right?
Well, he's like, he literally says, what makes him so black?
Right, yes.
Smylexx, is there any...
How is he your uncle?
Is there any kind of analog to this, like growing up in Britain? Did you have anything like this?
I don't know about small kids doing TV. I mean, there was plenty of edgy humor and plenty of... shows which you look back on now as an adult that were clearly made with a double meaning, but nothing immediately springs to mind that would translate as being like this. So we got things like the Red Hand Gang in the 70s. Do you remember that?
No,
that was an American import, the Red Hand Gang, and that had a guy in it. They were kind of like the Little Rascals of the 70s. They were a little bit older. They were probably sort of between the ages of about 10 and 14, I think. But we always remember that there was a black kid in that who was called James Bond Jr. III. That was his real name. That wasn't even his character name. That was his real name on the credits, and we were just
Sammy Davis Jr. Jr.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah, there was that was a weird import from the States. I'm surprised we didn't get this because we used to get all the classic sort of 20s and 30s shorts.
Well, speaking for like our American age group, like this was old when we watched it as kids, and we knew it was old.
Oh,
but,
but it was on every morning as part of like the children's programming stuff. As you had Our Gang / Little Rascals
being played on a 16mm projector. Like we just grew up with this.
I grew up with this on TV.
George is my brother.
We got the Scooties, we got Harold Lloyd and Laurel Hardy and all that stuff as well. We all knew that was ancient when we were watching it too.
Why don't Daddy like Uncle George?
range. Well, your Uncle George is the black sheep of the family, and he and your father didn't get along.
He sure do look wild. What makes him so black? What's that bone in his nose for? Maybe he likes to smell him. What do you mean my Uncle George is a sissy camel? 'Cause he wears earrings.
Does he ever get out of control? Oh, once in a while he kind of gets nervous and excited, but we always calm him down by giving him candy.
I'm just going to pause this for the censorship just for a second.
Yum, yum. Eat him up. Eat him up.
And I do actually want to just think for a second about what would it be like to be this actor right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
And he's not even an actor. He's like, you know.
It's the Depression, and you'll do anything for a buck. And I get that. It's not all that different from right now in America. But
I think he would be in on the joke, though, don't you think?
maybe.
I mean,
I think he's certainly
just given
amenable
the
to the
reactions for the kids, as we were saying earlier, how the kids aren't seeing color and they're just confused by the whole experience and they're getting the wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
They're getting the wrong context. I guess they would have explained the idea to him, and I reckon he would have been in on it. I think he probably had a decent day.
Well, yeah, and if you compare this to the clip from Whispering Ghosts that I played with the equally just awful over the top sort of witch doctor thing, like that guy he made $50 that day, and he'd probably be happy to do it, and that doesn't make it right, but
he probably got a kick out of seeing this on a
candy,
theater screen.
Eat them up.
I'm late.
Yum, yum. Eat him up.
He looks like a gorilla ape to me.
Yum, yum. Eat him up. 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 Eat him up.
Are you going to eat me up, Uncle George?
I love Spanky, and I'm actually
Spanky,
and I am unapologetically a huge fan of Darla. Darla sort of sparked something in me as a young child, and I was just like, oh, I would like to be friends with Darla.
How's things down in Borneo?
Borneo.
Again, I'm just going to pause for the fucking copyright for a second.
Spanky, you're doing a great job.
Well done, lad.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, the average Friday night here at BC.
Exactly, yeah.
Like
apparently he's seen some of
all
Adam's
the time.
movies as well.
Well, we're not down to drinking port, but we're pretty close.
Uncle George, you and I, we're simpatico.
So it goes on basically like this. We get some Scooby-Doo chases.
Yum, yum. Eat him up. Eat him up.
But really, he just wants candy. And then he's going to throw Dad out the window here.
As one does.
I had to really pare that down to get it past the algorithm. But
That's the effects shot.
I have such amazing memories of that.
Yeah.
Just the pizza parlor and everything, like the smells and the.
Well, I told you they showed that at COSI, the Center of Science and Industry.
Yeah, for people who don't know, COSI is actually one of the premier sort of hands-on science museums in the country.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's great for kids. There's like the original COSI, which is the one that I grew up with, because they moved to a different building and expanded. But it used to be there was a third floor where everything was from the 70s and 60s.
Well, it had a very
attic. But they like you could kind of tell like which decade.
It had a very Disney World of Tomorrow feel.
Yeah.
There were a lot of like exhibits, like the Kitchen of Tomorrow, but you could also like sit down and do like ESP tests and things like that.
Yeah, and the best was the streets of yesteryear. He
Mhm.
went through the streets of yesteryear, and like it was like, everything was all there. If there were people working in there, there would be a blacksmith and somebody working
Yeah, I remember doing
a lathe, and
I remember doing gold panning there.
yeah, gold
and
panning
actually getting like flakes of gold out of the sand and all
yeah
that stuff. Yeah,
and the movie theater was always showing like 3 shorts, one after the other, and this was one of them. And I think, yeah, and and like, I think there may have even been a placard, like, announcing that there were different views or something at some point. But it's, like as a kid, yeah, like you said, yeah, like you said, as a kid, we thought it was like riotous fun, just to not see the problem with it. And I loved Kosai growing up, and I loved the streets of yesteryear, and like sitting in the theater for a little while was a must. And I hoped that the man from Borneo would be the one that we'd get to see while we sat down. And it's just, it's a little haunting to think about the different experience, that someone who isn't white has, doing that exact same thing, like
imagine
really,
being the black kid on the field trip that had to sit down and watch Uncle George.
That fucking sucks, that sucks. There's just, I don't know what else to say except that.
Well, as always, we appreciate things in context and history here on B-Side, so we're not poking fun at anything in particular other than ignorance. So
but it's just, you're so disappointed in the people who ran Kosai.
Those fucking interns. God damn.
How dare they?
You're like, you had something beautiful and it was awesome, and everyone should have been able to enjoy it.
Let's just all focus on the pendulum clock and the magnetism exhibit.
I just imagine the lights coming up and the docent was like, any questions? And the black kid's like, I have one. How dare you?
Yeah.
He speaks for all of us.
Yeah.
And the response is, well, Stymie didn't seem to have a problem with it. He was there. Stymie was also like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Okay, we got a couple of last minute entries here.
So I was reading up a bit on the guy who plays the wild man from Borneo.
Oh, please tell us.
Yeah.
Okay, so his name is John Lester Johnson. He was a light heavyweight. His fighting weight was between 173 and 185 pounds. He was, so they believe that he may have been in the first integrated professional boxing match in 1916 with Jack Dempsey.
Wow.
Dempsey was still an unknown. During the fight, Johnson proved to be a very worthwhile match. He broke 3 of Dempsey's ribs in the second round.
Whoa.
The fight continued for 10 rounds with no decision.
Whoa.
Some of the sports writers gave Dempsey the winning title, but Dempsey himself denied winning. He said, I didn't know how to fight then, and Johnson did. I think he won, and he taught me more that night than I'd ever dreamed before.
Wow.
Dempsey made 100. Johnson made 200. Johnson continued boxing for several more years, making his way to California. Denied his chance at a championship. He drifting into boxing obscurity. Helped support his family by taking bit parts in motion pictures.
Wow.
He also worked as a night watchman for the Armed Forces General Services Center in Maywood, Los Angeles. Appeared in many movies in the 30s and 40s, in small parts, usually as a doorman, a slave, a criminal, a witch doctor, and at least once as a policeman. His only starring role is in Our Gang, the kid from Borneo.
Wow.
Johnson suffered a series of disabling strokes in the late 1950s, and he resided at the VA hospital in West Los Angeles until his death at age 74 in 1968. His wife survived, and he's interred in Los Angeles.
Wow. Very impressive.
What a life.
Cheers. My God. That's very impressive. Yes, cover for me. I'm
Bam.
I'm downloading.
Dance, monkeys.
Well, then he probably avoided all of the racism, backlash stuff that was coming out of the late 60s and 70s about that kind of representation in film.
Right.
He probably lived his life quite happily, ignorant of the fact that that storm was coming, and that he could potentially become some sort of poster boy for all the things that are bad. So he maybe just lived quite a happy life, with the exception of the strokes and the debilitating problems that he got from boxing, of course.
Other than the addictions and death.
Yes, and all the other
other than the chronic closed head injuries.
Apart from that, apart from all of those things, he was probably fine, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Jack Dempsey fight?
Yeah,
just a little bit.
It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that's the brutality of early boxing. I mean,
That's
well,
like
if you ever watch Jack Johnson fights, you realize the not only the athleticism but just the endurance you have to have.
Yes,
it's brutal.
This isn't it's 12 rounds.
Punches to the head.
Yeah,
with gloves that are nothing more than like leather pads, because this isn't too far removed from bare knuckle.
Yeah, it's just like work gloves at that point.
Right.
It's very fast paced, and you are taking a lot of hits to the head.
Well, and again, these guys are at a level of both strength and endurance that I think most professional fighters would really struggle at today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you seen a live match? Anybody? Has anybody gone to a boxing match before?
Yeah. Well, I used to box, so.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
I found it fascinating. I mean, I have an interest in boxing to some degree, but not. I haven't followed it in the last sort of 10, 15 years that much. But I went to a match probably about 10 years ago, and that was the first live match I'd ever seen. It's quite a different experience to see something live. You can hear the punches. You can.
Oh yeah.
You can really feel that what's going on in that ring.
I was actually at some sort of party where in LA when Mike Tyson bit the guy's ear off.
Oh yeah.
Everything in the world stopped down at this party. Stopped down to watch that fight, and it was just horrifying.
Those comeback fights,
brutal.
Those comeback fights that he made after he came out of prison as well. There's one in particular. I can't remember who he's fighting, but the stare down is amazing at the start of it. The other guy just can't look at him in the eye, and he just doesn't even blink.
Tyson was always,
and this other guy's just
until he opened his mouth.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. So I remember some of the press, the unveils or whatever, where he threatened to eat a reporter's children after he threatened to make him his bitch.
Yeah. Well, okay, so everyone acts so shocked when these people that we breed as monsters act like monsters.
Yeah.
That's the thing that bothers me. It's like, oh, how dare you eat someone's
so
ear?
uncivilized.
Well, actually, that's my job, is to eat other people's ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tyson came up from a really rough background, and he gets brought out to the rural part of New York in the Catskills, and is trained by a guy, Gus D'Amato, who is he was a world-renowned boxing trainer, and he taught Tyson. So everything that everybody remembers about Tyson is his power, and they either didn't watch it coming up, or they misunderstand where his power came from. Tyson was an undersized heavyweight. He was fast. His speed and his peekaboo style is the reason he would knock people out, is they never saw the punch coming.
Yeah, he was very fast.
He was so unorthodox because of the peekaboo style that he had learned from Cuss, that he would jump over to the other side and then hit you with a short shot, and you were totally out of position and didn't realize, and his speed is what got you. When he came out of prison, he stopped being fast and just decided, I hit you hard. It was like, son, you ain't got the lead in the ass to be able to do that.
Yeah, he was just a hammer at that
Right.
point.
You're undersized.
Yeah.
You don't have it. And it's why, I mean, the Buster Douglas fight, yeah, he didn't train, and you were seeing that kind of building up, that he wasn't taking things seriously because he had just cleaned out the heavyweight division. But he also started partying and not, taking himself seriously. And Buster Douglas was exactly the kind of problem that he would have. A guy who fought well technically, had size, and worked at range. Didn't come in and try and slug with you.
It becomes the problem of somebody who's a martial arts expert and somebody who is a devotee of a certain form.
Right.
When you are faced with an animal coming out of jail, you don't have a chance because they're not playing by the rules, and they will just fucking beat you.
Right. The problem is that Tyson ran into physics, where it was like, you can be animal all you want. Here's a guy who's 6'5" and has 30 pounds on you, and if you are just going to come in throwing haymakers, you're going to get clocked. Right. The speed of Tyson and his ability to do it, that's what made him great. He forgot that coming out of prison.
Yeah,
and just became, I'll throw hard punches. It was like, you're not special in that regard.
It was quite different, wasn't it, when he came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, he turned into a junkyard dog.
Yeah, right. And got put down.
Was the UK's big hope at the time was Frank Bruno, and he fought Tyson, I think twice actually, and not particularly successfully.
Oh no! Frank Bruno was not a success though.
But there was I remember a joke at the time when the film The Wrestler came out, and somebody said that they should make Darren Aronofsky should direct a biopic of Frank Bruno in the same style, that POV style. Says, but sadly, nobody wants to watch a film in which 90% of it would be looking up at the lights above the camera.
Exactly. some guy standing over you counting to 10. Yeah.
Come on, motherfucker. Hostman brought up Bronson.
Yeah,
is a really impressive movie, and one of the reasons I'm gay for Tom Hardy.
He's not far away. He's Charles Bronson. I think he's in Wakefield Prison.
It's
not a million miles away from where I am right now.
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
He won't get to me.
Yeah.
He's too busy trying to throw down on everybody else in the prison before he ever gets to you.
He has to get through before he gets to me.
I don't have a lot to say about Tyson as a human being, but as a fighter, very impressive.
If you were not alive in the 80s, because I was watching Tyson come up like on Wide World of Sports, and then early HBO stuff and all that, right? And seeing him mow through the heavyweight division, where he was like inevitability, right? That kid is going.
Inevitable is a good word for
right.
him.
He is going to be heavyweight champion because he and then the fight that he had with Michael Spinks, right? It was like 4 hours of pre-fight hype. 93 seconds later.
90 seconds later.
Bye.
Yeah. He is not Ali, but he is a worthy successor. Ali is a whole different animal. And I don't mean that in a rude way, but
he is smoking Joe Frazier with Ali's speed.
We are old enough to have seen Ali boxing as well.
Yeah, well, sadly, I saw the end.
Yes, exactly. We did see
boxing.
we didn't see the good bits, unfortunately. Probably not. But
no, I had to go back and watch this stuff.
It was so famous though. Ali was so famous that he was a household name to people who were. I mean, I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I was singing the Muhammad Ali song around the house.
Yeah, no, same. I had no cognizance of boxing at like 5, 6, 7 years old or whatever, but I knew who Muhammad Ali was. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that Ali did a yeoman's work repairing his image. Post boxing,
the war thing, kind of, yeah.
Well, I mean, no, the separate and apart from the draft board stuff, which was he was just basically came back into whatever. Ollie was a bit of an asshole. He when he was unlicensed and trying to get back in, Joe Frazer is the one that got him his license back and gave him a shot at a title. At which point, Ollie then started making fun of Joe Frazer for being a monkey and a gorilla, and he's stupid and all of that, right? And Joe Frazer never forgave him for that.
No, well, no, Ollie is nothing. He's not a perfect being by any stretch.
Right, and that's the thing that Ollie did a great reputation. He was, everybody thought, well, Ollie came up poor. No, he came up upper middle class in Kentucky. Both of his parents were well-paid teachers. I think his father was actually at the university. And he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now, he was also a gifted athlete. But he learned, and he says one of the things that he learned the talking shit thing from Gorgeous George, the professional wrestler, right? And that being the heel was the way to attract a lot of attention and make him successful, right?
If only we could teach Andrew this skill.
Yeah, but he took that too far and really spit on a lot of the people that gave him a chance to come back and reestablish himself.
Yeah, his ego and persona definitely worked for and against him.
Right.
And it's never right to shit on the people that are holding you into the formula.
Right, that are giving you a helping hand up.
Yeah.
When they have everything to lose by doing so, but they're just all part of the, look, I want to fight the best people. That's it. And he turns it into a sideshow in order to pump up his ego.
Speaking of something or other, we have a couple of contributions from Smylexx. The Red Hand Gang. I don't know what this is. We're gonna watch it, and
all right. Nick Cave is in it.
Nick Cave is in this. Oh,
No.
oh, God, I got you. All right, yeah, very funny.
You're welcome.
Is this a Michael Mann production? Band of the Hand, the prequel.
What I do for you, children. All right, if we get shut off, it's all Smylexx's fault.
Sorry.
YMCA.
I'm just pausing for copyright.
The French.
What is happening?
J.R. Miller as J.R.
Who shot J.R.?
It's a complicated role for him.
I did. I shot him.
Yeah.
And this girl in the fucking gingham shirt.
Little Bill.
Ah, there he is. Look, James Bond the Third. It's all
Is
about.
that why you sent this to me?
Yeah.
What is the point of this?
Because you didn't remember it, and I was trying to give you a Little Rascals, equivalent. And I'm amazed that this isn't your shit, because this has come from your horrifying country.
Oh, okay. So
you
this
sent this to us. This is shots fired, as far as I'm concerned.
This is the sad British version.
It's your terrible export.
It's
we kept the good shit for ourselves. Our gang and Little Rascals.
Really?
We kept that shit for ourselves.
You gave us the crap that was cut with like bleach.
Well, we had James Bond III. We thought you'd appreciate that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Well,
Oh my
Hey,
God.
Joe.
He was on Little House on the Prairie.
That escalated quickly.
Tube socks
Bill
in
Bill.
the dirt.
We do plots every week.
This music makes me want to fucking put a drill in my head.
I've been eating.
Just...
That kid was eating dumpster mustard.
All those producers are probably now in a prison somewhere, I would imagine.
Thank you, Smylexx. That
That's
was
all right.
wonderful.
Yeah, at least it wasn't mayonnaise.
It was short,
Yeah.
I'll give it that.
Dear
Thanks.
God. All right, we got one more, and then we're gonna wrap up the show. Everybody, we're coming up on 5 hours.
Oh, thank God.
Here is a just vile-looking Kinder advertisement.
Oh, this is incredible.
Oh no!
Good Lord.
And I'm sorry in advance.
Oh no!
Oh no, I have to
Nightmare fuel, everybody.
Hang on, I gotta clear a video out. And then we can only hold 10 files at a time. Hang on.
Take a
Can we
moment
delete
to
your
enjoy
movie?
it.
Little bit
The
of
Sour
Nightmare
Patch
Fuel.
Kid. My
How about I
favorite.
delete you?
Please do. Please do. End my suffering now.
Whoa!
Oh my Jesus Christ!
No, no, no!
What the hell?
Stop doing everything.
What is... I thought my ball sack only talked to me. Why is it talking to the rest of you?
Well, it's well shaved.
Well, I shave my balls for this every week.
And you said you wanted to see me on cam. Here I am.
I did not.
Look at him. He's like, "Hello, Jay. Put me in mashed potatoes. Do it.
Beg me.
You haven't touched me in a while.
Put me in those mashed
The
potatoes."
ancient Greek god testicles.
Where are the foreheads? You promised me forehead action.
Which perverts made this?
Off.
Dan Aykroyd?
Pop swabble. Toy. Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi pop
Yes, that is actually exactly how my testicles talk to me.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Meanwhile, he's rubbing his testicles right on that wall. In a big
Yes.
way.
It's like a forehead.
Kinder surprise. Jesus
And
Christ.
he's off like Hans Gruber.
Yeah, there was a point in time in
Speaking of racist, look at this that we're already seeing leak through.
That's Roland Rat. There was a point
Adam,
in time
turn
in
off your
Playboy-
camera.
That's the secret UK stuff. You're not allowed to see.
Yeah, you're not allowed to see Roland Rat.
What the hell was that?
Roland Rat was taught by the same driving instructor I had. Anyway, that's another story. That Kinder Surprise advert, we were all doing it in the playgrounds, aged about sort of 7 or 8. We were all doing the voice.
You're putting your testicles on walls and making them talk?
You were doing that on.
Yeah, that's my life.
Jay,
we explains a lot, doesn't it?
Jay, I think you and I were in the chat for a stream recently where they showed an old PlayStation commercial with the elf girl.
Oh, the girl with the weird eyeballs.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
Who knows what that is called?
It was a PlayStation 1, I think.
Yeah,
It was
PS1.
Can't remember. The advertising company that they used in the UK were doing some really interesting, sort of slightly subversive, dangerous stuff. The adverts around the world were very much more sanitized, but the
Was there
UK people were doing
dumpster
weird stuff.
mustard?
I think it was a Chris Cunningham commercial. And if you don't know Chris Cunningham, he's one of the best music video directors ever. He did Bjork and
Mental Wealth, I believe it is. That the one?
Aphex Twin.
Alien Girl Mental Wealth, it's called.
Hang on.
I think I found it. Yeah, got it. Here we go. Hang on. I'll send you the
Okay.
link. You did
I
leave.
will defer to your link then.
Yeah.
Put it in the private chat. Because I do remember watching this when it was fresh, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
I'm trying to remember where we saw it.
I can't remember what show it was on.
I can't.
Oh,
either.
there she is. Yes, Queen.
Yes, Queen Slay.
So a lot of people have big.
It was Chris Cunningham as well, by the way.
Yeah, it is Chris.
Am I
Cunningham.
correct? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have aesthetic issues with the wide eyes, and I am always okay with it. Like I always loved Battle Angel, and not so much like the Little Mermaid kind of thing where it just looks forced, but like this big anime sort of turned into real life.
Well, anime is big eyes, not the eyes are
There's
separated
always-
and hoping for a divorce.
There's always a big gap because the anime, what anime is the opposite of Japanese genetics. It's long legs, big tits, fat cake, and wide, giant eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. It's absolutely fine. But it doesn't seem to be sort of recognized for what it is.
Fetal alcohol syndrome.
Welcome to my family. Okay. Yeah, let's show this and let's close the show. StreamYard. Paste. Yeah, I really like this. I think it's really cool. If anyone listening or bothering to watch this at this point has not been familiarized with Chris Cunningham, look up his videos. He does have a DVD that came out in the early 2000s of a bunch of his music videos, and an extremely well-attuned artist.
So like Director X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah,
yeah, it's just like that. It's it's a guy that can't come up with the idea of Robin Hoodie.
Yeah, yeah.
He got so close, but he did not come up with Robin Hoodie. That was sort of a gimme.
Robin the Hood.
Here we go. All right. If we get shut off, we get shut off.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you what bugs me about human endeavour. I've never been the human in question. Have you? Mankind went to the moon. I don't even know where Grimsby is. Forget progress by proxy. Land on your own.
I love this. I know it's disturbing, but I fucking love this. I think
It has a very it's that same alien shape of wide almond eyes, little tiny mouth.
Yeah, I hated her in
Big
Peaky
shape,
Blinders.
Do you think I think there might be mirroring as well, left and right, a little bit, don't you think?
Maybe. Yeah.
Because
there's
something's like slightly weird about it. Not just the obvious thing that's weird about it, but
well, it's like her moles are flipped too. The one
Yeah,
goes
it's
from the
crazy.
bottom lip to the upper lip, and
yeah, it's not 100%, but I think maybe they did for the modeling and then touched it up.
also we need to talk about the part on your hair, honey.
But that's real. I mean,
You're off center.
She doesn't look like that in real life, by the way, guys.
Look, I'm not going to kick her out of bed for each track.
Moon. It's no longer about what they can achieve out there in your behalf, but what we can experience up here in our own time. It's called mental wealth.
That's kind of amazing
Whoa.
for the time.
It
Like,
really is. Their efforts were really pushing the envelope. The PlayStation stuff. They were really fantastic.
PlayStation 1 in that era of Sony advertisements were sort of similar to the great age of MTV, when they were really just giving people money and letting creative people go. And
Yeah, because they don't care about showing the box. They don't care about showing graphics. They're basically just giving you something that you're going to be thinking about and talking about the next day. Did you see that weird girl on the TV ad?
they had learned from Sega, and Sega's run at Nintendo, right? That edgy, buried '90s extreme.
Yeah, we do what
kind of
Nintendo
thing.
don't.
Right, and I mean, Sega was just over the top, and Sony decided, okay, we're going to go with, again, that kind of weird, non-traditional advertising. Right, PlayStation. By the way, I was watching some playthrough or something that was an original PlayStation thing, and they started with turning on the PlayStation. And that sound, when it first comes on, I was like, oh, that immediately takes me back to 1996.
It's visceral.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. You know, that off-key, woodwindy kind of thing. And I was like, oh, I'm ready. I'm already playing Resident Evil in my head.
I got me a job owning a PlayStation. It actually got me a job. I remember going for a job and going for a lower paid job and getting interviewed by the guy that was the head of the games department. the games division, and he was talking all about the fact that the Japanese had just launched this machine. I said, "Yeah, I've got one at home. I've just bought an import one," and the fact that I had one and was one of the probably, I don't know, a couple of hundred of people who had one, that got me the job. It was like, "Oh well, you can have not just that job, you can have a better one." I was like, "Oh yes, please."
Oh yeah, let's have some.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I did not get in until the PlayStation 2, and I got the early version where I literally had to crack it open every couple of months and recalibrate the fucking reader. And eventually I broke the ribbon cable and ruined it. But
the original one used to have occasional disc issues, didn't they? But you could get around it by doing all kinds of crazy shit, like turning it over, turning it upside down, and
trying to get the because the floating detector in the read section would start to act up on it, and eventually they would break because of the coils that would align it to the disc would end up, the plastic hinges they used would break on them.
All right, guys. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up now. It's been a full 5 hours, and it has been a great evening. Anybody want to shout out anything? Jay, I think you and I are going to be working together Monday night.
Indeed. We will be on Cannoli Sasquatch's stream doing the great movie, which is so unlike this stream. We will be covering a good movie, Blazing Saddles. And
what time is that?
That sounds like so much fun.
I believe it's 8 o'clock Central, which is what, like 6 hours off of
okay.
I think it's 6. I think it's 5 or 6 Pacific time.
Unlikely I'll be joining you live in the chat for that one, but I will definitely catch it on the replay.
Oh, we definitely would like to have you there.
8 p.m. Monday?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we're doing That Darn Cat on Total Recall this Wednesday.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've seen That Darn Cat. I could not.
You're doing the original, yes?
Oh yes.
Not the remake.
Well, don't tempt me. I've got some free time between now and Wednesday.
It's a double hitter.
This could happen.
Double feature.
This could happen.
Yeah.
Any Christina Ricci is good Christina Ricci.
Yeah.
So, I feel like that could be tested. That could be tested.
All right. Well, I know Barbara wasn't able to join you for the preview. Maybe she'll be able to jump in for the.
Maybe if I can get a chance to watch it this weekend, I might come in. But
if you
I was busy at a vet clinic. I was at the vet that day.
Yeah, we're taking care of our little boy.
Yeah.
And he is
interviewing new caretakers for her pussy.
My girl's pussy.
Dude,
go ahead, follow that up, Jethro. I'm just waiting on that one.
Go for it.
We can't show it, but Squirrel Nut Zippers have like a song that they did at a radio station called the Pussy Song.
I miss the Squirrel Nut Zippers so much.
I do really recommend looking it up. It is a great song, and I wish we could just watch it, but it's not. So where we're at.
Well, Rammstein also had a great pussy song.
Rammstein. If you're looking for a little vintage retro nostalgia vibe, I cannot recommend Postmodern Jukebox enough.
Yeah, they're great.
Those kids,
I love them.
Do an amazing job.
Yeah,
Amazing, classy, wonderful, sincere versions of pop songs. So
their version of Creep is better than the original.
I was just gonna say I love that version.
I've watched that video about 40 times. I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely. While Barbara and I were dating, we would drive around Oceanside or Newport.
Yeah.
Anyways,
No,
listening to it in the
Oceanside.
car, like just trading tracks back and forth. Like, oh, have you heard this? Have you heard this Richard Cheese? Have you heard this Bush Cheese?
Richard Cheese.
Yes, his version of Nirvana's "Grape Me" is particularly good, I find.
Oh, It's all good. You guys, it's been a wonderful night. Thank you all for showing up every time and contributing to a not just flippant conversation, but hopefully we dug into some real social stuff. And we will be here every Friday night. To those of you listening and watching afterwards, and
we apologize.
We apologize in advance.
Yes,
for anything that we might show. And it's been wonderful. Thank you, Jethro. Thank you, Smylexx, Jay, Barbara, and thank you, Chat, very much.
Chat.
Thank you, everyone.
Always
Bye,
amazing.
everybody. Cheers, Chat.
Everyone that has contributed on our Patreon and our PayPal links, it does make a difference, and we really do appreciate it. Yes, and absolutely anything donated to the GoFundMe for our cat will go directly to his care. Thank you, everyone, and good night. I'm going to find our exit video, and we will see you all next week. Something like that.
I'm waving goodbye. Goodbye.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.